Chapter 1. Don't worry, I can still have children. Curtain City. In the cafe of a 5-star hotel, Gubei was waiting for his blind date. He just graduated and is a hot young man. 22, he was already being urged to get married by his parents and started going on blind dates. Before I went out, my mother gave me specific instructions. Today's blind date was introduced by my aunt. Not only is she good looking, she also has a good family background, a successful career, a house, and a car. All her conditions are top notch. At the age of 22, he has no job, no house, no car, and no savings. Yes, but it's just his tall stature and handsome looks. They are not a good match. Gubei had already prepared himself to be ridiculed by the other party. And just at this moment, the door to the cafe opened. A tall, very pretty young woman walked towards him. With this figure and this appearance, she is even more beautiful than an international supermodel. Are you Gubei? The beautiful young woman looked Gubei up and down and spoke with satisfaction. Gubei nodded politely and responded, "Hello, I'm Gubei, who are you?" The beautiful girl smiled gently, sat opposite him, and said cheerfully, "Hello Gubei, I am your aunt's best friend, my name is Luo Yunqi." "Hello, Aunt Luo, hello, aren't your family members here with you?" "She is my aunt's best friend, and according to seniority, Gubei should call her aunt." "Didn't we agree on a blind date?" Gubei saw that there was no one else around Luo Yunqi except the 4 bodyguards in black. Could it be that Luo Yunqi was checking on herself in advance to find out her background on behalf of her family? Girls nowadays are very delicate. It is understandable that their families are afraid that their girls will meet scumbags and help to find out the details of their girls. Luo Yunqi smiled knowingly and said, "I'll make the decision on today's blind date." After hearing her words, Gubei didn't think much about it. Luo Yunqi, on the other hand, looked excited. She stretched out her hand and pinched Gubei's face, saying with a smile, "When you were little, your aunt would always secretly carry you out. At that time, I even kissed you secretly. I didn't expect that you would grow up so much and become more and more handsome." Haha. Seeing Luo Yunqi's cheerful personality, Gubei could only smile awkwardly. No wonder my aunt always laughed at me, saying that Gubei's first kiss had long been taken away by the beautiful aunt. After being ridiculed for so many years, Gubei finally found the culprit. Luo Yunqi was extremely excited, as if she had seen something rare, and continued, "Your aunt and I have been good friends for more than 20 years. I know everything about your situation, so let me briefly introduce my situation." Gubei nodded and listened. "My name is Luo Yunqi, I'm 31 years old, and I graduated from the Department of Business Administration at Tsinghua University with a master's and doctoral degree. This is my diploma." Luo Yunqi waved her hand, and the black-clad bodyguard behind her placed several college diplomas on the table. "I own about 100 properties, as well as several office buildings and shops. These are the property certificates and registration certificates." Then the bodyguard placed several stacks of property certificates on the table. "I have about 30 cars in my name, mostly sports cars and commercial vehicles. Oh, and there are also a few SUVs and RVs abroad. These are my car keys and vehicle registration certificates." Bang, bang, bang. There were dozens more car keys on the table. There were a lot of luxury car keys, all of which Gubei had never seen before. Luo Yunqi smiled elegantly and continued, "My company and my savings are all here. These are the details." Several more account books were placed on the table. Gubei took a glance and saw that this 5-star international hotel also belonged to her. The large table was piled like a small mountain with graduation certificates, property certificates, car keys, vehicle registration certificates, and various account books. Hearing this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Gubei's face. He cast a deep gaze at Luo Yunqi. Is she here to show off her wealth? Luo Yunqi held her chin with one hand and blinked her beautiful eyes. "Gubei, what are your conditions? Just ask." Gubei paused. Condition? What conditions did he put forward before even meeting the other party? Even though she felt a little unhappy, she still answered politely to her elders, "And Luo, I don't care about your rigid conditions. The purpose of blind dating is to get married. As long as 2 people are satisfied with each other and love each other, that is more important than anything else. As long as the other person is healthy, has no bad habits, is kind-hearted, and has good feelings for each other, I think there should be no problem." Luo Yunqi, Puchi, Gubei, you are so adorable. She couldn't help laughing again. I have to say that Luo Yunqi's smile is extremely beautiful and pleasing to the eye. As she spoke, she handed over another object and placed it on the table. By the way, this is my health certificate. I've had a full body checkup and I'm healthy. I don't have any bad habits. Also, don't worry, I can still have children. Cough. Gubei thought that Luo Yunqi was too open-minded. What does it have to do with me whether she can give birth or not? However, this young woman's smile was extremely charming. Luo Yunqi raised her head, her face slightly red, and her soft voice was gentle. Gubei, I almost watched you grow up. I know you are a good child, you have good character, and most importantly, you are so handsome. Our family will not treat you unfairly. The betrothal gift is waived. After marriage, my family will give you a villa in any location you choose. As for the car, you can choose any car you like, whether domestic or foreign. In addition, we will give you 1 million yuan in pocket money every month. These are all I can think of for now. If you have any requests in the future, you can always ask for them. As long as they are not excessive, I will agree to them. Hearing this, Gubei was so surprised that he was speechless for a moment. He knew that his aunt's best friend was a super rich person with a lot of money. But I didn't expect that Luo Yunqi was so rich. Gubei, who just graduated, has not found a decent job yet. According to Luo Yunqi, as long as she agrees to marry into the Luo family, she will be able to obtain everything that others may not be able to obtain even if they struggle for their entire lives. These hard conditions made Gubei somewhat excited. Luo Yunqi lowered her eyes, a faint smile appeared on her lips, and she looked shy. Gubei, I am very satisfied with you. If you have no objection, let's talk about our marriage next. This. Marriage? Our marriage? Luo Yunqi's marriage to himself? At that moment, Gubei was stunned. He looked puzzled and his body was stiff. It seems that Luo Yunqi was going on a blind date with me, not to check on her family? Gubei drew his head back in embarrassment. Aunt Luo, the one going on a blind date with me is you? You and me? Wait. My aunt's best friend went on a blind date with me. She is the aunt who stole my first kiss when I was a child. Gubei couldn't accept it for a moment. Yes, thus, you and me. I have liked you since you were very young. Over the years, I have been waiting for you to grow up, wait for you to become an adult, wait for you to graduate from college. Now that you have finally graduated, why can't we be together? Luo Yunqi stared at him with her deep eyes, and her voice was very soft. Gubei shook his head helplessly and laughed. He felt an indescribable feeling in his heart when Luo Yunqi suddenly confessed to him. Some excitement, some surprise. Aunt Luo, I think we are not suitable. Damn it. Awkward, so embarrassing. I met my aunt's best friend through a blind date. We are good friends for more than 20 years and my aunt's old sister. Isn't this a generation difference? Luo Yunqi hesitated for a few seconds, stared at Gubei, and asked doubtfully, am I not beautiful? Gubei raised his head and looked at the beautiful Luo Yunqi. Beautiful. Gubei could not deny it. Of course she is beautiful, she is more dazzling than stars. She is more charming than a fairy. Her figure is more iconic than that of a supermodel. Women over 30 have a mysterious charm and are very attractive. Although she is 31 years old, she looks only about 24 or 25 years old because of her good maintenance and good looks. Or am I not worthy of you? Luo Yunqi asked again. Chapter 2. If you don't believe it, then test it yourself. Luo Yunqi raised her eyebrows slightly, waiting for Gubei's answer. Gubei shook his head repeatedly. Luo Yunqi has a good family background, and she is a strong woman with a successful career. As for me, my parents are ordinary people, and I just graduated from college and don't even have a decent job. No car, no house, no savings. In terms of conditions, I am not worthy of her. I'm 9 years older than you. Do you mind my age? Gubei paused and shook his head again. He stared at Luo Yunqi. She was really beautiful. She is definitely the most beautiful woman he has ever seen in his lifetime. There is absolutely no trace of time on her face. Being 9 years older doesn't seem like a burden to Gubei. He also accepts love between an older woman and a younger man. Luo Yunqi was trying to dispel Gubei's concerns bit by bit. She raised her hand and gently stroked Gubei's cheek, her eyes blurred. Since I am beautiful and worthy of you, and you don't care about age, why can't we be together? Oh, that's right. Speaking of this, Luo Yunqi seemed to have thought of something. She leaned close to Gubei and whispered, I can see that you are a very conservative boy. A 31-year-old woman like me must have experienced a lot in your opinion, right? I have indeed experienced a lot in my career, and I am not inferior to men at all, but my personal emotional experience is blank. I have liked you for a long time. Over the years, I have been waiting for you. I have never had close contact with the opposite sex, and I have never given my own feelings. I am still a girl. After saying this, Luo Yunqi's face turned red with embarrassment. Her shy little look is so cute and adorable. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Gubei's eyes. And Luo, you. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? This is out of the ordinary. Can you even say this? Gubei, you don't have to be so surprised. Maybe you've heard your aunt talk about my story. I'm a typical strong woman. Since I graduated from college, I've devoted all my attention to my career. Although many men have pursued me, I can't tolerate any man in my eyes, let alone have sex with men. Although I'm 31 years old, I'm still a blank slate. Why? You don't believe it? Ah, no. Looking at Luo Yunqi's gaze, Gubei could only shake his head awkwardly. Luo Yunqi raised her eyes and said seriously, if you don't believe it, then just test it yourself. This. Tested it yourself. Isn't Luo Yunqi too fierce? How to test this yourself? Gubei hasn't recovered from this feeling yet. Luo Yunqi had already stood up and walked straight to Gubei. She came forward, turned Gubei's head, and pecked his fair face with her sexy lips. Her peach blossom eyes were filled with smiles. Want to try it? Gubei is a face control, and a woman as beautiful as Luo Yunqi is so charming. He thought to himself, Auntie is really good at flirting. Luo Yunqi took Gubei's hand. Aunt Luo, where are you going? Gubei frowned unhappily and asked in a low voice. Luo Yunqi looked at him with a smile and lowered her voice, where else can we go? The room upstairs. But Aunt Luo. Gubei was not ready yet, after all, she was her aunt's best friend. He felt very awkward in such a relationship. But he couldn't resist Luo Yunqi's temptation. Luo Yunqi held his arm tightly, with no intention of letting go. Judging from her attitude, she can't escape this test. What? Gubei, are you afraid? I heard that you have never been in love. I see it's not that you don't want to have a relationship, but this is not possible? Luo Yunqi said, pointing at Gubei's abdomen. She deliberately lowered her voice, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Gubei lowered his eyes and saw the smirk at the corner of her lips. Provocation method. Sun Tzu's art of war was even used. Her seductive eyes and provocative tone. It livens up the atmosphere. Gubei didn't want to expose her, but wanted to test it himself. Who made her ignite the fire in her heart? I'm afraid? Gubei, have never been afraid of anyone since I was a child. On the contrary, it's you. Don't cry later. Gubei said as he picked up Luo Yunqi and walked towards the room upstairs. A few hours later. Gubei looked at Luo Yunqi in his arms. When he woke up, his face was solemn. It all seemed like a dream. Sleepy. Really fell asleep. He slept with a domineering female CEO who was 9 years older than him. Gubei inexplicably felt like he was on a pirate ship. But Luo Yunqi is really beautiful. Her skin is whiter and firmer than that of an 18-year-old girl. Her figure is even more beautiful than that of a supermodel. Gubei's eyes fell on a dazzling red on the white bed sheet. His face suddenly darkened. It was indeed her first time. At this moment, Luo Yunqi woke up in Gubei's arms, raised the corners of her lips coldly, and pulled out an extremely charming smile. She held Gubei's hand tightly. Gubei, how about testing it yourself? Her voice was extremely gentle, like a ray of sunshine in spring, warm and soothing. She is a little different from the best friend that my aunt often mentions. My aunt often says that Luo Yunqi is a domineering female president who doesn't like to laugh and is not gentle. She snuggled in Gubei's arms, as well-behaved and obedient as a child who never grew up. Gubei nodded. It is effective after personal testing. It is indeed a blank sheet of paper. After saying that, he couldn't help but kiss her on the forehead. Don't even think about running away after you fall asleep. Luo Yunqi's body trembled slightly, and her voice was tinged with tears of emotion. I finally waited for you, and I gave you the most important thing. You have to be responsible for me. Gubei pursed his lips tightly and turned his head to look at the red-eyed beauty in his arms. So, what do you want to do? Chapter 3: Getting a Marriage Certificate. Luo Yunqi held Gu Bei's hand tightly, with an excited look on her face. Get the marriage certificate. Marry? Yes, get married, today, now. After all, Gu Bei slept with her. He was not a scumbag, but he couldn't make the decision on his own regarding matters like marriage. He looked at Luo Yunqi seriously and explained, Aunt Luo, you know my family situation. I am the only child of my parents. I just graduated and have no social experience. I don't have a stable job yet. I still need to discuss marriage with my family. You mean, as long as your family agrees, you can register for marriage with me? Gu Bei was stunned at first, then said, in short, marriage is not a trivial matter. Besides, I also need a household registration book to get married. If my family disagrees, I can't get the household registration book. Just as Gu Bei was explaining, a mysterious smile appeared on Luo Yunqi's face. Then she stood up and took out 2 red notebooks from her bag. Your family all agreed, and the household registration booklet was handed over to me. Gu Bei looked up in surprise, somewhat unable to believe it. My parents sold me out. How much did they get for me? Luo Yunqi covered her mouth and laughed secretly. And your aunt, they sold you together. Just when Gu Bei was feeling a little helpless, a system sound rang in his mind. Ding, the host has lost her virginity and the system has been unlocked. Ding, the super selection system is starting up. Ding, the host agrees to get married with Luo Yunqi and will obtain the basic skills of a divine doctor. Ding, the host refuses to get a marriage certificate with Luo Yunqi and will receive a cash reward of 5 million. Ding, please make a choice within the specified time. If you exceed the time limit, the system will randomly make a choice for you. Then, the countdown began in my mind. The time is 60 seconds. Gu Bei smiled excitedly. System. The system is finally here. In fact, Gu Bei traveled to a parallel world in the sky more than 10 years ago. All these years, he has been waiting for the system to take effect. Unexpectedly, this system needs to be unlocked. The way to unlock it is to break your body. It made Gu Bei cry and wait for so many years. He didn't bother to study the system, but carefully looked at the options given by the system. Agree to get married with Luo Yunqi and gain the skills of a miraculous doctor. If you refuse, you will only get a cash reward of 5 million. Gu Bei's gaze fell on the beautiful Luo Yunqi. She is really beautiful. She was as beautiful as a fairy, and I took her first time again. To be honest, it was because Luo Yunqi's soul and body became one that unlocked the system. Luo Yunqi also deserves a share of the credit. In addition, after getting to know and having close contact with her, Gu Bei also had a different opinion of Luo Yunqi. Although she is my aunt's best friend, she is very attractive in her own right. Marrying her is also a good choice. Ding, host, please make a choice as soon as possible. There were only 5 seconds left. At the last moment, Gu Bei made a choice immediately. He communicated with the system with his mind, get married. I choose to get married. Ding, the host makes a choice within the specified time. After the host completes the marriage registration, he will obtain the basic skills of a divine doctor. Gu Bei came to Luo Yunqi and said very seriously, okay, let's get married. Really? Luo Yunqi smiled excitedly. It wasn't until the moment the stamp fell that Gu Bei truly realized it. I got married myself. It all seemed like a dream. Who would have thought that on his first blind date, he would personally test the other person, use the system, and register for marriage? Gu Bei and Luo Yunqi got into the extended version of the business car. At this time, the system sound in my mind sounded again. Ding, congratulations to the host, the marriage registration has been completed, and the host has obtained the primary skill of the divine doctor. Next second, a virtual panel appeared in front of him, which only he could see. Host, Gu Bei. Age, 22. Strength, 7. Speed, 7. Value, 9. Skills, Miracle Doctor Elementary. Backpack, empty. Mall, locked. Seeing this, he felt a little excited. Although the skills of a miracle doctor are old and outdated skills in novels. But whoever has this skill knows it, and whoever uses it says it is good. The skills of a miracle doctor can not only save the dying and the wounded, but also protect yourself well. Gu Bei had no time to study new skills. Seeing that the car was heading in a direction he didn't recognize, he asked in confusion, Aunt Luo, where are we going? Luo Yunqi glanced at him, then pointed to the marriage certificate in her hand and smiled faintly. You still call me Aunt Luo, but we are now a legal couple. Gu Bei smiled awkwardly. After all, we just got married. If they change their names, I'll have to get used to it. Gu Bei has never been in a relationship, nor is he a scumbag who is good at sweet talk. It will take him some time to change his way of calling her wife. Luo Yunqi agreed with his point of view and nodded gently. We will be husband and wife in the future, and it is only a matter of time before we change our ways. Let's adapt slowly. I have to say, Luo Yunqi is not only beautiful, but also very considerate. It turns out that sister-brother love is not only sweet, but also heartwarming. Gu Bei felt warm in his heart as he got the marriage certificate without ever having been in a relationship. That's right, Luo Yunqi said as she took out a card from her bag and handed it to Gu Bei. There's 1 million in here. It's your pocket money for this month. I'll transfer the money to the card on time every month. Also, this card has an unlimited credit limit, so you can use it as you like. That is not all, she handed Gu Bei some more property information. This is the property that Mucheng recently developed. I have selected the best ones for you to take a look. Whether it is a villa area, a sea view house, or a large flat, as long as you like it, I am ready to buy it for you at any time. Also, these are the latest sports cars, business cars, and the big toy SUVs that you boys love the most. In addition, these high-end cars can be customized. Take your pick. It's very inconvenient to go out without a car. We have just received the marriage certificate, and it's not even warm yet. Luo Yunqi arranged the money. A car and a house are also on the agenda. She gave Gu Bei enough sense of security. Gu Bei appeared to be as steady as an old dog on the surface, but he was actually extremely excited. 1 million pocket money every month, this is definitely not a dream. He just graduated from college and had just interviewed for a job with a monthly salary of only 5,000 yuan. After the internship period, the maximum salary is 8,000 yuan. Now, I'm married and make 1 million a month. It also comes with a car and a room. My wife, Luo Yunqi, forced me not to work hard. Isn't this obviously a way to let yourself down? Besides being surprised, he could only bury his excitement deep in his heart and said calmly, What do you want? We have already obtained the marriage certificate, and I still haven't given you a decent gift. I only want you. I finally waited for you, and luckily I didn't give up. Luo Yunqi's voice was low, with endless charm. Chapter 4 Hello, Dad, I am your daughter. Gu Bei had already received the news yesterday and had to report to the company at 10 o'clock this morning. Although he was already late, he still went to the company to report. Luo Yunqi did not stop her. Although the two have obtained a marriage certificate, Gu Bei is still free and can arrange his work matters freely. Hello, supervisor. I'm Gu Bei. I applied for the position of business operations assistant. I'm here to report today. Gu Bei? Why are you here just now? I called you yesterday and told you to report at 10 a.m., but now you're only here at 3 p.m. The company manager was looking through Gu Bei's information, his voice low and serious. Gu Bei explained, I'm sorry, it's not that I don't have a sense of time, but I really had something urgent today, so I took the time to get married. As he spoke, he took out a brand new marriage certificate. The supervisor raised his eyebrows and looked at the marriage certificate with confusion. After seeing this, I was full of surprise. Wow. You really found time to get married. The originally serious atmosphere also became a little subtle. The supervisor looked at Gu Bei again and said helplessly, however, since you are late, we already have a new candidate for the business operations assistant position. Let's put it this way. There is still a vacancy for an office job at the counter. You can give it a try and start from the grassroots level. After accumulating experience, you can come to our operations department. Okay. No problem. Gu Bei agreed readily without thinking too much. In the past, he would have asked about the salary of the new job. Now, he has millions of dollars in his card and a wealthy wife like Luo Yunqi. He was too lazy to ask about salary and benefits. Nowadays, I just want to find a decent job, which is the only way to be stable. He works at the largest luxury store in Mucheng, and the position of operations assistant he applied for previously is suitable for his major. Now, his job has changed and he can only work as an office clerk in the store. It's nothing more than miscellaneous work. But Gu Bei also enjoyed it. Luxury stores have extremely high requirements for their staff, and the reason why Gubei was able to apply for the job was that he had an absolute advantage with his good looks. He changed into handsome black work clothes and was counting the goods with the salesgirl. At this time, a little girl wearing a Lolita skirt, about 17 or 18 years old, with twin ponytails and an extremely sweet look, came to him. "Dad." The gentle voice is very pleasant to hear. Gubei thought the little girl was calling a customer nearby, so he didn't pay any attention. Until the girl stepped forward, grabbed the corner of his clothes, and shook him back and forth, while calling out in a tender voice, "Daddy." These two words are gentle and sweet, with a hint of warmth. Gubei stood up, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The colleagues around him all looked at Gubei, the new colleague. "Little girl, you got the wrong person, didn't you? I'm not your father." Gubei carefully hid his surprise and spoke calmly. He appeared to be as calm as an old dog, but he was actually very nervous. "I'll go." "Dad? Are all the young girls so open? In broad daylight, calling someone daddy. What kind of vicious words are these?" The little girl's dark eyes rolled around twice. She looked like a doll, very pretty. Just like a little beauty from an anime. The little girl seemed very satisfied with Gubei. She narrowed her beautiful eyes, raised the corners of her mouth, and said happily, "You are Gubei, right?" Gubei nodded awkwardly, "Yes, I am Gubei." Damn it. It's terrifying when you think about it. Not only did she know her name, she could also find the place where she worked on her first day. "Who is this girl?" The little girl smiled and nodded, "Yes, my father's name is Gubei. You are my father, Dad. I am your daughter. My name is Luo Shuefei. Nice to meet you." As she spoke, she handed a cup of milk tea to Gubei and continued, "Dad, you have worked hard. This is the milk tea I reward you with." Luo Shuefei held her chin with one hand, took out her cell phone with the other, and secretly took a photo of Gubei. It seemed as if all I could see was Liam. Gubei was confused. He had never been in love before and had no impression of the girl in front of him. He would not owe any romantic debts and let young girls come to him. But who is this girl in front of me? His mind quickly searched for memories of the girl. Luo Shuefei? The name was so unfamiliar that he had no idea who it was. Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. Our new colleague looks only about 20 years old, but I didn't expect him to have so much fun. Yes, the little girl is really pretty, but she doesn't look like an adult, right? Dad? Is it popular among kids nowadays to call him Dad? You are having too much fun. Hearing his colleagues' discussions, Gubei felt embarrassed. He was stunned for a few seconds, then without saying a word, he took the girl out of the store. He warned tentatively, "Luo Shuefei, I don't know you. Besides, I'm not your father. I'm at work. Please stop joking." Luo Shuefei raised her eyes were firm, revealing a touch of rigor and affirmation. "Dad, you didn't know me before, but from now on we are a family." She had just finished speaking when this happened. There were some pleasant voices behind me. "Shuefei, we are here." "Wow, Shuefei, this is our dad. From today on, I finally have a father. I'm so happy." The moment Gubei raised his head, he was really surprised. "I saw 3 more cute little girls in front of me." "No. Etc." Gubei's eyes flickered and he thought he was seeing things. He looked at the girls seriously. "I saw 4 girls in front of me. Except for their hairstyles and clothes, their facial features were almost the same. Even their height and build are exactly the same. Could this be the legendary quadruplets?" "Hello, Dad. My name is Luo. I'm 18 years old and I'm the oldest sister." The eldest sister had on delicate makeup and was wearing hot girl clothes. She was cute yet sexy. However, the name Luo looked so familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Before Gubei had a moment to reflect, another sweet voice rang out, "Hello, Dad. My name is Luo Kier, and I'm the second sister." Luo Kier went for a sweet look, with a pink dress, a pink bow, and peach pink makeup, which brought out her delicate and cute look. "Hi, Dad. My name is Luo Mantong, and I'm the third sister." Luo Mantong, who was wearing smoky makeup, black clothes, and a dark style, was a cool girl. "Dad, I've introduced myself. I'm the fourth sister. Originally, the fifth sister was going to come with me, but this girl is always mysterious and suddenly didn't show up." Luo Shuefei smiled obediently, shrugged helplessly, and explained. The 4 sisters were very satisfied with Gubei. "Dad is very handsome and he suits Mom's taste. I agree to this marriage. Gubei in front of him was so surprised that he was speechless. These 4 little girls have exceeded his expectations. Unexpectedly, there are 5 sisters. Quintuplets? Awesome. Etc. Why do they keep calling me dad? Is there a possibility that I am their father? No, that's not right. I am only 22 years old and they are 18 years old. Becoming a father at the age of 4? This is unscientific. Even if we build a greenhouse, it won't be that fast. Chapter 5: Becoming a Father and Having 5 Daughters. Wait, who is your dad? I'm only 22 years old. Also, if you want to date me, you have no chance. I'm married and my wife is super beautiful. Seeing the 4 sisters crying and calling for daddy in front of him, Gubei couldn't bear it any longer and snorted proudly. Gubei's words instantly reminded the 4 sisters. The eldest sister Luoyi pouted, raised her little head, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and smiled. Oh, I'm sorry, Dad, the 4 of us suddenly appeared and scared you. Mom must not have told you about our existence, right? Luokor also shrugged helplessly and smiled. Mom is so mean, she only cares about her own love and doesn't introduce us sisters. Luo Mantong couldn't help but laugh. Dad, I recorded everything you said just now and passed it to Mom. She must be very happy because you praised her for being so beautiful. Luo Shueka also teased. Dad, your desire to survive is really strong, I like it so much. Wait a moment. Gubei thought of a fatal question. Mother? They mentioned Mom just now. He looked at the 4 sisters with astonishment, took a deep breath, and immediately asked, Wait, who is your mother? The 4 sisters looked at each other with lovely smiles on their faces, and then said in unison, Luo Yunqi. Our mother is Luo Yunqi. As they spoke, they took out their phones and showed the photo of Luo Yunqi with them. In the photo, Luo Yunqi and 5 girls were smiling happily. This is a daily photo, and you can tell at first glance that it is not synthesized or photoshopped. Boom! Exploded. Gubei felt like his brain exploded instantly. This was like a bolt from the blue. The explosion made Gubei dizzy. Luo Yunqi? Isn't this her first time? Haven't you never had any contact with men? Gubei had tested this personally, and there was no doubt that it was her first time. But, where did these 4 daughters come from? No. 5. Liar, big liar. Could it be that Luo Yunqi was trying to deceive someone into marriage? Gubei just felt dizzy, and for a moment, he couldn't bear such a heavy blow. Dad, Mom didn't tell you that our existence must have her own reasons. Yes, it wasn't easy for Mom to raise us all these years. For so many years, she has been keeping her virginity just for you. In order to wait for you, Mom has worked so hard. So, Daddy, please don't be angry with Mom. The 5 of us are very good people. We are not a burden and will definitely not hinder your happy marriage. What should I do? I like Dad so much, I hope he won't dislike us. The 4 girls looked at Gubei with admiration, talking to each other one by one. His words were full of filial piety towards Luo Yunqi and satisfaction towards Gubei. Gubei seemed to have discovered a new world in an instant, and said seriously, Wait a minute, Luo Yunqi is 31 years old, and you are 18 years old, a difference of 14 years, this. Becoming a mother at 14? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Puff. Wee. Ha ha. Hee hee, Dad, you are such a little cutie. As soon as Gubei said this, the 4 girls all laughed out loud. Gubei frowned, his handsome face looked cold. Seeing that Gubei had misunderstood, the eldest daughter Luoyi explained seriously, Dad, you misunderstood Mom. In fact, we are Mom's adopted children. According to seniority, we should call her aunt. When we were very young. Luoyi finished telling the story of the 5 sisters' experiences with tears in her eyes. It turned out that the 5 of them were the children of Luo Yunqi's eldest brother. 15 years ago, her eldest brother and sister-in-law went abroad to discuss business and encountered a plane crash, and both died. Luo Yunqi, who was only 17 years old, became the mother of 5 sisters. Give them the most sincere care and the best life. Dad, Mom has worked really hard over the past decade. You must treat her well. Luoyi said with red eyes and tears in her eyes, looking distressed. After hearing this, Gubei suddenly realized. It's too small, my vision has become narrow. I misunderstood my wife. To be honest, Luo Yunqi is really a beautiful and kind person. She was only 17 years old at the time and was still a child, but she kept these 5 children by her side and raised them as her own children. Gu Bei sighed, looked at the 4 girls with tears in their eyes, and smiled with his sexy thin lips. Don't worry, I will definitely treat Yunqi well. Luo Yi said politely, Dad, please forgive us for being so abrupt. We heard that Mom and you got married, so we couldn't wait to come and see you. Luo Kor looked like a fangirl, but Daddy is really handsome, I like Daddy so much. Luo Mantong was still arrogant, Dad, you are really handsome. Luo Shuefei combed her ponytails, looked at the time, and said reluctantly, Dad, you are still at work, go back to work first. Gu Bei then remembered. It's working hours now. After all, it's my first day at work, so I still have to leave a good impression on my colleagues. He nodded repeatedly, looked at the 4 lovely sisters, and smiled gently. Okay, you guys go home first. By the way, Dad, can you please not tell Mom that we came to see you today? Can you keep it a secret for us? The eldest daughter Luo Yi blinked her beautiful eyes and said sincerely. Gu Bei smiled like an adult and nodded, okay, I'll keep it a secret for you. Luo Yunqi did not tell herself about the existence of these 5 daughters, probably because she had her own ideas. Gu Bei chose to believe her and respect her. After saying that, he took out $200 bills and wanted the 4 sisters to take a taxi. Who would have thought? Luo Yi was driving a red sports car and Luo Kier was sitting in the passenger seat. Luo Mantong was driving a cool black sports car and Luo Shuefei was sitting in the passenger seat. It seems that the price of sports cars is over 5 million. He looked down at his $100 bill and realized that the clown was actually himself. Goodbye, Dad. See you tonight, Dad. Goodbye, Dad. Dad, be good. The daughters waved goodbye to Gu Bei. Gu Bei was still a little uncomfortable with the sudden addition of daughters. He could only straighten his back and wave goodbye like an adult. Gu Bei, who was about to go back to work, turned around and saw a lot of people surrounding him. There are colleagues and customers in the store, as well as passers-by. They were looking excitedly at the 4 sisters who were driving away. Wow, Gu Bei, just now, was the sexiest girl Luo Yi? A slightly fat male colleague ran up to Gu Bei with a gossipy look on his face and asked excitedly. Gu Bei nodded, how do you know her name? Gu Bei, don't you know? She is Luo Yi, the captain of Run 7, the most popular girl group this year. Xiaopeng danced excitedly. Luo Yi? Chapter 6, My Husband, I Will Love Him. Gu Bei then remembered. Yes, it's her. Luo Yi is the most popular member of the girl group since its debut. Although Gu Bei is not a fan of celebrities, when he opens his phone, 8 out of 10 messages pushed by various apps are about Luo Yi. There are also various video software, and when you open them, you will see all kinds of Luo Yi's singing and dancing videos. It's hard not to know her. No wonder Gu Beifan felt that she looked very familiar. In an instant, the crowd was surging. Ah! She is really Luo Yi. Yes, it's Luo Yi who debuted in a girl group. I didn't expect that she looks even better in person than on TV. Luo Yi's sisters are all so beautiful. They can definitely form a group and debut together. Yi is so beautiful, she has a great figure and a great sense of fashion. I really like her. Only Gu Bei was in a daze. I can't digest so much at once. Blind date, personal test, marriage certificate, becoming a father, and having 5 school beauty daughters. Gu Bei's first day at work went smoothly. Because he knew the popular idol Luo Yi. Colleagues also became friendly. Gu Bei gets off work at 8 o'clock in the evening. Because I do clerical work at the counter, I get off work relatively late. 6:30 p.m. After get off work, Luo Yunqi came to pick up Gu Bei. As the richest woman in Muchang, her presence will naturally make the store shine. Hello, Mr. Luo, welcome. Mr. Luo, we have new models in our store. Would you like to take a look? Mr. Luo, there are several limited edition bags in the store. I'll show them to you now. Mr. Luo, coffee and cake are ready for you. Please come this way. The manager, chief store manager, account manager, and store manager all surrounded Luo Yunqi. She didn't even look at them and went straight to Gu Bei, who was sorting out customer information. Seeing her husband constantly checking the information, Luo Yunqi felt distressed. She couldn't help but ask in a tender voice, Gu Bei, are you tired from work? Gu Bei was naturally happy to see his wife arriving. When he saw that Luo Yunqi was surrounded by several big leaders, he could only frown and say, "The work is not tiring. Wait for me first. I will be off work at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock? It's so late, aren't you starving?" Seeing Luo Yunqi's deer-like eyes, Gu Bei's heart softened instantly. He smiled and walked over to pinch her face, saying with a laugh, "Today's performance is not up to standard, the sales manager is unhappy, and said that we can leave immediately after we reach the sales target, otherwise we will all work overtime. But it's okay, just wait for me obediently." Looking at the two of them being so ambiguous, everyone was dumbfounded, with a look of astonishment on their faces. They couldn't imagine that the domineering female president Luo Yunqi would be so ambiguous with Gu Bei. This kid Gu Bei actually pinched Luo Yunqi's face. This is enough to prove that the relationship between them is not ordinary. Luo Yunqi, who was afraid that her husband would be hungry, looked at him with a pair of clear watery eyes, put down the documents in his hand, and called out in a delicate voice, "Husband, I'll let you go home from get off work now." Ah. Gu Bei hasn't come back to his senses yet. The word husband frightened everyone. Husband? Gu Bei is Luo Yunqi's husband? This. Oh my god, is Gu Bei so strong? She actually hooked up with Luo Yunqi? It's so sudden. No wonder Luo Yunqi came to our store. It turns out it's because of Gu Bei who works here. This is explosive news. Colleagues were all stunned and couldn't help talking about it in a low voice. The male colleagues even cast envious glances at Gu Bei. She is Luo Yunqi. Not only is she beautiful, she also has a great figure. Not only does she have a good figure, she's also so talented. Not only is he talented, he's also so rich. This is the perfect goddess in all men's hearts. Luo Yunqi turned around, looked at the sales manager coldly, threw out a card, and said proudly, "All the new models in the store will be delivered to my house." Ah. This. Mr. Luo. At that moment, several senior leaders were all stunned. 2 seconds later, the sales manager came back to his senses, took the card with both hands, and said respectfully, okay, Mr. Luo." Then he turned around and looked at the staff behind him. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and pack for Director Luo." No one dared to delay and immediately began to pack up various new models. Luo Yunqi's eyes fell on the sales manager and continued, "Can he leave work now?" Sure. Gu Bei, no, Mr. Gu, you can go home now." When the sales manager faced Gu Bei, his attitude immediately changed 180 degrees and he became extremely respectful. Gu Bei was so surprised that he almost opened his mouth. "This works too. Isn't this too luxurious?" In order to get off work early, Luo Yunqi paid out of her own pocket to boost the store's performance. This. How much would it cost for a luxury store like this to buy all the new models? Gu Bei didn't even know what words to use to describe his feelings at the moment. Luo Yunqi approached Gu Bei, squinting her beautiful eyes, and said happily, "Husband, it's time to get off work, let's go home." After saying that, she took Gu Bei's hand, snuggled in his arms, and walked out of the store. After getting in the car, Gu Bei asked with a puzzled look, "Yunqi, actually my job is to get off work at 8 o'clock, it doesn't matter if I get off work a little later. Buying so many things just to let me get off work early is such a waste." Although Gu Bei came from a different world, he had lived a hard life since childhood in this parallel world. Luo Yunqi spent millions just to allow herself to leave work early. In his opinion, it was too exaggerated. Waste? No, I just want my husband to get off work earlier and eat earlier. My husband, I will spoil him. After hearing this, Gu Bei felt inexplicably moved. Growing up, my parents have always been busy with work. The aunt who loves me the most is also a love-brained person. No one has ever pampered me like this. It feels so good to be valued and pampered. As she spoke, she narrowed her eyes, moved closer to Gu Bei, and couldn't help but kiss him on his handsome face. Then, she hid in Gu Bei's arms with her little face blushing. This little action is so cute. Although she is 9 years older than Gu Bei. When the two of them were together, Luo Yunqi looked like an 18-year-old girl. Cute and full of sunshine. Her leisurely posture, with the corners of her lips raised, is cute yet elegant. Gu Bei found that he liked Luo Yunqi more and more. Luo Yunqi snuggled in Gu Bei's arms, and said shyly, "Hubby, I'm going to take you to a nice place. I'm going to give you a surprise." Surprise? What surprise? I won't tell you. You'll know when you get there. Anyway, I'm going to spoil you to the sky. Luo Yunqi gently pinched Gu Bei's chest. Hiss. This invisible teasing is the most deadly. Gu Bei lowered his head and kissed her fiercely. The kiss was fierce and urgent. Greedy and outrageous. Chapter 7. My wife gives me a villa. Soon, the car drove to an extremely luxurious villa area. After Gu Bei got off the car, several staff members immediately came forward to greet him. Mr. Gu, Mr. Luo, Zhangbei Villa District welcomes you. Mr. Gu, please come this way. Gu Bei was stunned for a moment. Zhangbei Villa area. This is the most prosperous area in Muchang and the most expensive villa area. This is where the poor stop and the rich gather. Of course, this place cannot be bought with money. The Zhangbei Villa area has extremely strict requirements for owners. A place where only the rich and powerful can find it. This place is something Gu Bei dared not even think about. Luo Yunqi held Gu Bei's arm, and the two of them stood together, looking so perfect for each other. Make others envious. Until they were taken to the largest villa. There is a conspicuous red cloth on the gate of the villa, which says "Welcome home, owner." Yunqi, what are you doing? Luo Yunqi smiled reservedly. This is the house I gave you. After that, she pointed at the house and continued, this is the best house in the city after careful selection. Whether it is the geographical location, structure, layout, property management, etc., this is the best. The staff member at the side also responded, Mr. Gu, this villa is also the best villa in the community. It is a 5-story single-family villa with a large underground garage. This is your private garden and there is a swimming pool behind it. Our house is also fully decorated. The designer is the best talent in our country and has built a comfortable home for you. Gu Bei felt a little moved after listening to it. He discussed the matter of buying a house with his family. With his previous ability and his family's financial resources, they only considered compact and small apartments with high cost performance. He had never even thought of buying a large villa like this one, with each floor covering several hundred square meters. Others buy pre-sale houses directly at the sales office. Luo Yunqi bought a house in a simple and rough way. She directly screened the best villas. This single-family villa with its own garden and swimming pool is located in a prime location in the city. It costs at least hundreds of millions. Gu Bei was very excited at this moment. Luo Yunqi handed a pair of golden scissors to Gu Bei and smiled seductively. Shall we go in and take a look? She gave all her extreme tenderness to Gu Bei. Gu Bei nodded, okay. Then, with an excited heart and trembling hands, he used scissors to cut the red cloth on the door. Then, the staff behind him opened the manual salute. Bang! 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 After opening the door, you are greeted by luxurious decoration. Home appliances and furniture are visibly expensive. But, it's really beautiful. Gu Bei had never seen such a nice house before. He couldn't imagine that such a nice house actually belonged to him. Others may not be able to live in such a big villa until they die in their whole life. However, Gu Bei bought a big villa at the age of 22. We avoided decades of detours. Gu Bei and Luo Yunqi visited the big villa. There are 2 underground floors. The second underground floor is a super large underground garage. The first underground floor is the Starry Sky Cinema. The first floor is the living room, kitchen, and dining room. The second floor has guest rooms and a nanny room. The third floor is the children's room and guest rooms. The fourth floor has a super large gym, yoga room, study, and esports room. And the fifth floor is the master bedroom and sunroom. While visiting, Gu Bei had already allocated all the rooms in his mind. He and Luo Yunqi lived in the master bedroom, while his 5 daughters lived on the 3rd floor. From then on, their family of 7 lived together, eating, exercising, reading and watching movies together. Life will also become more fun. Gu Bei has accepted Luo Yunqi's 5 nieces. No, 5 daughters. Gu Bei will love them as much as Luo Yunqi. The house has its own elevator. Looking at the huge house, a hint of joy flashed across Gu Bei's eyes. Gu Bei and Luo Yunqi came to the largest master bedroom in the villa. The bedroom alone was bigger than Gu Bei's entire home. The decoration style is also the light luxury style that young people like most nowadays, which is simple, low-key, and luxurious. Gu Bei, do you like it? Luo Yunqi hugged him tightly from behind and smelled the familiar scent on him. I like it, of course I like it. I guess there is no one in this world who doesn't like a villa, especially such a large and luxurious villa. If you like it, buy it. Then, a staff member in formal attire came forward. He said respectfully, Mr. Gu, these are the keys. You need to sign these contracts, and the property certificates will be delivered to you in 3 days. The staff respectfully handed over the keys and a stack of contracts. Suddenly, Gu Bei was stunned. I just said I liked her, and Luo Yunqi bought such a big house for me. It's still a house worth hundreds of millions. This is too luxurious. Luo Yunqi raised her sexy lips, reached out and stroked Gu Bei's handsome face, and smiled. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Gu Bei nodded. I like it. If you like it, then sign it. Before we get the marriage certificate, I promised you that I would give you a house. Since you like it so much, then take it. We can move in later. As soon as Luo Yunqi said this, all the staff present were stunned. Who doesn't know Luo Yunqi? Who doesn't know Luo Yunqi? She is the richest woman in Mucheng and the white moonlight in the hearts of all the men in Mucheng. Luo Yunqi got married to this young hunk in front of her. There are countless tall, rich and handsome men who have fallen at the feet of Luo Yunqi. But she didn't even look at it. She only fell in love with Gu Bei in front of her. At Luo Yunqi's reminder, Gu Bei signed the contract. The staff member took the contract and said respectfully, Mr. Gu, you are now the owner of this villa. The property certificate will be delivered to your house in 3 days. Jianbei Villa welcomes you home. Several staff members had smiles on their faces and said various words of blessing. But Gu Bei could see it. There was obvious envy and jealousy in their eyes. I wonder how many men dream of having a top-notch and domineering female CEO like Luo Yunqi. In the end, he took it down himself. I guess, there are few people in the world who would accept this. The formalities have been completed and the house has been chosen. Gu Bei and Luo Yunqi were also hungry. They were going to have dinner together. Just after walking out of the villa, Luo Yunqi nestled in Gu Bei's arms, smiling innocently like a child. Congratulations to my husband, you got a big villa. Gu Bei smiled handsomely, leaned over and kissed Luo Yunqi on her beautiful face. This is home, our home. After saying this, he held Luo Yunqi tighter. In this big city, I finally have a home. Gu Bei. After hearing this, Luo Yunqi's eyes turned red, and she was moved. Be good, don't cry. Gu Bei wiped the tears from her face and held her hand. Let's go have a big meal. After the meal, I'll give you a reward. That night, Gu Bei and Luo Yunqi moved into the big villa. Luo Yunqi, who had changed into pajamas, snuggled up to Gu Bei Huiqing and acted coquettishly. Didn't you say you would give me a reward? Give it to me quickly. As she spoke, she stretched out her fair little hand in front of Gu Bei. Close your eyes. Gu Bei curled his lips and smiled evilly. Chapter 8 Dad, can you help us finish our homework? Luo Yunqi closed her eyes obediently, looking forward to Gu Bei's reward. Looking at her flawless little face, Gu Bei's heartbeat quickened. He couldn't help but kiss her. A battle just ended. Luo Yunqi, with her flaming red lips, pounced towards Gu Bei again. Gu Bei likes Luo Yunqi like this. In the past, he mistakenly treated his schoolmate as a treasure, but now he realizes the value of young women. Luo Yunqi is not only good-looking, but also pampers herself to the sky. A villa worth hundreds of millions was given away without even blinking an eye. She only shows her cutest and sexiest side to herself. Sure enough, the happiness of having a young woman is beyond your imagination. The next day, Luo Yunqi personally drove Gu Bei to work. The newlyweds are still in love. When Gu Bei got off the car, Luo Yunqi couldn't help but give him a kiss. Hubby, go to work and I'll pick you up after get off work. Good. Gu Bei got out of the car and came to the store. I saw all my colleagues in the company standing at the door to greet me. Good morning, Manager Gu. Manager Gu, good morning. Xiao Gu, no, Manager Gu, good morning. Manager Gu? Gu Bei couldn't help feeling a little confused and immediately looked behind him. There was no one behind him, and everyone looked at him. Manager Gu? Me? At this time, the manager came forward with a smile on his face, patted Gu Bei on the shoulder and said, Don't be nervous, Xiao Gu. Because of your excellent work performance, we will make an exception and promote you to manager. Manager? I haven't even finished my internship yet. Today is only my second day at work. The confusion on Gu Bei's face became even more serious. In the past, I always heard people say that work is hard. Gu Bei has never experienced hardship at work, and now he's a manager? This promotion is too fast. The manager's smile never stopped. When facing Gu Bei, he even looked respectful. Xiao Gu, our company values talent the most. As long as you are gold, you can still appreciate even if you don't pass the internship period. Yes, Manager Gu. On your first day here, you set a single-day sales record in our store. We value talents like you. After the store manager said this, Gu Bei finally understood the whole story. Cut. The relationship is not because of my excellent work and diligence, but because of Luo Yunqi. It was because Luo Yunqi wanted to get off work early yesterday that she spent several million to buy all the new models in the store. That's why the company made an exception and let me be the manager. This kind of behavior is consistent with Gu Bei's character. Of course he would accept it. It is equivalent to his wife spending several million to buy himself a job. Since the money has been spent, Gu Bei must accept it. Well, then I'll just do it reluctantly. Gu Bei sat in his new office with a humble look on his face. The store manager, regional manager, and key account manager immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, Manager Gu, we are all colleagues now. We will still rely on your care in the future. Yes, Manager Gu. Please take care of me in the future. Manager Gu, this is the coffee I bought especially for you. Try it. The managers and store managers who usually acted arrogantly were now very respectful towards Gu Bei. If this kind of thing happened in the past, Gu Bei would have no idea what was going on. Now, he finally saw it. They were not giving face to themselves, but to Luo Yunqi. In their eyes, power is supreme. Gu Bei just nodded lightly. He still completes his work conscientiously. Excuse me, is Gu Bei here? Luo Yi brought her 3 sisters to the store. They looked around but didn't see Gu Bei. Just yesterday, Gu Bei was busy in the store. Yes, Manager Gu is in the office. I'll take you there. When the store manager saw that the person coming was Luo Yi, a smile like an old sister-in-law immediately broke out on his face, full of love and admiration. Wow, look, that's Luo Yi, she's even more beautiful than on TV. Oh my god, this is Luo Yi. Look at her sisters, each of them looks like a fairy, so beautiful. What kind of fate is Gu Bei having? Isn't Luo Yunqi enough? He also has 4 fairies as his fans. Did Gu Bei save their lives? I beg Gu Bei to start the class. I will kneel down and listen. Colleagues were talking quietly. Everyone admires Gu Bei. At such a young age, he is surrounded by top beauties like Luo Yunqi and Luo Yi. How can one not be envious? Luo Yi learned from the store manager that Gu Bei became a manager after only working for 1 day. This is the first time since their company was founded that someone has been promoted at rocket speed. The little girls were all happy for Gu Bei. The store manager brought Luo Yi and others into Gu Bei's office. Congratulations, Dad, on your promotion. Dad, you're awesome. I know my dad is the best. Dad, I admire you so much. Your value is increasing so fast. A few young girls just stepped into the office and started dancing and laughing. Gu Bei looked up at the 4 little ones with a fatherly smile on his face. Have to. You know what, these daughters are so sweet. It's awesome to call you Dad all the time. It's the best to call you Dad all the time. He praised Gu Bei to the sky. It's just so. Gu Bei said modestly. Gu Bei checked the time, then looked at his daughters in confusion. By the way, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in class at this time? Although he has no blood relationship with his daughters. But because of his seniority, Gu Bei still looked stern. In his eyes, these 4 little ones are just children. Luo Yi nodded first, then shook her head and said, No, Dad, we have homework at school today. Yes, Mom is in a meeting and we have been waiting for her for hours. The teacher has told us that homework must be completed with parents. The homework is due in 2 hours, and we really have no other choice, so we came to see you, Dad. The 4 little ones were talking to each other. They looked at Gu Bei pitifully, pouting their little lips, looking a little pitiful. Homework. I still have homework when I'm 18? Gu Bei was a little shocked. He remembered that when he was 18 years old and in high school, he was exhausted like a dog every day. Look at them again. Not only do they have an easy life because they attend international schools, but they even have homework? Luo Yi explained, Yes, but don't worry, Dad. Our homework is very simple. It is to accompany parents to the supermarket and increase the parent-child companionship time. It won't take up too much of your time. Luo Kier nodded and looked at Gubei eagerly. So Dad, can you help us with our homework? Chapter 9 Ice Cream Assassin. Without waiting for Gubei to answer. Just then, a system sound rang in his mind. Ding, the host agrees to the daughter's request and will obtain the Kitchen God elementary skill. Ding, the host refuses the daughter's request and will get a 3-level jump in position. Ding, host, please make a choice within the specified time. Hearing this, Gubei immediately checked the virtual panel in front of him. Promise them to complete their homework and gain Kitchen God skills. Although it is an entry-level one, as far as Gubei knows, as long as it is given by the system, it must be the best. With this skill, cooking for my wife and children will be a piece of cake in the future. He continued to check and figured out that if he rejected them, he would get a triple jump in his career. I'll go. The system gave me today really hard to choose. Gubei wants skills and he also wants a career. Triple jump in job position. Gubei's current position is logistics manager. If he makes a triple jump, he might be able to move to the business operations department where he wants to go the most, and perhaps even become a manager. When he saw his daughters looking at him eagerly, those pairs of expectant eyes, he just couldn't bear to refuse. Dad, if you really don't want to go, we won't make it difficult for you. Yes, Dad, we won't disturb you from working. Dad, let's go. Goodbye, Dad. When Luo Kier said goodbye, she almost cried. Gubei looked at their lost figures. Final. He stood up and said resolutely, wait, I'll go with you. Gubei smiled slightly and accepted their invitation. Ding, congratulations to the host for making a choice within the specified time. Ding, the host has completed the homework and will receive a system reward. The 4 little ones were so happy that they almost jumped up. Dad is so nice. I like my father more and more. Dad is always the best when it comes to the most important things. Dad, I like you more and more. The 4 little ones started praising Gubei again. Looking at his 4 lovely daughters, Gubei felt very happy. Afterwards, Gubei walked out of the store with his 4 daughters. Gubei is tall and handsome, even more handsome than the young handsome guys on TV. He is surrounded by 4 fairy-like daughters. The few of them walking on the street looked like a beautiful scenery. When a handsome man and a beautiful woman walk together, they will definitely attract people's attention. The daughters seemed to like Gubei very much and were talking and laughing along the way. Gubei and his group came to the supermarket. As an elder, he gave each of his daughters a shopping basket. Like an adult, he straightened his back and said proudly, take whatever you want to eat. I'll pay for it today. Gubei, who used to look at the price before buying a bottle of water, has now achieved financial freedom. Taking my daughter to the supermarket without blinking an eye. Thank you, Dad. By the way, Dad, the requirement for this assignment is that parents choose something for us and we choose something for them. It can be daily necessities, snacks, or drinks. After hearing this, Gubei nodded. How about this, I'll pick out the food for you first, and you pick out the food for Mom. It's quite hot today, so each of you can take another ice cream. I was thinking, are teachers nowadays so idle? An 18-year-old child was assigned such childish homework? The daughters were very obedient and immediately did what Gubei said. Gubei is only 22 years old, he is still a child. How could I understand the thoughts of being a parent? He had never been in a relationship and didn't know what girls liked. He just walked aimlessly in the supermarket. Candy? No, they are already 18 years old, giving them candy is too childish. Drinks? No, that is too monotonous. Fruit? No, he doesn't know what fruits each of his daughters likes to eat. Daily necessities? No, a boy should avoid his mother when he grows up, and a girl should avoid her father when she grows up. In Gubei's opinion, these things are not proper. Finally, he stood in front of a row of lovely cups. Attracted by those cute ceramic mugs. These cups come in various shapes. Various sizes. Very good looking. However, the price is still affordable. The price of a cup ranges from 19 yuan to 50 yuan. Gubei picked out a few cups from them. Put it carefully into the shopping cart. The girls have already chosen their items. Dad said he would buy us some ice cream. Luo Kier squinted her eyes and smiled. They had never had fatherly love since childhood, and now they felt a little warmth from Gubei. Dad has just started working, and it's not easy for him to make money, so let's get something cheaper. Yes, I agree with you, big sister. We can't waste money, especially Dad's money. I heard that the ice cream in the corner of the refrigerator is the cheapest. Let's take the one in the corner. The four little ones now regarded Gubei as their family member. Knowing that he had just started working and that it wasn't easy for him to make money, I didn't want to let my father spend more money. So, they took the ice cream in the corner, which looked very ordinary in packaging. The four of them each had an ice cream, and finally they gave one to Gubei. Soon, they finished their shopping and met Gubei at the checkout counter. After the cashier scanned the barcode, "Sir, the total is 821.6 yuan. How much, how much?" For a moment, Gubei was so surprised that he was speechless. "Sir, 821.6 yuan, would you like WeChat or Alipay?" The cashier repeated. Gubei Fong took a quick look and found that most of the things his daughters bought were daily necessities and would not be expensive. The cups you choose yourself are cost-effective and not expensive. Besides, this is a small supermarket and there are no expensive goods imported from abroad. Wait a minute, did you calculate wrong? Although Gubei is not short of money, he can't be a sucker. I bought some daily necessities and a few ice creams in a small supermarket for more than 800 yuan. Is there still law here? Is there still law? The cashier impatiently asked Gubei to check the prices of the goods. "Sir, look for yourself. The total cost of these things is $326.06. Before the cashier finished speaking, Gubei was unhappy. "Yes, it's only more than 300 yuan, plus these 5 ice creams, it's at most 350 yuan. Gubei Fong did the math and found that a piece of ice cream cost 5 yuan. Isn't that a common price in supermarkets? No sir, these ice creams are 99 each. Ahem, how much? Gubei thought he had heard it wrong. Sir, 99 each, 5 pieces makes 495, and then add your stuff, the total is 821.6. The cashier glanced at Gubei and said impatiently. Hear this. Gubei finally understood. Have to. This is an encounter with the ice cream assassin. They could have robbed me of the money, but they still gave me 5 ice creams. He looked at the packaging of ice cream assassin carefully. From now on, he will definitely stay away from this kind of ice cream. But it's nice to see my daughters happy. It's worth spending a little more money. Chapter 10 My Big Son. What did you buy? Gubei asked happily, looking at his lovely daughters. Luoyi said politely, Mom has been staying up late recently, so I chose a facial mask for her. I hope she will be beautiful. Luo Kier continued, Mom is so busy at work that sometimes she doesn't even have time to eat. Every time she eats, the food gets cold. I specially bought a heat preservation lunchbox for her. Luo Mantong blushed and said a little embarrassedly, My 2 sisters have already chosen gifts for Mom, I can't be partial, I chose a men's eye mask for Dad. I think Dad must have not slept well in the past few days, and he has dark circles under his eyes. After hearing what Luo Mantong said, Gubei nodded and said awkwardly, Thank you, Luo Mantong, you are so thoughtful. On the surface, he looked righteous, but in his heart he was muttering, Children, you don't understand your father's happiness. When you are with your mother, it is difficult for me to go to bed early. Luo Shuefei took out something in her hand and placed it in front of Gubei. Dad, I heard that men's hairline will move back and they will become bald after getting married, so I chose an anti-hair loss shampoo for Dad. Gubei didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this unique gift, but he still happily accepted it. Shuefei, thank you, you are really my good son. Gubei took out 5 cute cups. This yellow little sun cup is for E. You are like a little son, taking care of your sisters. This pink bear cup belongs to Koer. It's perfect for you, who has a girly heart. And this dark black cup is for Manton. I think you will like it. This anime character cup is for Shuefei. I found out that you like the 2-dimensional world the most. And this person, because I have never met Shueko, this purple cup is for her. I hope she can be happy. After Gubei distributed the gifts, the 4 little ones had red eyes and tears in their sockets. Seeing this, Gubei couldn't help but feel panicked. It's broken. It's broken. He thought he had given the wrong gift and made them unhappy. I am a straight man, I have never had a girlfriend, and I don't know how to choose gifts. Now, I sent them a few cups and made them all cry. He said embarrassedly, If you don't like it, I will choose other gifts for you, don't cry. As soon as Gubei said this, his daughters shook their heads. The eldest daughter's eyes were red, and she was very moved and said, Dad, thank you, I like the cup you gave me so much, and I am also very moved by what you said just now. I like this little son so much, and I will not only be the little son of my sisters, but also the little son of my parents. After hearing this, Gubei's heart finally settled down. The eldest daughter cried because she loved it so much and was very touched. Sure enough, girls' minds are too hard to guess. Kor, you don't like it either? Gubei came to his second daughter and asked softly. The second daughter shook her head gently. No, I like it. I really like the gift my father gave me. This is the first time I have received a gift from my father since I was a child. I am really happy. From now on, I will have my father's love. After hearing this, the third daughter burst into tears and said, Dad, thank you. You made me feel the father's love and made me feel different emotions. I will take this cup to school. I will no longer be a child without a father. The fourth daughter was already in tears. She looked at Gubei and said affectionately, Dad, I really like this cup. This gift is so warm. Although we have only met twice, you remember all the preferences of the four of us sisters. You are so warm-hearted that you even chose purple for the most disobedient sister. You may not know that the lucky color of the fifth sister is purple. Because of a small cup, the four little ones were so moved that they burst into tears. Gubei felt bad watching them crying. Their parents died early, although they have an aunt named Luo Yunxi as their mother. Although they live a wealthy life, nothing is missing. And Luo Yunxi, who loved them very much, gave them everything they wanted. But they lack fatherly love. Gubei finally understood why they liked him so much. So close. Calling him dad one by one. Gubei even felt a little sorry for them. It was just a small cup. They can be so moved. It can be seen how much they long for fatherly love. Gubei swore secretly in his heart. We must love them well and make up for the fatherly love they lack. Be good, don't cry. I will often give you gifts and take you to eat delicious food. Have you finished your homework today? In order to ease the depressed mood of the four little ones, Gubei changed the subject. Luoyi then remembered that she still had homework to do. She blinked her red eyes and shook her head. No, Dad, we still have to take a picture and send it to the teacher before it's over. Okay, come, let's take a photo. Gubei took photos with his daughters to help them finish their homework. The eldest daughter held up her cell phone, and several of them smiled and made a V sign to the screen. Gubei discovered that Luoyi was actually using the original camera. Nowadays, no girl still uses the original camera, they all use the beauty filter. A beauty camera with built-in head-changing function. Several people looked at the photos they took together. For beautiful daughters plus the handsome Gubei, the effect is still very good even with the original camera. My daughters said they liked it very much. Dad, you are so handsome. You look so handsome in the photo. Yes, I really like Dad's photo. I don't care, I'm going to use this photo as my screensaver. Dad, you are so handsome. When the daughters saw the handsome Gubei in the photo, they became infatuated with him. Gubei helped his daughters finish their homework. The daughters drove away happily in their sports cars. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully completed the task, and the host has obtained the Kitchen God primary reward. Then, a virtual panel appeared in front of Gubei. Host, Gubei. Age, 22. Strength, 8. Speed, 8. Value, 9. Skills, Divine Doctor Elementary Cooking God Elementary. Backpack, empty. Mall, locked. He quickly checked the contents on the panel. My strength and speed increased from 7 to 8. With the system, Gubei can also improve himself. The system is really good. In addition, once the skills are blocked, there is an additional basic skill of the God of Cooking. It's just that the mall is still locked. Gubei currently doesn't know how to unlock the mall. If he could unlock it, he wanted to go to the mall to buy some useful props so that he could improve himself better. Even though he has a super powerful wife, Luo Yunxi, Gubei doesn't want to give up. He wants to stand up and become stronger and bigger. Only in this way can you be a good husband and a good father. Chapter 11 Cooking for my wife. When it was time to get off work, my wife drove over to pick up Gubei herself. Gubei was like a primary school student being picked up by his parents after school. On the way, he was praised by his wife in various ways. It feels so good to be loved. After returning home, Luo Yunxi dragged her tired body and sat on the sofa. Auntie, I'm hungry, I want to eat. Auntie, I'm hungry. Butler, I'm hungry. Luo Yunqi is as cute as a child in front of those old ladies. She shouted several times, but there was no response from home. Gu Bei stepped forward, hugged her tightly, and said softly, "My dear wife, have you forgotten? We are in our new home today, and the housekeeper and aunt are still in our other home." Luo Yunqi just remembered then. "Yes, I forgot. How are we going to eat then, husband?" "Simple, I'll make it for you." You can cook?" "I heard from your aunt that you even forgot to put the seasoning packet in when cooking instant noodles." "I didn't know how to do it before, but now I do it for you." Gu Bei said this affectionately, his hot thin lips covering hers. The rough kiss gave Luo Yunqi almost no chance to resist. "Well." After the kiss, Gu Bei stroked her fair cheek and said lovingly, "Be good and wait for me. I'll be here soon." Gu Bei came to the kitchen with full confidence. The moment he opened the refrigerator and saw the ingredients, his eyes were no longer enough. When he sees an ingredient, various cuisines start to appear in his mind, and all the cooking methods are in his mind. Gu Bei, who never knew how to cook, instantly mastered high-end cuisine. When the house was handed over, the sales office gave us a refrigerator full of food. Meat, seafood, poultry, vegetables, fruits, dairy products, beverages, everything is available. Even some oil, salt, sauce and vinegar used in the kitchen are available. Gu Bei picked up a few things at random. Start doing it. He used to think that cooking was really difficult. He has no affinity with cooking. Until he got the kitchen god system, cooking became so easy. At this time, Luo Yunqi was looking at her phone mysteriously and chatting. While chatting, she looked behind her vigilantly. Beware of Gu Bei. It seems like it is hiding some secret. Soon, Gu Bei prepared the meal. He came to Luo Yunqi quietly, patted her shoulder, and said mysteriously, "My dear wife, I'm showing off my food." Ah. The next second, Luo Yunqi shuddered and immediately hid the phone in her arms. A few seconds later, Luo Yunqi came back to her senses and smiled awkwardly but politely, "Okay, I'll be right there." She put away her phone and went to the dining table with Gu Bei. She hadn't had any hope for this meal. She had a meeting today and was busy all day. "I really don't have the energy to go out for dinner." I thought, no matter what Gu Bei did, I would force myself to eat a few bites to give him some face, lest he become discouraged. But when Luo Yunqi saw the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, she was stunned. The food on the table was so delicious and beautiful that it really surprised her. "Gu Bei, did you order takeout?" "I have this skill, so why order takeout? Your husband's cooking is much better than takeout. Come and try it." Looking at Luo Yi's surprised expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. "The food I cooked amazed my wife." A huge sense of accomplishment. He sat next to Luo Yunqi and introduced them one by one. "My dear wife, this is sweet and sour pork with pineapple, it's good for your skin, and this is steamed cod and this is fried spinach. You work so hard, these 2 dishes are for your nutrition, and this is braised prawns and seafood soup, these 2 can also replenish your energy." Gurgle. While Luo Yunqi was surprised, her stomach started to growl. Seeing the delicious food, she couldn't help herself. "Hee, husband, my saliva is about to flow out." "My dear wife, start showing off your food." Gu Bei couldn't help but laugh when he saw Luo Yunqi, whose saliva was about to flow out. He took the chopsticks and kept putting food into his wife's bowl. Delicious, this sweet and sour pork is really tender and delicious. And this, the braised prawns are not oily at all, so delicious. The seafood soup is also very fresh and tender, the best I have ever tasted. Wow, my husband, this cod is so fresh and melts in your mouth. And this spinach. Normally I don't like eating green vegetables, but the one you made is really delicious. Luo Yunqi couldn't help but praise while eating. It wasn't that she was complimenting him forcefully, but the meal that Gu Bei prepared was made with genuine kindness. Gu Bei also took a bite. It was really delicious, better than any meal he had ever had in a restaurant. The reason why he cooked today was not only because he was afraid that his wife would be hungry, but he also wanted to try out the chef system. I didn't expect that a simple beginner could produce something like a 5-star hotel. If it is high-end, then it would be at the level of a state banquet. Luo Yunqi, who was originally exhausted after a whole day, ate the delicious meal, and most of her worries and fatigue disappeared. She reached out and pinched Gu Bei's handsome cheek, squinting her eyes and smiling. "I didn't expect my husband to be so great, he is worthy of being the handsome boy I personally selected, he is just strong." Gubei smiled evilly. I have something stronger than this, do you want to try it? Bad, husband, you are so bad. Luo Yunqi's face turned red, but the next second, she continued with a red face, but I like it very much. This was the first time the couple cooked for themselves after they got married. Gubei likes it, and Luo Yunqi likes it too. This is the life they want. Simple happiness with the flavor of fireworks. Gives people an extreme sense of comfort. After dinner, the two of them curled up on the sofa and watched TV. Luo Yunqi snuggled in his arms. The fair little hand drew circles on Gubei's chest. She suddenly asked tentatively, Gubei, if I had a lot of family members, would you accept it? Gubei curled his lips and smiled, then sat up, looked at Luo Yunqi very seriously, and said solemnly, my dear wife, your family is also my family. Not only can I accept your love, I will also take good care of them like you do. Looking at Luo Yunqi, her eyes were red. Gubei couldn't help but feel a little distressed. He reached out and stroked her little face to comfort her. What's wrong? Are you worried about something, or do you have something to say to me? Luo Yunqi was about to speak, but finally shook her head hesitantly. No. After Luo Yunqi finished speaking, she snuggled into Gubei's arms again without saying anything else. He could see that his wife was worried. And he is very worried. Don't want to share it with yourself yet. He didn't want to embarrass Luo Yunqi. Gubei held her in his arms and kissed her sexy lips. Carefully cared for. Companionship is the most lasting confession and the most genuine concern. Just like that, Luo Yunqi fell asleep peacefully in Gubei's arms. Early the next morning. Suddenly, Luo Yunqi's cell phone rang. What? Puppy love. They are in a premature love. Luo Yunqi listened to the phone, sat up from the bed, and suddenly became excited. Okay, I'll go to school now. Chapter 12, Daughters Are in Love Too Early? Gubei was woken up by a phone call. He stood up instinctively and saw Luo Yunqi getting dressed. They? Puppy love? School? Putting these words together, it was not difficult for Gubei to guess. It must have something to do with the 5 daughters. Are they in love too early? My daughters are turning 18 soon. At this age, it shouldn't be considered premature love, right? In a few years, we will reach the legal age for marriage. Seeing that Luo Yunqi was very worried, Gubei also started to put on his clothes. My dear wife, don't worry, I will go with you. He wanted to share the burden with Luo Yunqi. No matter what it was, he wanted to do his part. Luo Yunqi hesitated for a moment and shook her head. It's okay, I can handle it. As she spoke, she walked up to Gubei, stood on tiptoes, and gave him a gentle kiss on his sexy lips. A smile immediately appeared on his face again. You woke up my little puppy. You worked so hard last night. You must be exhausted. Go to sleep for a while. I'll ask the driver to take you to work later. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something. By the way, do you have a driver's license? Yes, I passed the exam a few years ago. It's always inconvenient for you to not have a car. I'll ask the driver to take you to my house to pick out a car later. Just drive it for now. When I have time, I'll take you to choose a car. Be good. Just keep it open? Luo Yunqi could even say this. Gubei has seen Luo Yunqi's assets. All the cars in her house are luxury cars. Even the car used for buying groceries is worth millions. But Gubei's mind was not on the car at all. He only worries about his wife. A phone call instantly disturbed her mood. Although she acted very calm in front of Gubei, he could still see her uneasiness. After changing his clothes, Gubei took Luo Yunqi's hand and went out together. Luo Yunqi pursed her cherry lips into a line. Gubei, you. No matter what happens, I will face it with you. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Shocked, moved, and unbelievable. But she was so nervous in her heart. Luo Yunqi frowned and didn't know what to say for a moment. But don't be afraid, I'm here. Gubei once again gave Luo Yunqi full confidence and solid support. Luo Yunqi's eyes were red and she nodded with tears in her eyes. Afterwards, the two of them went to their daughter's school together. On the way here, Gubei didn't say much and didn't ask about his daughters. And Luo Yunqi also tacitly did not speak. It seems as if there is something unspeakable, some concerns, and some worries. In the teacher's office. Mr. Luo, you're finally here. It's hard to explain over the phone. When the teacher saw Luo Yunqi, he immediately got to the point. She didn't even look at Gu Bei, who was standing next to her. Could it be that the situation is very serious this time? Otherwise, the teacher wouldn't be so anxious. Mr. Luo, I told you before that no matter how busy you are at work, you must take time to take care of your children and care about them. Why didn't you participate in yesterday's homework? Luo Yunqi finally came back to her senses. I was busy with work yesterday, and the children waited for me for several hours, so I finally forgot about the homework. Luo Yunqi was not vague, and did not shirk responsibility, and spoke bluntly. Alas, the problem this time is the homework. After hearing this, Gu Bei was unhappy. Although Luo Yunqi did not help the children complete their homework, as a new dad, he helped them complete it. Teacher, let's talk about the problem of children's premature love. Luo Yunqi was not interested in family drama at all and went straight to the topic of premature love. Mr. Luo, it's because you didn't participate in the children's homework that someone took advantage of it. You should look at the photos yourself. However, before that, you must be mentally prepared. The teacher said with a haggard face. Next second, Gu Bei began to imagine. No way. Could it be that some bad guys took some bad photos of my daughters? If that were the case, the situation would be serious. At this moment, he felt even more self-blame and regret. If I had known this, I would have gone home with my daughters after helping them finish their homework yesterday. Girls aged 17 or 18 really need to be well protected. Just when he was blaming himself, Luo Yunqi suddenly turned her head to look at him, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. Gu Bei, it's you. Not only Luo Yunqi, but even the teacher, who had not even looked at Gu Bei just now, looked at him with extremely shocked eyes. It's you. You. The teacher was so shocked that he was speechless. Gu Bei turned to look at Luo Yunqi in confusion. What's going on? Me? What's wrong? Luo Yunqi had a lost look in her eyes, her body was trembling slightly, and her eyes were red, as if she was about to explode at any time. See for yourself. Gu Bei, who had no idea what was going on, took a closer look in confusion. He saw that the person in the photo was not someone else, but a group photo of himself and his 4 daughters. It's not surprising that this photo appeared here with the teacher. Because the daughters' homework was to take photos of themselves shopping with their family. Gu Bei suddenly realized. So this is the big event the teacher was talking about? Playing. It's totally off the mark. The teacher made a rash evaluation before clarifying the problem? Are you and your daughters in a premature relationship? Which one? This is not puppy love at all. This is a huge mistake. It turned out that the teacher thought of himself as the object of premature love for his daughters. Teacher, I need to explain the situation. Gu Bei said with a righteous look on his face. It's okay to misunderstand yourself, but you can't misunderstand your daughters. Gu Bei. Before Gu Bei could finish his words, Luo Yunqi pouted her lips, her face full of grievance. No. It's not that I feel wronged, it's that I'm jealous. The whole house smells of vinegar. My wife is actually jealous of my daughters. Gu Bei, explain it to me first. Luo Yunqi said this, holding Gu Bei's hand and walking out of the office. She looks cute and adorable when she is angry, and a little bit sad. What to do? My wife is angry. Gu Bei, can you explain to me what's going on? Luo Yunqi's voice was almost choked. Angry, really angry. My dear wife, please listen to my explanation. Seeing Luo Yunqi about to cry out of grievance, Gu Bei instantly felt distressed. I thought this was a huge misunderstanding. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded behind him. No. It's a familiar sound. Chapter 13. He is your father? Dad, why are you here? Mom and Dad, you guys came together? Mom and Dad, are you here to hold a parent-teacher conference for us? That's great, Mom and Dad are finally together. Gu Bei and Luo Yunqi looked behind them and saw their 4 daughters looking at them happily. Dad? You call him Dad? Luo Yunqi asked quickly in shock. She looked at Gu Bei, then at her daughters, her face confused, not knowing what was going on. The 4 little ones blinked their beautiful eyes and looked at Luo Yunqi blankly. Luo Yunqi plays the role of both father and mother in order to better educate them. She is usually a bit strict, so the children are a little afraid of her. But the eldest daughter still stood up and said carefully, "Mom, don't be angry, it's our fault. We know that you want to see Dad after you get married, so we went to find Dad." The second daughter was slightly startled, and then she said softly, "Yes, Mom, we were too ignorant, but we didn't have a father since we were young, and we also wanted to have a father, so we were a little anxious." "I'm sorry, Mom." The third and fourth daughters standing by also nodded. "Yes, Mom, we don't mean any harm to you. We know you like Dad very much, and we want to become a family with Dad as quickly as possible." At this moment, Luo Yunqi woke up from a dream. I suddenly felt sorry for these children who had been without a father since childhood. Gubei also stood up and began to explain everything. "Yunqi, the photo you just saw is not what the teacher thought, because you were busy with the meeting yesterday, and the children were in a hurry to hand in their homework, so they asked me to accompany them to finish it. Since I am married to you, I am your family, and these children are also my children. Although I am only a few years older than them. But I really want to become a family with them, to take care of them and love them with you." "Really?" Seeing Gubei treating herself and her family so well, Luo Yunqi was deeply moved. Gubei's eyes flickered as he said, "It's true. I know it's not easy for you these years. You have paid a lot to take good care of the children. You didn't tell me because you were worried that I would be stressed. Don't worry, Yunqi. I will be here with you from now on. I won't let you be so tired anymore. Remember, I will be there for you in everything." Luo Yunqi's expression was shocked, her eyes turned red, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Gubei, I didn't mean to hide it on purpose, but I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to accept it for the time being, so." Seeing Luo Yunqi's tearful appearance, Gubei couldn't help but feel distressed and hugged her in his arms. "Silly boy, there's nothing I can't accept. I want both you and the children. Wow, Mom and Dad are so loving. Is this the legendary newlywed? So happy. I actually ate my parents' dog food. Mom and Dad, have you hugged enough? The teacher is still here." The words of the youngest daughter Luo Shuefei reminded Gubei and Luo Yunqi. Luo Yunqi blushed and broke free from Gubei's arms. Gubei smiled handsomely, took his wife's hand, pointed at the daughters behind him, and said proudly, "Teacher, you misunderstood, the person in the photo is me. I am not the object of the children's early love, I am the children's father." The teacher looked at them with a wandering look in his eyes, and opened his mouth slightly in surprise. "Dad, you are there, Dad." Not to mention the teacher, anyone would also think too much. Gubei is tall and handsome, and except for the fact that his clothes look a bit cheap, his looks are no less than that of young handsome guys. He still looks like a child. How can he be the father of these students? "Yes, teacher. I am the children's father and their guardian. If they have any problems in school in the future, you can contact me at any time." As soon as Gubei finished speaking, the teacher nodded slowly. Looking at the handsome Gubei, and then seeing the beautiful and wealthy Luo Yunqi, he could guess about 70% of the situation. Not to mention Luo Yunqi, when I have money in the future, I will definitely find a handsome little puppy like Gubei. It is both pleasing to the eyes and good for the body. Well, okay then. The teacher had no choice but to give up. When she looked at Gubei, there was a different look in her eyes. She also wants a young hunk like Gubei. "Dad, can you pick us up from school today?" "Yes, Dad, can you pick us up once? I don't want to be picked up by the driver anymore. Dad, can you pick us up once?" The four daughters stood beside Gubei and begged bitterly. There was a hint of pity in that eager little look. Before Gubei could speak, Luo Yunqi tightly grasped his hand and said with a bitter face, "No, your father works so hard every day, how can he have the energy to pick you up?" Looking at her husband, Luo Yunqi felt so distressed that she wished she could hold him in her arms. The four daughters had no choice but to nod and agree. Gubei looked at the four little ones' deep sense of loss, took a step forward, and comforted them. "I have been very busy with work in recent days. I will come to pick you up when I am stable." He also wants to come, but he doesn't have a car yet. This was the only way he could comfort her. As soon as he said this, the four little ones immediately raised their heads and laughed happily. "Really? Thanks, Dad. Dad is so nice. Dad, we have an agreement. You can't cheat. Dad, we're waiting for you." The class bell rang. The daughters waved goodbye to Gubei and Luo Yunqi. Looking at their parents leaving, they felt a little reluctant. They liked Gubei from the bottom of their hearts, like this new father. Luo Yi thought of something, and couldn't help but look a little disappointed. "I don't know what happened to this girl Shueko. Speaking of the most troublesome little sister, Luo Kier also sighed helplessly. I wonder when she will figure it out. Gubei, you are quite capable. The daughters seem to like you very much. Luo Yunqi snuggled up to Gubei, tilting her head and speaking with a slight smile. Gubei scratched his head and smiled foolishly, and replied hesitantly, my wife's family, of course I have to treat them as family too. These words came from his heart. These children have a hard life. They lost their parents at a young age. As their aunt, I have to play both the role of a father and a mother. In order to educate them well, I am usually a bit strict. So, they want to find some warmth and fatherly love from you. When Luo Yunqi mentioned this, her eyes turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. Thinking about her own difficulties over the years and her children's lives, she could no longer hold back. She had been strong for so long, but only in front of Gubei did she let down her guard. Gubei took her into his arms lovingly and hugged her tighter. While wiping away the tears, he comforted her softly, good boy, don't cry. I won't let you be so tired again. I will help you share the burden and love them together. Luo Yunqi also talked about the identities of her daughters, and Gubei accepted it all. Chapter 14 Welcome Home Daughters. Although Gubei and Luo Yunqi bought a big villa. But Luo Yunqi didn't want her daughters to return to the villa to live. Gubei understood her concerns. She was afraid that these 5 children would disrupt their peaceful lives after coming home. They were worried that Gubei would not be used to it, and even that the newlyweds would have unnecessary conflicts over these 5 children. Thinking back on the past few days, ever since Gubei and Luo Yunqi got their marriage certificate. Every day she is busy with the company, their small home, their children's home, and school. Yesterday she was so exhausted that she didn't even have the energy to eat when she got home. Gubei felt even more distressed. On the way back, I waited for the traffic light. Gubei was attracted by a commercial vehicle with 2 seats. Looked a few more times. This car is not only about color and appearance, but also about performance and functions. They all fit Gubei's aesthetic taste. Luo Yunqi saw all of this. Ever since Gubei was promoted to manager. The working hours are 3 hours earlier than before. After get off work, Luo Yunqi came to pick him up again. My husband is great. After a day's work, you look so handsome and awesome. When Luo Yunqi saw Gubei, she immediately threw herself into his arms and acted coquettishly. At the same time, she did not forget to praise her husband in various ways. Looking at his lovely wife, Gubei's mouth corners raised in a happy smile. After a day's work, I was praised by my wife. It feels so good to be cared for and valued. Honey, are you hungry? As Luo Yunqi spoke, she took out a piece of cake from the small refrigerator in the car. Come, eat. How do you know I like chocolate mousse cake? Gubei raised his eyebrows and said dully. I have liked you for more than 10 years. I know everything about your preferences. As she spoke, she took out drinks and fruits from the small refrigerator. As expected, Luo Yunqi prepared all of Gubei's favorite drinks and fruits. As a boy, his parents did not raise him carefully, and he also has a careless aunt. Growing up, Gubei has had a very low presence in the family. What do you like to eat? What do you like to do? What fruits do you like? My family never seemed to care and were completely unaware. However, Luo Yunqi, who had only known me for a few days, knew many of my preferences. Could this be a long-planned love? Luo Yunqi spoiled Gubei like a child. There are snacks to eat after get off work. Luo Yunqi held the cake in one hand and the fork in the other, and fed it to Gubei bite by bite. Seeing Gubei eating with relish, the corners of her mouth curled up in a happy smile. Hey, husband, eat slowly. Look at the way you eat. There is cream on the corners of your mouth. You look like a little cat. Luo Yunqi's eyes were full of Gubei, and there was a hint of doting in her beautiful eyes. Seeing that there was cream on the corner of Gubei's mouth, she lowered her head, kissed him, and wiped the cream off the corner of his mouth with her mouth. This move. It's just too addictive. A warm feeling suddenly surged through Gubei's heart. Happy and sweet. Next second. Gubei's clear and fresh aura pressed down forcefully. Hot lips, covering down. The rough kiss made Luo Yunqi fall in love with it instantly. I don't know how much time passed. Gubei was willing to stop. The car was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Honey, you're great. Really? Is there a reward? Gubei looked like a kid who had done something good and was waiting for rewards from his parents and teachers. Luo Yunqi grabbed his handsome face mischievously and punched him lightly on the chest a few times, muttering softly, "Reward? Of course there is, I'll give you a big surprise when you get off the car." Surprise? Is there really a surprise? Gu Bei opened his eyes wide, full of anticipation. Since getting married with Luo Yunqi, there have been surprises almost every day. Gu Bei was wondering what today's surprise would be. Soon. The car stopped in front of the villa. The driver hasn't parked the car yet. Luo Yunqi immediately covered Gu Bei's eyes with her hands. At the same time, he said mysteriously, "Don't peek. My dear wife, what surprise is it that makes you so secretive?" "Of course it's my husband's favorite thing." Luo Yunqi said this with great joy. Her daily routine is simple: work, daughter, and pampering Gu Bei. As long as Gu Bei was happy, she would smile too. Luo Yunqi covered Gu Bei's eyes with excitement, and they got out of the car together. She even whispered mysteriously in Gu Bei's ear, "Don't peek, the surprise will be revealed soon." Gu Bei cooperated obediently. "Is it ready? Can I watch it now?" He was looking forward to it like a child. Soon, Luo Yunqi stopped, a sexy smile appeared on her face, and she continued, "We'll see it soon. Let's count down together. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding." Then, Luo Yunqi let go of her hands. Gu Bei widened his eyes and looked forward with hope. "All I saw in front of me was a 7-seater commercial vehicle. This is the style that Gu Bei likes. He has always liked her appearance and looks. However, this car is an international first-line brand. This was something Gu Bei had never dared to think about before. At least several million." While checking Gu Bei's expression, Luo Yunqi tilted her head and asked caringly, "How is it? Do you like it?" Looking at him expectantly, Gu Bei smiled and rubbed her little head. "I like it, I like it, I like it very much, my dear wife. How do you know I like this car?" "I guessed it. You are my wife and I am the worm in your stomach. I know everything you like." Luo Yunqi raised her delicate chin proudly. This car is indeed Gu Bei's favorite. In the past, he liked off-road vehicles. In the eyes of men, off-road vehicles are big toys. But Gu Bei's thoughts have changed now. After getting the marriage certificate, in addition to himself and Luo Yunqi, there are 5 daughters. If the family wants to go out for a trip, an off-road vehicle is obviously not suitable. For a family of 7, only a 7-seater commercial vehicle meets the requirements. Or an RV. As for RVs, it would be too conspicuous and inconvenient to drive them on the road. Therefore, a business car with seats is the best choice. Gu Bei looked at his wife beside him and felt extremely excited. This gift is really good and it touches my heart. Thank you, my dear wife. Gu Bei lowered his head and couldn't help but kiss Luo Yunqi on the forehead. Congratulations, Gu Bei, you got your favorite car. Do you want to go up and try it out? Good. Gu Bei took Luo Yunqi's hand and got into the car happily. This was the first time he had a car accident since getting his driver's license. And it's a top-notch luxury car. When I learned to drive before, I had a manual transmission, but this car is an automatic. Gu Bei didn't even know where to insert the car keys. Just as he was studying the car, Gu Bei heard a system sound in his ears. Ding, the host is driving to pick up the daughters and the system will give you the God of Cars primary system. Ding, the host drives around the city, and the system gives him a lifetime of car oil. Ding, host, please make a choice within the specified time. Hearing the system sound, Gu Bei felt excited and happy. Chapter 15: Bringing Daughters Home. The system is indeed user-friendly. Whatever you think will come true. This is the system everyone wants. At the critical moment, the system will appear in time. Gu Bei didn't even think about it and immediately replied to the system with his mind. I chose to take my daughters home. As soon as Gu Bei finished speaking, the system sounded again. Ding, congratulations to the host, for making a choice within the specified time, the system will give you the God of Cars primary system. Next second. A strange memory suddenly flooded into Gu Bei's mind. And all these memories are related to cars. The performance of the car. The stability of the car. Various types of cars. There are also various racing techniques. There are also various unfamiliar data and so on. In the past, Gu Bei couldn't understand these things. Now, when he sees these parameters, he can understand them instantly. Gu Bei, are you okay? Otherwise, I'll ask the driver to take you to familiarize yourself with the place first. Luo Yunqi seemed to see through Gu Bei's thoughts and asked softly. Next second, Gu Bei came back to his senses. When I looked at the car again, I instantly understood how to operate it. Gu Bei shook his head and smiled knowingly. I'll drive, you sit tight. As he spoke, he leaned over and considerately fastened Luo Yunqi's seatbelt. Then start the car. I stepped on the accelerator and the car moved forward slowly, leaving the villa area and coming to the road. Gu Bei stepped on the accelerator and the car sped along the road. Driving the car you like, with the woman you love sitting in the passenger seat. The feeling of happiness comes from the heart. This was his first time driving a car other than the one at the driving school. He drives a high-end car of this kind. Well, don't tell me. Luxury cars are comfortable to drive. This car has great performance and visibility. Luo Yunqi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was a little nervous at first. At this moment, I have relaxed a lot. She was excited and happy, her eyes sparkling. Gu Bei, I didn't expect your car to be so powerful. I thought you were a road killer. Luo Yunqi has liked Gu Bei for so many years. Over the years, she has done nothing but work and take care of the children. My mind has always been on Gu Bei. As far as she knew, Gu Bei had hardly ever driven since he got his driver's license. Even if many people get a driver's license, they still cannot drive without driving a few times and without road experience. But Gu Bei is different. He drives the car so skillfully, like an experienced driver who has been driving for several years. Oui. Gu Bei chuckled. That's right. Luo Yunqi was right. If it weren't for the blessing of the god of driving skills, Gu Bei would really be a road killer. How can driving be so smooth? As he drove the car, he proudly said, the car my wife gave me is great. I am happy and comfortable driving it. Gu Bei, where are we going? Luo Yunqi looked outside the car and asked with a little confusion. It seems that Gu Bei is not without direction or goals, but with a purpose. Gu Bei curled his lips and smiled, revealing a handsome smile, and said mysteriously, you will know when you get there. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator again and the car continued to move forward. At this moment, a relieved smile also appeared on Luo Yunqi's face. I was even a little moved inside. I thought to myself, he is worthy of being the man I chose myself. I made the right choice. Gu Bei is a good man, worthy of entrusting your life to. Soon, the car drove to Hueda College where the daughters were studying. This is the best private high school in the city. This international school is quite famous. In addition to the best domestic and international faculty, the school also imports top talent to various colleges and universities every year. Of course, the cost of this school is also extremely high. That's about $500,000 per person per year. Even at such a high cost, there are still many families trying their best to send their children to this school. However, this school has extremely high requirements for students. In addition to requiring excellent academic performance, the personal requirements for students are also quite high. Therefore, the students who can enter this school are all the most advantageous talents. Luo Yunqi's 5 daughters are all in this school, which shows how outstanding these 5 children are. Luo Yunqi is also quite great. How can one person educate such outstanding children? Gu Bei, thank you. As soon as Luo Yunqi spoke these gentle words, her eyes quickly turned red. I am moved. Inexplicably moved. Seeing this, Gu Bei immediately stopped the car on the side of the road. He unbuckled his seatbelt, picked up a tissue, and wiped away Luo Yunqi's tears. Bauer, why are you crying? Did I drive too fast? Are you carsick or feeling uncomfortable? Luo Yunqi shook her head with tears in her eyes. No, it's not like that. You're a great driver and I feel very comfortable sitting next to you. Then why are you crying? What's wrong? Gu Bei looked at Luo Yunqi with concern, and then used the back of his hand to test the temperature of her forehead. I felt relieved only after confirming that he was not sick. Thank you for being so kind to the children and coming to pick them up from school. After hearing this, Gu Bei felt even more distressed for Luo Yunqi. He hugged her in his arms and took good care of her. Silly, this is what I should do. He smiled bitterly and continued, in the morning, the children suggested that I pick them up from school, and I softened my heart at that time. These children don't have any high demands. In their hearts, the biggest wish is to have their father pick them up from school. Even if it's only once, they will be happy. Unfortunately, I just started working and don't have a car yet, so I don't dare to blindly agree to my daughter's requests. It's different now. My wife thoughtfully prepared a car for me, so I can pick up my daughters from school openly. I want to make them happy and let other classmates see that they have a father who loves them and a mother who cares for them. They are children with a family. In fact, Gubei has been an orphan since childhood. As an orphan without parents, he understands the pain in the hearts of his 5 daughters very well. Later, he traveled to a parallel world and met his parents and aunt. Only then did he experience the warmth of life and the warmth of home. He wanted these children to feel the warmth of family. Hearing this, Luo Yunqi could no longer hold back her tears. Flock out. Gubei took her hand and went to the school gate together to pick up his daughters from school. In his opinion, it was a small gesture. It is also a task assigned by the system. He wanted to give warmth to the children from the bottom of his heart. Gubei and Luo Yunqi were both handsome men and beautiful women. As soon as they stood in front of the high school entrance, they instantly became the focus of attention. This is the peak time for school to be over. There were parents who came to pick up their children, drivers, and students and teachers who walked out of the school. Their eyes were all focused on one place. I was completely attracted by both of them. The two of them formed a beautiful landscape. Wow, look, are they big stars? They are so dazzling. Isn't that the school beauty Luo Yi's mother? Who is that man? Is he a brother or a father? Look, that boy is so handsome. I remember him. He and the Luo sisters were the 5 of them who occupied the campus family ranking yesterday. It's really dazzling. The boy is more handsome than the top celebrities. Luo Yi's mother is so beautiful. This isn't my mother, this is clearly my sister. Chapter 16, the first time I was picked up by my parents. Gubei was somewhat uncomfortable with being watched by so many people. He fought hard for his daughters. I waited for about 5 or 6 minutes. The eldest daughter walked out of the school with her 3 younger sisters. When Gubei saw his daughters, he waved and greeted them. Kor, Mantong, Shuefei, we are here. After hearing this, the daughters immediately looked in the direction of Gubei. Wait, let's look over there. Luo Yi pointed and said excitedly, look, Mom and Dad are here to pick us up. When they saw Gubei and Luo Yunqi standing at the school gate waiting for them, the 4 little ones immediately became excited. Dad, Mom. They immediately ran towards Gubei and the other 2. The smile on her face kept blooming, and happiness was written all over her face. Luo Yunqi looked at them so adorably and felt happy too. Having raised them since they were young, this was the first time she saw such happiness on the children's faces. She didn't expect Gubei to be so charming. Not only did he conquer himself, but he also conquered all the children. Dad, Mom, why are you here? No, my sister means, you guys actually came together to pick us up from school? I'm so happy. My parents came to pick us up from school. Dad, you're here too. Isn't this a big surprise? The 4 little ones were talking to each other. His face was full of happiness. Gubei smiled handsomely, as long as you behave, I will come to pick you up every day in the future. Luo Yi was so happy that she almost flew up, clapping her hands excitedly, really? Okay, we will be good, we will definitely be good. The younger sisters also nodded and said excitedly, that's great, we finally have a dad to pick us up, and we don't have to envy other students anymore. Luo Yunqi raised her eyes, Gubei, will you spoil them like this? Girls need to be pampered and raised in luxury, not only materially but also spiritually. After saying this, he looked at his daughters lovingly. Let's go home. This sentence is both domineering and powerful. Gave Luo Yunqi and the children enough sense of security. A family of 6 walking together. Happy and sweet. The smiles on the daughters' faces never ceased. Gubei held Luo Yunqi's hand tightly, as if announcing it to the whole world. Luo Yunqi is his woman. Wow, did you hear that? Luo Yi called this man dad? Is there such a young father? This boy looks to be in his early 20s, right? What should I do? I like it so much. I also want to have a father like this. Having such a handsome dad, I can wake up with a smile even in my dreams. Luo Yi's dad is so handsome, the whole family is good looking. I heard my classmates talking. The 4 little ones were happy from the bottom of their hearts. Gubei drove his wife and children home. Have to. Not to mention, ever since I acquired the skills of a driving god. Gubei drives the car with great ease. It drives so steadily. Dad, you have been driving for several years, and you drive more steadily than Uncle Song. Luoyi sat in the car, a hint of admiration flashed across her eyes. Gubei appeared calm on the surface, but he was extremely happy in his heart. Finally, someone praised his driving skills. For him, it was his first time touching a car after getting his driver's license. Don't be too happy. I haven't been driving for long, but I have a good sense of driving. You are all girls, so I am naturally more stable when driving. Dad, you are really amazing. There are so many cars and people near the school right now, but you drive the most steadily. That's amazing. The daughters were very satisfied with Gubei's driving skills. Girls. I like to put on some makeup, drink some milk tea, eat some snacks, etc. in the car. If the car drove more steadily, they would sit more comfortably. Luo Yunqi blinked her beautiful eyes and said politely, "Thank you for your hard work, my husband." As she said this, she blinked her beautiful eyes and gave Gubei a kiss. Happiness is beyond words. Before this, Luo Yunqi had never known what a happy life was. She thought that as long as she had enough money, she could provide a good life for her family and she would have absolute freedom of choice. So, she chose to be with Gubei. Until now, she knew what happiness was. Happiness is doing simple things with the people you love. As long as she was with Gubei, she felt so happy even if she was just eating a simple meal. At this moment, her beloved husband and lovely daughters are together, and her heart is so warm. I feel so inexplicably happy. Gubei said gently while driving, "My wife has worked hard, and my daughters are tired from school. I will make you delicious food when I get home. Now, you can order whatever you want." As soon as Gubei said this, his daughter was instantly surprised. "No way, Dad, you can cook? I'll order first. I want egg fried rice, the tender kind." "Yeah, Dad. What else can't you cook?" "As for me, I want to eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It's a little sour and a little sweet. It goes really well with rice." "Dad, I'm just asking, can you make sweet and sour pork with pineapple? And Dad, can you make my favorite hand-rolled noodles?" Luo Yunqi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, smiled even more. She rolled her eyes and thought for a while before saying, "As for me, I'm the same as Shuefei. I also want to eat hand-rolled noodles. Only simple delicacies can satisfy my desires." "Okay, no problem. I'll cook whatever you want to eat." Gubei secretly wrote down what his wife and children liked to eat. Get ready to go home and do some great work. He thought that the richer people were, the more they would like to eat delicacies from land and sea, and those dishes would be extremely difficult to cook. Unexpectedly, what they wanted to eat were the simplest meals that everyone usually eats. Looking at everyone's faces filled with happiness, Gubei still had another concern in his mind. As he drove, he looked at Luo Yunqi beside him and asked very seriously, "Where is Shueku? I have never seen her before. Do you want to take Shueku home to have dinner together?" The originally bustling car suddenly became deserted. No. It should be said that it was terrifyingly quiet. The daughters who were laughing and singing happily just now. At this moment, I look at you and you look at me. The four little ones seemed to be sealed by some force and did not say a word. Even Luo Yunqi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had an unusually calm expression. "I'll tell you about Shueku later." Gubei felt confused. What's wrong? Is Shueku so mysterious? He discovered that in this family, Luo Shueku was a topic that could not be touched upon. Just mention her. The expressions on my wife and children's faces changed instantly. Even Luo Yunqi became serious. What happened? What kind of existence is Shueku? Where is she? Chapter 17. My wife wants to stick to me. Only then did Gubei understand that Luo Shueku was a topic that could not be touched upon in the family. He didn't want to embarrass Luo Yunqi. Just now when I mentioned my youngest daughter, Luo Yunqi looked even more worried. It can be seen that this is not a trivial matter. So I didn't ask any more questions. Soon, the car stopped in front of the villa. The daughters saw the new house. There was no joy or curiosity on his face, and it was very calm. Is this right? It shouldn't be. This is unscientific. Shouldn't you be excited about such a beautiful house? When the daughters returned home and saw the luxurious decoration inside, they also did not show much expression. At most, I just looked at it a few more times. Then they washed their hands and went back to the study to do their homework. Is that it? Don't understand. Gu Bei didn't understand. Not to mention that they are only 17 or 18 years old. If his parents bought a house, Gu Bei, who was in his early 20s, would definitely jump for joy. Will definitely jump up and down in the house. This is the reasonable response. But if you think about it carefully, Luo Yi and her family have lived in a wealthy family since childhood. Luo Yunxi owns many properties. The daughters are no longer surprised by these new houses and big villas. Children from wealthy families are simple and unpretentious, and too low-key. Gu Bei came to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator and started cooking. The refrigerator is fully stocked. It's a paradise for foodies. There are all kinds of delicious food in the refrigerator. If you feel like eating pork at night, you can make a delicious midnight snack. This kind of life is simply too good. He has cooking skills. Gu Bei is also good at cooking. I wouldn't dare say it's the standard for a state banquet, but it's no exaggeration to say so. His skills can conquer 98% of people. Just his craft. It is more than enough to work in a 5-star hotel. With various skills at his disposal, Gu Bei became more and more confident. It will take a while. He prepared a large table of food. He himself was particularly appreciative of the delicious food. Wifeys and kids, come downstairs and have dinner. Gu Bei called out to his wife and kids downstairs. For some reason, it's just a very simple sentence. But it can make him feel the warmth of home. Soon, my wife and daughters went downstairs to eat together. Sitting at the dining table, they were conquered by Gu Bei once again. Before, it was his sincerity. Now, it's his gourmet food. Luo Yi was already starving. She was even more surprised and said, "Dad, this is too delicious. Is this egg fried rice?" It's simply soul fried rice. While eating the delicious egg fried rice, she gave Gu Bei a thumbs up. The second daughter, Luo Kor, was skeptical. "No way, big sister, aren't you always the pickiest about food? Why are you praising Dad so much today? Is it really that delicious?" As she spoke, she tasted her favorite dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, half believing and half doubting. She first took a light taste of the egg. Smooth and tender. Then, he took another bite of the tomato. This bite completely made her fall. She looked at Gu Bei excitedly, nodded and said affirmatively, "Dad, you will definitely be able to gain a foothold in the culinary world with this dish. It's so delicious." The third and fourth daughters couldn't help it either. They want to see if Gu Bei is really that powerful. They each tasted the food they ordered. The results are all the same. Everyone was conquered by the food cooked by Gu Bei. Luo Yunxi, who had tasted his cooking before, was not at all surprised by her daughter's surprised expressions. The first time she ate the food cooked by Gu Bei, she was also so exaggerated. Let us be honest. The food cooked by Gu Bei is really delicious. It was the most delicious meal they had ever eaten. Most importantly, the food he cooked had the flavor of fireworks in home. It makes people feel comfortable eating. It will take a while. There was a large table of food, and all of it was eaten up. It was the first time that Luo Yunxi saw her daughters enjoying their meal so much. My daughters, who usually have small appetites, ate it all. She was really surprised. My daughters have always been picky eaters. Growing up, they have had a regular auntie who cooks for them, in order to let her eat more food. Luo Yunxi can be said to have put a lot of effort into this. These daughters are not only picky eaters, but also have small appetites. Although he lived in a wealthy family, the food he ate was naturally the best. But every time they eat, they only take a bite or two. Now, she finally doesn't have to worry about her daughter's meals. With Gu Bei around, everything is solved. "Hubby, you are awesome. The food you cook is so delicious." Luo Yunxi wiped the corner of her mouth, looked at Gu Bei with a doting face, and said coquettishly. She found that she had found a treasure. Gu Bei is simply a soulmate. It's so comfortable to be with him. Luo Yunxi was considerate enough to wipe the corners of Gu Bei's mouth, her eyes full of love. Looking at the handsome Gu Bei, she couldn't help but go up to him and get close to him. She had to admit that she had been controlled by Gu Bei. Not only the mind, but also the body. He has her completely under his control. Gubei raised the corner of his mouth and was kissed on the cheek by Luo Yunqi. He couldn't help but smile, patted his wife's shoulder, and said with a wicked smile, "My dear wife, our daughters are still here." After hearing this, Luo Yunqi came back to her senses. His face changed immediately. Cough, cough, cough. Her face instantly turned embarrassed. She has always been strict in front of her daughters. I didn't expect that I had behaved so badly just now. The daughters looked at their mother and actually asked for kisses on their own initiative. She felt shy, yet happy for Luo Yunqi. They didn't expect that their mother had such a side. In short, they were happy. They could see that Luo Yunqi was very happy and content. "You have finished your homework and eaten your meal. I will ask the driver to take you home now." The daughters, who were originally happy, went home after hearing this. A little expression changed instantly. She couldn't help but pout, looking unhappy. "Ah, go home? Isn't this home too?" "Yes, Mom, this is home too. We want to stay here tonight. There are so many rooms upstairs. I saw there is also a room for our daughter. We want to live there." "Me too. I want to live here too. I want the room upstairs next to your master bedroom." The daughters were talking to each other. "They don't want to go back. I want to live in this house." Just now they took a secret tour. There are several beautiful rooms upstairs, decorated in their favorite style. A few little ones have already secretly selected a room. Luo Yunqi looked at her daughters, frowned, and said sternly, "No, I have something else to do tonight, so I can't take care of you. Mom, we have grown up and don't need your care. We want to stay here." Luo Yi continued to say without giving up. Trying to conquer Mom to stay here. "No, Gubei and I have a meeting tonight, and if you're here, it will affect us." "But..." Gubei almost laughed out loud. "Meeting? Yes, yes, yes. A meeting for two people." He found that his wife was becoming more and more lovely. Chapter 18. The youngest daughter is a topic that cannot be mentioned in this family. After dinner, the children played for a while at home. Gubei discovered a problem. That's the youngest daughter. She is a person who cannot be mentioned in this family. Gubei was very curious. What is going on? He could see that these children had a good relationship with Luo Yunqi. Although she is not a mother, she is better than a mother. They are not mother and daughter, but their relationship is better than that of an ordinary mother and daughter. What exactly happened to the little daughter? After the daughters came home, Luo Yunqi received a call. Afterwards, he looked worried again. Even after the two of them went to bed, Luo Yunqi didn't have the slightest interest in it. After Gubei fell asleep, Luo Yunqi went to the study. She kept staring at the computer screen. As I watched it, I cried with heartache. Gubei saw all this. I originally wanted to go forward and check the situation. When Luo Yunqi found him, she immediately wiped away her tears and forced a smile on her face. "Turn off the computer again." Luo Yunqi blinked. "You're awake, did I wake you up?" Gubei shook his head and said, "Wife, what's wrong with you?" With a worried look on his face. "It's okay, they are just some small things at work, it won't be a problem." Luo Yunqi smiled, pretending to be strong. "Honey, are you having trouble at work?" Gubei's heart was in suspense. "They are all small matters. I can handle them. Don't worry." "But my wife..." Gubei still looked worried. Before he could finish his words, Luo Yunqi snuggled into his arms. "I'm tired, let's go to bed." Gubei kissed his wife on the forehead with a little heartache. "Hold her in your arms. It is girl's favorite princess hug." Luo Yunqi tilted her head and pressed it against his chest. Just like that, she was carried into the bedroom by Gubei. Early the next morning, when Gubei opened his eyes, Luo Yunqi was gone. According to his contacts in the past few days, my wife is a workaholic. At this moment, he must be busy with work. Gubei couldn't help but sigh. Whether you are a man or not, being busy with your career is indeed not a trivial matter, nor is it an easy task. What others see is always the result. In everyone's eyes, Luo Yunqi is so glamorous and beautiful. Gubei just found out about it too. How hard does it work for the richest woman in Machang? The pressure was so great that I had to face it alone at night. Gubei felt both distressed and sad. I just want to do something for my wife. I want to do something for this family. This way, I can help her share some of the burden. And just at this moment, Gubei's cell phone rang. It's a WeChat message. It was sent by my eldest daughter. Luoyi, Dad, are you free today? Gubei, it's the weekend today, I'm free. What's wrong, E? Luoyi, Dad, I have a performance today, can you take me there? Mom doesn't like me to be in the entertainment industry, and the driver won't take me there sad. See here. Gubei did not reply immediately, but hesitated. Luo Yunqi doesn't agree with Luoyi entering the entertainment industry? But Luoyi is really dazzling on the stage. She debuted as a member of a girl group with 9 members in total. She is the only one with the most fans and the best online reviews. She seemed to be born for the stage, shining brightly. It is understandable that his wife does not like her entering the entertainment industry. The entertainment industry is more or less chaotic. A girl as beautiful and innocent as Luoyi. It is indeed somewhat dangerous. Therefore, Luo Yunqi's concerns are indeed understandable. A few minutes later, Gubei asked, E, do you like singing and dancing? Luoyi replied without hesitation, I like it. I have never been so determined since I was a child. I have never had confidence since I was a child, but as long as I stand on the stage, as long as I sing and dance, as long as I act, I can be happy and satisfied. See here. Gubei thought of himself when he was 18 years old. This is the age to pursue dreams. In this beautiful time of dreams, how many dreams were shattered by parents themselves? It is such a rare thing to be able to stick to your dreams. At this moment, Gubei supported Luoyi. At this moment, a system voice sounded in Gubei's mind. Ding, the host agreed to send Luoyi and will gain the basic singing skill. Ding, the host refuses to send Luoyi and will receive a Ferrari supercar. Etc. Suddenly, Gubei was stunned. Immediately check the virtual panel in front of you. Promise to send your eldest daughter to acquire basic singing skills. Growing up, Gubei has been tone deaf and his singing sounds like noise. Since he was a child, he envied people who sang well. They are like white moonlight, bringing confidence and radiance. If you refuse, you will get a Ferrari supercar. Oh my god. This round is really difficult to choose. The temptation is so great. System, only children make choices, I want all of them. Who says no to a Ferrari supercar? Ding, the host can only select a single option at a time. Please make a choice within the specified time. This time, Gubei was really in trouble. He really wants singing skills. After understanding the system, he found that it was even a basic skill. It is also at the super god level. It is no exaggeration to say that the beginners are definitely not inferior to the popular stars. Sports car. At this moment, Gubei had already thought of the color of the sports car in his mind. At last, Gubei still made the final choice. I choose Luoyi. In addition to singing skills, Gubei also wants to support his eldest daughter in a practical way. Ding, congratulations to the host for making a choice within the specified time. After the host completes it, he will obtain the basic singing skill. Gubei, okay, I'll pick you up now. What's wrong with a chaotic circle? As long as you are firm, it is enough. As long as you don't make a mess, it's fine. How many celebrities are out of the spotlight now? Those who should be taxed are not taxed, and those who should not sleep are sleeping. Don't take the path you should take, but force yourself to take the path you shouldn't take. That's why so many celebrities have collapsed. In this circle, the only way to go far is to keep yourself clean. Gubei believes in Luoyi. Then he got up and changed his clothes. He drove a handsome 7-seater business car to Luoyi's house to pick up his eldest daughter. When he saw Luoyi standing at the door, she had already changed into her stage costume. She is so beautiful and so dazzling. The beautiful stage dress is even more suitable for her lovely temperament. She is simply a sweet girl. But why is she alone? Before coming, Gubei was still worried that his 7-seater car would not be enough. According to his understanding, don't celebrities go out with a large group? What assistant? Stylist? Follow the filming. Bodyguard. Driver or something. Luo Yi is the most popular lead singer of a girl group, and she also starred in this year's most profitable movie. At such a young age, he has already stepped into the front line. She is usually very low-key. Wear loose-fitting school uniforms. Simple home clothes for after school. Performing alone? Such stars are really rare in the entertainment industry. Where are the people in your team? Gubei said as he took the bags from Luo Yi's hands. I guess it contains the clothes she wants to change into, as well as cosmetics and the like. Luo Yi shook her head. It's just a simple performance, there's no need to bring any staff. Besides, I'm not that pretentious. Chapter 19 Singing Skills. As she said that, she opened the car door and got in obediently. She doesn't have the airs of a big star or a rich girl at all. So down to earth. Before getting on the car, he did not forget to politely thank Gubei. Thank you for sending me, Dad. You've worked hard. She is sensible and polite, which makes her really likable. You're welcome. Get in the car. Afterwards, Luo Yi sent the performance address to Gubei. It's about an hour's journey. The show is at 10 in the morning. With Gubei's driving skills, he was definitely in time. Gubei was driving the car while Luo Yi sat obediently in the back with earphones in her ears, and began to practice songs quietly. As she sang softly, her little hands and feet swayed gently to the music. Have to. Not to mention, hardworking and cute. Luo Yi practiced as long as Gubei drove. Until the car stopped downstairs of the performance building. Luo Yi was carrying a lot of bags and preparing to get off the car. I saw the downstairs was packed with fans. Most of them are from Luo Yi. Boys and girls were waiting anxiously downstairs, holding her posters and banners in their hands. There are also many reporters waiting here. There were even some crazy fans who were too emotional. They have already started to shout their fan slogans loudly. It's no big deal for fans to welcome their idols. But Gubei couldn't help but have a headache. Only then did he understand why celebrities had teams and bodyguards when they went out. Gubei was really worried that Luo Yi, who was dressed exquisitely, would not be able to squeeze out of the crowd. Even if you squeeze it, your hairstyle will still be very messy. Etc. Gubei got off the car first. Then, holding the bags in one hand and raising the other hand high, he protected Luo Yi as she got out of the car. Here she comes, Yi is here. Look, Yi is here. She is so beautiful, so beautiful. Ah. Yi, I love you, Yi. In an instant. Fans flocked to the event. Luo Yi smiled and greeted the fans politely. Thank you for your hard work. The weather is too hot. Everyone must pay attention to prevent heat stroke. Thank you everyone. Thank you, you've worked hard, thank you. Luo Yi thanked and bowed as she walked. She is totally different from other stars. She completely ignores the pink line and acts arrogant and cool. Ah. Yi's voice is so gentle, I love it. Yi, I like you. I really like you. Yi, you are so cute and beautiful. Yi, can you take a photo with me? Yi, please sign for me. Yi, I came from far away. Yi. Luo Yi was pressed for time and her fans and media reporters were too enthusiastic. She didn't want to sign autographs or take photos. Seeing the fan with a red face and sweat all over his forehead, she hesitated. She nodded obediently, okay. Afterwards, she took photos with several fans and signed autographs for them. She also took out a few bottles of water from the big bag in Gubei's hand and gave them to several fans. Thank you very much, the weather is too hot, please disperse, I will perform well, thank you. Having said that, he was about to leave. The fans are still reluctant to let go. All kinds of craziness followed her. There were even fans who wanted to grab her arm and take photos together. The situation is a bit bad. Seeing this, Gubei immediately held Luo Yi in his arms. In this situation, what he was most worried about was Luo Yi getting hurt. He is like a father, protecting the child in his arms. Walk quickly out of the crowd. Until you walk into the performance building. There are security personnel guarding the door. Except for the artists and staff, fans and media are not allowed to enter. Enter the building. Gubei checked on Luo Yi first. He had a worried look on his face. Yi, are you okay? Are you hurt? Luo Yi shook her head and looked at him adoringly. Thank you, Dad. I'm fine. You were really awesome just now. You were full of boyfriend power. No, 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 it's not boyfriend power, it's dad power. So cool. At this moment, she had a satisfied smile on her face. From childhood to adulthood, it has always been her mother Luo Yunqi who has protected her. It was such a chaotic situation just now. Even professional bodyguards get nervous. But Gu Bei protected himself very domineeringly. It feels good to be protected. Let Luo Yi feel the protection of fatherly love. It's good, let's go. Afterwards, Gu Bei followed Luo Yi to the backstage. Luo Yi came to the backstage dressing room. Gu Bei was waiting outside the door. Just at this moment, a system sound rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have completed the task of sending Luo Yi to perform, and the host has obtained the basic singing skill. Next second, Gu Bei suddenly felt an itchy throat. Cough, cough, cough. This uncomfortable feeling lasted for about 10 seconds. Then, it was as if a warm current was flowing through his entire throat. Warm and comfortable. It's quite comfortable. Ding, congratulations to the host, the primary singing skill has been successfully bound. It's over, is that it? This efficiency is even faster than Gu Bei imagined. He couldn't wait to hum a few lines. Recently, Gu Bei often listens to Mao Mao's People Like Me. This song was released a few years ago. But every time he heard it, he couldn't help humming along. Such plain lyrics are so touching. For a good person like me, I should have lived a brilliant life. How come after more than 20 years, still floating in the sea of people? A smart person like me, I have long bid farewell to innocence. Why did I still use a love story? But in return I was covered in scars. For someone as confused as me. Like me, the one I'm looking for. People like me who do nothing. How many people have you met? Gu Bei didn't feel that he had changed much. After all, no matter how badly you sing. But I can't find it myself. Gu Bei didn't feel how much he had changed. But when he finished humming the song. But I saw two people crying nearby. Are you crying? What do you mean? Is your singing bad? Gu Bei had a worried look on his face. He looked at the middle-aged man who was crying loudly, looked him up and down, frowned and asked, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" I just heard you singing and I felt sad. Gu Bei secretly thought that something was wrong. I thought, it's bad. It must be that the singing system has just been bound and is not yet ready to be used. Maybe the singing skills haven't shown any effect yet. Sad? I'm really sorry. I was just singing this when I was bored. I didn't expect to pollute your ears. Sorry. Gu Bei said this with embarrassment. This is a large-scale social death scene. My singing made others cry. Others sing for money, but I sing for my life. He stood up and was about to leave. But she was stopped by a girl who was crying so hard that most of her makeup was ruined. Chapter 20, Are you interested in joining us? Wait a moment. The girl wiped the tears from her face and took out a business card from her bag. He handed it to Gu Bei respectfully with both hands. Then he said seriously and sincerely, "Little brother, do you want to join us?" Gu Bei looked down and saw the agent of Eason Entertainment Company, Louis. Join you? Yes. Louis nodded sincerely again, his eyes full of sincerity. You mean, let me be your agent? Gu Bei thought through it quickly. Could it be that when I escorted Luo Yi into the building just now, they thought I was her agent? Puff. Gu Bei's words really amused Louis, who had tears on her face, and the middle-aged man next to her. I didn't expect that you not only sing well, but you are also so humorous. Lucy smiled and explained, "Little brother, you misunderstood. You sing so well and have such a good image. You are definitely a future superstar. How can I bear to let you be my agent? I want you to join our company as a singer." Singer? I can't sing? Gu Bei said with a little embarrassment. No, you sang beautifully. I have never heard such a beautiful song. You sang out the sadness and helplessness in Mao Mao's song. After listening to it, I thought of my difficulties, sadness, and persistence over the years. It was you who made me understand the meaning of persistence. Louis also nodded and said, yes, that's what I mean. I just passed by you just now, but after listening to the song you sang, I felt like I was there in person. I also remembered a lot of the past. Although you only sang a cappella, it has already sung into my heart. If you can't sing, then tell me, what is it to be able to sing? A real song is one that is both pleasant to the ear and can sing into the heart. You have done it. The two of them praised Gubei highly, and tears came down their faces from time to time as they spoke. He thought to himself. Could it be that singing skills really work? Cough, cough, cough. I was just singing for fun just now. There's no need to be a singer. Singing is just a hobby. Gubei straightened up proudly. Knowing that he sang well, he became more energetic. My mood also improved. Little brother, you'd better think about it. You are really good in terms of appearance and voice. You are really suitable for singing. As long as you sign with our company, I will definitely make you famous. Louis said this and took out her cell phone to show Gubei. Look, these are all artists from our company. The most famous one is Luoi. If she wasn't so low-key, she would have become even more popular. Also, these few are also artists from our company. Their songs have topped the charts. Their voices and looks are not as good as yours, but they have achieved such good results. As long as you debut, there will be nothing for them to do. Louis spoke all kinds of earnest words in front of Gubei. The middle-aged man next to him also revealed his identity. Brother, I'm the executive director of that company. You can also join our company. Our company only promotes talented people, and you have an absolute advantage. As long as you join us, I guarantee that you will become famous within 2 months. Trust us, we are professionals. Have to. You're not even to mention. Gubei was really moved. After all, not everyone can be a star. The most important thing is that being a star makes money quickly. You can earn millions just by acting on a TV, participating in a variety show, or singing. As a legal citizen, you must pay taxes reasonably. Even after tax, the earnings are much better than those of ordinary people. Only. My heart is moved. Gubei is married now. I have a family and a wife now. Luo Yunxi doesn't like this circle. My wife is already unhappy that our eldest daughter has entered the entertainment industry. If I enter this circle again, my wife will be furious. In the end, Gubei once again rejected their kindness. Thank you for your appreciation of me. As I just said, singing is just a small hobby of mine. I am not interested in the entertainment industry. Thank you. Lu Yi and Director Ed looked reluctant. The two of them had just tried their best to keep him. What a shame. He is really amazing. Even backstage, without makeup and professional clothes, he is already so dazzling. If he were on stage, the situation would be unimaginable. Yes, I have been a manager for so many years and have personally selected so many artists, but this one is the best. I must sign him. Fang Yi, it's still unclear who will be able to sign him. I have my eyes on this guy too. The two are considered good friends in the circle. But they are also competitors. Only this time, Gubei was enough to make them kill him. Luoyi has made all the preparations and she is about to go on stage. Gubei stood aside and did not step forward to identify himself. Luoyi is very low-key in this circle and has never talked about her family or her past. She focused her attention on singing, dancing, and acting. Gubei also respects her. She cheered silently. Just as Luoyi came on stage, she turned her head and looked at her father with her beautiful eyes. Gubei smiled gently and waved to her. This simple action. Luoyi felt warm in her heart instantly. Her mother did not agree with her entering the entertainment industry. Although she respected her choice, she never once encouraged her. Luoyi, who is excellent in all aspects, hopes to see the support of her family the most. Gubei protected himself silently with his firm eyes and warm smile. It also motivated Luoyi to move forward. She was even more radiant on stage. She stood with the team members. She is always the shining one. Even if she is not standing in the center position, everyone's eyes will still be on her. Some people are born to be protagonists. And Luoyi is the absolute protagonist. Looking at my eldest daughter shining on the stage, Gubei was both happy and relieved. Luoyi sang and danced on the stage, and the audience below kept applauding. Her fans account for the majority. Fans held Luoyi's light signs in their hands. There are various words of encouragement on it. after a song ends. The audience in the audience was even more reluctant to leave, shouting her name madly. We love you. Come on, you are always the best. You are my God. I will always support you. Don't go. Come again, please. Sing one more, sing one more. Watching the fans go so crazy, Luo bowed again to express her gratitude. As a professional singer, she knows how to respect the audience and know how to respect the stage. Each program has a strict time limit. If she exceeds the time limit in her performance, the following programs will be subject to time limits. Although Luo was a little reluctant, but he still waved goodbye to his fans and left the stage immediately. Chapter 21. Dad, is this a reward for me? After finishing the performance, Luo immediately went backstage to look for Gubei. Luo, who was so cool and awesome on the stage just now turns into a cute little girl. Dad, did you see my performance just now? She blinked her beautiful eyes, waiting for Gubei's answer. Gubei smiled and nodded, and said seriously, I've seen it, you were born for the stage, great. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of water from his bag and handed it to Luo. Come, drink some water. Only now did he realize how important a singer's voice is. Therefore, water should not be drunk randomly. He had heard before that a veteran artist drank the water handed to him by someone else. It's poisoned your throat. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Gubei believed it. So, as long as he was there, he would be the one who handed Luo the water. He brought this water from home. It must be the safest. At the same time, he put another piece of chocolate in Luo's hand. Luo drank the water and looked at the lovely pink chocolate in her hand. The corners of his mouth raised, revealing a relieved smile. Dad, this chocolate is so cute. At this moment, she felt like a child who had not grown up. It was just like the reward her mother gave her after she performed a show when she was a child. Be good, this is a reward for you. You are really great. Keep it up. Reward? Suddenly, for some reason, Luo felt very touched. She looked at the lovely pink chocolate in her hands. This is not just a small piece of chocolate, but also encouragement and recognition for her. Family recognition is very important to her. Yes, this is a reward. Come and eat it. You didn't eat breakfast this morning, so eat a few pieces of chocolate first. After you change your clothes, I'll take you to eat something delicious. His heartwarming words once again illuminated Luo's heart. Looking at Gubei, who is only a few years older than me, is so heartwarming. Although they are not my real family, they are more heartwarming than my family. She nodded obediently and ate the chocolate that Gubei gave her. It was fragrant and sweet. Luo changed her clothes and walked out of the locker room happily. Her face was beaming with happiness. When he saw Luo's clothes, Gubei showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. Wait a moment, What's wrong, Dad? By the way, do you have a singer you admire? There are many artists here today. Do you want their autographs? The sensible Luo was about to turn around and ask for an autograph for Gubei. Gubei called her again. Wait, no, I don't want an autograph. Gubei wanted to say more. But it's a bit difficult. He truly treated Luo as his own family, and treated her as his own daughter, just as Luo Yunqi loved them. But there was one sentence he still kept in mind. That is, when a boy grows up, he should avoid his mother, and when a girl grows up, she should avoid her father. As a father, he still needs to keep a certain distance from his daughter. Without saying anything, he took off his coat and put it on Luo's shoulders. Then, he said very gently, let's go. When Luo put on her coat, her first feeling was that there was something wrong with her clothes. Gubei walked in front and she followed behind. She lifted her clothes and looked behind her. Ah! She saw a red spot on her white shorts. A very dazzling red. This red color makes people feel uncomfortable. It makes people unable to help but think about it. First of all, I am not on my period. Also, before coming here, she checked her clothes herself. There won't be any problems. Her clothes were in her bag, so there was no way someone would spill something on them intentionally. Because there is no trace on the bag. Then, someone must have done it on purpose. There are more than a dozen people in the locker room today. In addition to his own team members, there are several staff members. It's very clear. It was done by one of our own people. Luo Yi couldn't help feeling a little sour. But fortunately, Gubei is here. Fortunately, I put on his clothes, and the big coat just covered my butt. Otherwise, someone with ulterior motives might take the photo and upload it to the internet. Regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding or not. I can be embarrassed for a few days. Thinking back to the look on Gubei's face as if he wanted to say something but hesitated just now, it's really heartwarming. Gubei had already parked the car at the back door. The purpose is to allow Luo Yi to leave more safely. This time, they left instantly. Gubei is driving the car. He drove and looked outside. Like looking for something. Along the way, the father and daughter didn't talk much. Luo Yi is playing games on her mobile phone. Gubei was driving the car, as if he had discovered something. He then parked the car on the side of the road. Wait for me in the car, I'll be back soon. After giving these instructions, Gubei locked the car and got out of the door. Luo Yi didn't think much about it and continued playing games on her mobile phone. A few minutes later, Gubei got into the car holding a paper bag. Then he handed the bag to Luo Yi. Then he got out of the car and locked the door. He turned his back to the car and looked around vigilantly. Luo Yi opened the bag with doubts. There was only a pair of jeans inside. Dad is really warm-hearted. Luo Yi couldn't help but laugh inside. Although Gubei didn't say a word from beginning to end. But his concern and sincerity are full. He was worried that Luo Yi would feel uncomfortable wearing shorts stained with red, so he bought some pants for himself. At the same time, I'm afraid of embarrassing myself. That's why he didn't speak the whole time. He got out of the car, locked the door, and turned his back to keep watch for himself. This is respect and protection for yourself. At this moment, Luo Yi truly felt the fatherly love and care. It's really heartwarming. Luo Yi changed her clothes in the car and put the pants stained with red paint in a paper bag. After cleaning up, she opened the car window and called out caringly, "Dad, get in the car." Only then did Gubei turn around and get in the car. After getting on the bus, in order not to embarrass Luo Yi, he did not mention the new pants throughout the process. You must be hungry. What do you want to eat? I'll take you to eat. Luo Yi rolled her eyes and thought about it, but couldn't figure it out for a long time. Dad, I can't think of what to eat right now. How about this, Dad, what do you like to eat? Can you take me to eat? I want to try your favorite food. The cute Luo Yi pouted her little lips and spoke like a child. Gubei thought about it while driving, then nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take you there now." Wow, that's great. It must be delicious, because it's what Dad likes to eat. Luo Yi's face was full of excitement. She really likes her father Gubei and gets along very well with him. Chapter 22 Delicious, Delicious, Delicious. Gubei has traveled through time and space to come to this world. Where have I eaten anything good? Because the parents in this world are not rich. What's more, Gubei is a bad player. He traveled through time with his brain. Even if Gubei was a plagiarist and copied songs and novels from his own world, he would definitely become popular. You can also make a lot of money. But Gubei just wanted to give up. But in this world, he is still very lucky. When I was 15 years old, his aunt took him to a very luxurious restaurant for dinner. As soon as I entered the store, Gubei was told that he was the 1111th customer to enter the store. Then he was given a Super VLP Gold card. With this card, he can eat whatever he wants in the store. And it doesn't cost a penny. This place is Gubei's paradise. Whenever my family members have birthdays, important holidays, or when I feel craving for something, I will come to this restaurant to eat. Order all kinds of delicious food. Eat until you are full. Of course, the food in this restaurant is super delicious. This is a 5-star restaurant. Not only is the environment good, the presentation is great, but the food tastes the best too. Gubei planned to have a big meal with his daughter as well. When she arrived at the restaurant, Luo Yi didn't have much expression on her face. After all, she grew up in a wealthy family. For her, a 5-star restaurant like this is just a family meal. "Hello, miss. Miss, you are here. Please come this way. Hello, miss. Hello, miss." The two just entered the restaurant. The staff recognized Luo Yi at a glance and came forward to greet her. Gu Bei didn't feel surprised at all. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, Luo Yi is Luo Yunqi's eldest daughter. Luo Yunqi is also the richest woman in Macheng. Her daughter is naturally a super socialite. It's not excessive to call her Miss. Afterwards, Gu Bei came to his own private box. This is also an extra benefit for the restaurant itself. Ever since I was lucky enough to get the Super VIP Gold Card. Not only can he eat and drink for free in the store, but most importantly, he has his own exclusive box. No one else has the right to use it except yourself. Gu Bei handed the ordering tablet to Luo Yi and said proudly, "Order whatever you want to eat. I have a Super VLP for this restaurant. I don't have to pay for meals, and I have my own private room. Not bad, right?" This is the place that Gu Bei can show off most in recent years. Then he pointed to a few dishes and said, "These dishes are super delicious. I must order them every time I come here." He thought Luo Yi would be excited. Only. This little girl doesn't seem to have changed much. He just nodded obediently. "Okay, let's order these dishes," he said, tapping on the tablet. He then handed the tablet to the manager. "By the way, bring my mother's stored wine." After he finished speaking, he looked at Gu Bei again and said with a sly smile, "Dad, have a drink. My mom's wine is really good. I'll ask the manager to drive us back home." The manager beside him nodded respectfully. "No problem, miss, I'll get it now." Gu Bei couldn't help but be a little surprised. Every time he comes to this store, the manager treats him with great respect. But not to that extent? The manager kept calling her a young lady. He is a manager, but Luo Yi asked him to be her driver? Isn't this too exaggerated? After the manager left, Gu Bei looked at Luo Yi and asked with a little surprise, "Do you often come here to eat?" Luo Yi nodded. "Yes, I come here often, not because this is the restaurant opened by my mother, but mainly because the food here really suits our sister's appetite." "Ah. Your mother drove it, what a coincidence." Gu Bei was a little surprised at first, but he thought about it carefully. Luo Yunqi is so rich and is involved in so many industries. Opening a restaurant is not difficult. "Yes, my mother opened your box. I have always wanted to come in, but my mother said it was reserved for special guests. I came several times, but the staff refused to open it for me, saying it was a special box for a customer. I didn't expect that this person is you? You mean, even you sisters can't come in?" The surprise on Gu Bei's face became more and more serious. He always felt that it was all too coincidental. "Yes, it seems that mom is the best to dad. I always thought that mom was a person who didn't understand romance, but now it seems that she is the most romantic one," Luo Yi said, and looked at Gu Bei with a gossipy look. "Dad, don't you understand mom's romance?" "Romantic?" Luo Yi nodded with a firm look in her eyes. "Yes. The restaurant we are in is a membership-based restaurant. Only members can enter. There is no such thing as a VLP gold card for winning a prize. As far as I know, my mother has liked you for many years. She might want you to eat better, so she set up a trap to get you to come to my restaurant for dinner as a prize. Look, mom is so romantic that she even set up a special box for you, and only you can come in. Mom's romance is indeed forever." There was a hint of sourness in Luo Yi's voice. This kind of love is also what she envies. Gu Bei was shocked when he heard this. Is there such a thing? Think about it carefully. What Luo Yi said does make sense. A few years ago, my aunt said she wanted to take me out to eat delicious food. My aunt is a receptionist and her salary is not high. With her ability, a month's salary is not enough to have a big meal here. Obviously. My aunt brought me here to eat, which must have been deliberately arranged by Luo Yunqi. Think of this. Gu Bei raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a sweet smile. Luo Yunqi did a lot for herself. My wife is indeed romantic. Romantic to the core. When Gu Bei was a teenager, Luo Yunqi took care of him in various ways. She did a lot for herself. Gu Bei was completely unaware of these things. My dear wife, you want to pamper yourself to the sky. A warm feeling surged through Gu Bei's heart. Happy and sweet. Now. He swore. I will definitely love Luo Yunqi well. Love this romantic woman who loves herself so much. Gu Bei drank a little wine today. He has an average alcohol tolerance, and with Luo Yunqi's alcohol retention, the aftereffects are a bit too much. So much so that when leaving the restaurant, his feet went weak and he almost fell. Fortunately, the sensible Luo Yi stepped forward and supported him. Then, his eldest daughter helped him into the car. After returning home, Gu Bei, who was a little tipsy, fell asleep immediately. I don't know how long I slept. He was woken by the ringing of his cell phone. He answered the phone with his eyes almost closed. Hello, what's the matter? Gu Bei, you are really good. You secretly dated a famous star without telling us. You are now on the hot search. Gu Bei, you are really promising. Tell me the truth, did you hire a gossip reporter to take such a handsome picture of you? Hey, Gu Bei, come on, tell me how you met this famous star, and how long have you been together? Hey. Chapter 23. She is my daughter, okay? Gu Bei sat up suddenly. He held his dizzy head and said weakly, Howsy, what nonsense are you talking about? What about dating and trending searches? I just woke up. Are you talking in your sleep, or am I listening to your sleep talk? Wu Hao, my good brother on the other end of the phone, was so excited. His voice got a few decibels louder. He almost shouted at the top of his lungs, What? You just woke up and slept with the goddess? Beast, she is our goddess, how could you sleep with her? What? What are you talking about? Gu Bei was not sleepy at all at this moment. Gu Bei, hurry up and turn on the news. You are famous now. You are completely famous this time. After hanging up the phone, Gu Bei opened his cell phone immediately. Ha! What happened? There were dozens of missed calls on my phone. There are hundreds of unread messages on WeChat. News headlines pushed to your mobile phone. Hashtag actress Luo Yi's love affair exposed. Hashtag Luo Yi's mysterious boyfriend shows up. Hashtag Luo Yi helps her drunk boyfriend back to the apartment. Hashtag Luo Yi appeared in her boyfriend's clothes, romantic and sweet. Hashtag Luo Yi changes clothes in the car, sharing sweetness with her boyfriend in the car. Hashtag see here. Gu Bei was overwhelmed. Damn it! What is this connected to? The gossip media is stirring up trouble. Luo Yi is their own daughter, yet they wrote about her in such a terrible way. Just at this moment, Gu Bei's phone rang again. It was a call from my eldest daughter Luo Yi. Hey, Dad, have you read the news online? Yes. I'm sorry, Dad. Don't be angry about what the media wrote. The sensible Luo Yi comforted Gu Bei immediately. Be good and don't worry about me. After all, I'm a grown man and I don't care about these things. But you're still a child, and it's really infuriating to be written about like this by the media. Gu Bei was furious. He is a grown man and really doesn't care about these things. He is just an ordinary person, not a celebrity. No one will care about you, and no one will know you. Luo Yi is still in school. How could anyone bear this kind of news? Woo. Luo Yi on the other end of the phone was crying. She is still a student, not yet 18 years old, and entered the entertainment industry simply because she likes singing and dancing. I never thought that there would be such gossip about me. Hearing his eldest daughter crying, Gu Bei couldn't help but feel heartbroken. He hurriedly comforted her. Be good, don't cry, leave this matter to me, I will handle it. Dad, I'm fine, as long as you're not angry. Luo Yi spoke helplessly with tears in her eyes. Even through the screen, Gu Bei could feel her grievance and helplessness. After hanging up the phone, Gu Bei called his wife immediately. Honey, you're awake. Luo Yunqi's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. My dear, have you watched the news? I saw it and laughed for a long time. Gossip reporters nowadays are so good at making up news like this. My dear wife, you are not angry, right? Gu Bei asked carefully. This is what he is most worried about, that the news is indeed fake. But some people who only look at the surface will still believe what they see. Especially the photos and videos posted today, which were taken out of context. Luo Yunqi's gentle laughter sounded again on the other end of the phone. Don't be angry, my husband took good care of the child when I was away, I am very relieved, it's great to have you here, Gu Bei, thank you. After hearing what Luo Yunqi said, Gu Bei felt more at ease. Sure enough, the trust of your significant other is the most important. Enough to surpass the world's questioning eyes. Gu Bei is trying to find a way to clarify the matter. Soon, a reporter took the initiative to contact Gu Bei. I want him to talk about his relationship with Luo. What is even more exaggerated is that there is actually a variety show that wants Gu Bei and Luo to participate in a dating reality show together. Gu Bei had the urge to curse. Are these people mentally ill? Final. Gu Bei reached a consensus with an influential media outlet. He is going to hold a press conference. Yes. He wanted to help his eldest daughter clarify everything. Others can wrongly accuse you and slander you. As an ordinary person, it doesn't matter to Gu Bei at all. He was strong enough to bear it all. But they cannot slander the eldest daughter. The news that Gu Bei was holding a press conference spread quickly. Hot on the internet. Hashtag Luoyi's rumored boyfriend holds a press conference to announce their relationship. Hashtag amateur boyfriend reveals his love. Hashtag original. Gu Bei thought that this erroneous love affair would definitely be exposed on the internet. You will definitely be scolded by the whole network. After all, the eldest daughter is so outstanding. The eldest daughter is a star who is very popular on the internet but has no negative news about her. Unexpected. The reviews of myself online are overwhelmingly positive. Wow, Luoyi's boyfriend is so handsome. The amateur boyfriend is only a few years older than Luoyi, but he really loves Yi and is like a dad-like boyfriend. Yes, he is a dad-like boyfriend. He pampers her like a daughter. He pampers her too much. I always feel that they are not a couple, but more like father and daughter. Could it be that I am not approaching it in the right way? The amateur boyfriend is not only handsome, but also so doting. He is young, but has a mature charm. I like him too. Can you give me a boyfriend like this, handsome and doting, so loving? Daddy boyfriend? It was the first time that Gu Bei heard of it. But they are right. Gu Bei really dotes on Luo. Because, in his eyes, these daughters are like his own children. I do love them like a father. See these comments. Gu Bei became more determined in his idea. We must hold a press conference to clarify the facts. This is the fairest thing to do to my eldest daughter. Only in this way can I give my wife a sense of security. Gu Bei had made sufficient preparations early on. Luo Yunxi has been busy with company meetings. This time when our new product is launched, all departments must keep a close eye on it, especially the publicity department. Luo Yunxi was emphasizing the issue of new products. Just at this moment, everyone stared outside. Luo Yunxi also followed everyone and looked out the window. There were many balloons outside representing white, pink, and light purple. There is also a banner under the balloon. There were all kinds of romantic words written on the banners. Baby, are you ready? Yunxi, after meeting you, I finally understand what love is. Yunxi, I am willing to be your safe haven and protect you and the children from wind and rain. Yunxi, with me here, you can always be a girl. I want to be interesting, special, a little star in your eyes. Yunxi, your appearance is like secretly adding a piece of sugar to the bland days like plain water. Baby, I want to be with you forever, and be romantic with you until death. When everyone saw these banners, they were stunned. These words, coupled with these beautiful balloons, are super romantic. Luo Yunxi was also stunned by what she saw. She is almost perfect and has no shortage of suitors. Chapter 24, Confessing to My Wife in Public. I don't know why, this confession, this banner. It will warm her heart. It will make her feel a little touched. But she has already registered her marriage with Gu Bei and puts all her thoughts on her husband. Naturally, I won't accept other people's confessions. Hurry up and find someone to take these banners away. This is a critical time for the launch of our new product, and the company must not have any negative news. Luo Yunxi turned to look at the assistant beside her. The assistant was so excited that she ignored Luo Yunxi's words and continued to eat melons on the side. But, Mr. Luo, this is Mr. Gu, he is confessing his love for you. Gu Bei? Luo Yunxi was really surprised. Although she had just married Gu Bei, she had been attracted by Gu Bei's looks for several years and had secretly liked her for several years. Based on my understanding of this husband, when it comes to relationships, Gu Bei is still somewhat passive. He actually confessed in broad daylight? Luo Yunxi immediately came to the window. I saw Gu Bei wearing a white suit today. Even more handsome than the Prince Charming in my dreams. The bright sunshine shone warmly on him. The whole world is warm, happy and sweet. Seeing this, Luo Yunqi sniffed with emotion. It turns out that when someone you like confesses to you, your heart will beat wildly and the whole world will feel warm. And just at this moment, the door to the conference room opened. The young assistant came to Luo Yunqi with a big box in both hands and an excited look on his face. "Mr. Luo, your express delivery." Luo Yunqi looked down. This is a light pink box, several times larger than an ordinary express box. It was so difficult for the young assistant to hold him in his arms. Luo Yunqi opened the box. First she saw a bouquet of flowers. This is a bouquet of white and pink roses, sunflowers, lilies, and ears of wheat. The color combination is very nice, which is what Luo Yunqi likes. In addition, there are several exquisite boxes inside. The first box contained a very textured silk dress in creamy white. Both the cut and design were exactly the type Luo Yunqi liked. The second box contained a pair of crystal shoes, which were even more beautiful than those in fairy tales, and the sparkling crystals were even more dazzling. The third box is a crown. When Luo Yunqi took out the crown inlaid with pearls and crystal diamonds, everyone present cheered. "Wow, so beautiful and romantic. Isn't this too surprising? I didn't expect that our Mr. Gu has such a romantic side. This dog food caught me off guard, it's so romantic. It just melted my girlish heart, it's so beautiful. What should I do? I'm so moved that I'm about to cry." This is how you capture a woman's heart. Happiness, romance, pampering, and heart beating. All the words put together, that is love. See here. Luo Yunqi's heart was about to melt. The happiest thing in the world is to be pampered, cared for and loved by others. What makes me even happier is that I love each other equally. There was also a small note inside. "Put on your clothes, put on your crown, put on your crystal shoes, and come downstairs to meet my baby, Gubei who loves you." Luo Yunqi's lips curled up, tears glistened in her eyes, and she squinted her eyes in happiness. Then, Luo Yunqi changed into a dress, put on a crown, and wore crystal shoes that fit her feet as Gubei requested. What surprised her most was that the clothes seemed to be tailor-made for her and fit her perfectly. The shoes fit perfectly. Gubei really put his heart into it this time. She looked at herself in the mirror. Like a princess from a fairy tale. Romantic and sweet. "Wow, Mr. Luo, you are so beautiful today. So beautiful. Mr. Luo, you are like a little princess today. What should I do? You're breathtakingly beautiful. Mr. Luo, come on, come on. Mr. Luo, I wish you happiness." My colleagues were so moved when they saw this. Keep cheering her on. This was the first time they encountered a plot that was even more romantic than a fairy tale. At this moment, Luo Yunqi was so beautiful that it was breathtaking. Normally, she is an extremely strict chairman. Only work in mind. Her colleagues are all afraid of her. But now, her eyes are full of happiness and sweetness. Everyone envies her love. I envy her romantic love that lasts until death. Luo Yunqi entered the elevator with the other employees. Their office building is on the 30th floor. Each level will stop. On each floor, someone would give her a beautiful flower and the most sincere blessing. Among them are the housekeeper and nanny who have watched Luo Yunqi grow up since childhood. And the teachers who guided her on her life path. There were her childhood playmates. Best friends and classmates whom I haven't seen for many years. She has partners who fight side by side with her in business. In the last few floors, they are Luo Yunqi's family. Her daughters. Her best friend, Gubei's aunt. And Gubei's parents. Everyone presented flowers and their blessings to Luo Yunqi and Gubei. The elevator to the 30th floor had already moved Luo Yunqi deeply. The most important people in her life are all by her side. All gave the purest blessings. When she came downstairs with flowers in her arms, I saw all my relatives, friends, mentors, colleagues, the housekeepers who took care of me, many familiar faces, and some unfamiliar faces, all standing on both sides, making a path for me. And the end of this road is Gubei. Gubei was wearing a white suit and had his hair combed like an adult. Sitting at the piano, playing the piano and singing. There are many flower balloons around him to create a romantic atmosphere. And the song he sang was Luo Yunqi's favorite song. Jay Chou's Confession Balloon. You said you were a little hard to chase. Want me to retreat? The gift doesn't need to be too expensive. As long as the Champs-Élysées and the fallen leaves. Create a romantic date. Not afraid to mess up. Owning you owns the whole world. Dear, love you. From that day on. Sweet and easy. Dear, don't be willful. Your eyes. Saying I do. Gubei's piano and singing made the atmosphere more romantic. There were even many people nearby who were moved to tears. Gubei's singing is very infectious. Sing out the romance in this song and his deep love for Luo Yunqi. Some even suspected that Gubei was lip-syncing. Because his singing skills are so good. Better than the top singers. Her voice sounds like it was kissed by an angel. It is both clear and infectious. The reporters present even had an illusion. It doesn't feel like a confession scene, but more like a concert. It can be seen how beautiful Gubei's singing is. Luo Yunqi's lips curled slightly, with tears in her eyes. She waited. Finally waited for it. Waiting for the one she loves. After a song, Gubei stood up. He walked towards Luo Yunqi affectionately. The relatives and friends around them kept cheering and encouraging. We love you, Mom. Come on, Mom. Mom, you've waited for it. You finally got the happiness that belongs only to you. Mom, for your happiness, be braver. The four daughters standing by spoke their heartfelt words with tears in their eyes. As the eldest sister, Luo Yi was so moved that she burst into tears. Chapter 25. Love me, are you afraid? Luo Yunqi looked at her beloved daughters and nodded repeatedly. She seemed to be saying, I will. I can do this. I will definitely be happy. That's right. She will definitely be happy. Gubei came in front of Luo Yunqi, held her hands tightly, and looked at her lovingly. The two looked at each other. A loving gaze. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, revealing a sweet smile. Thank you, Gubei, thank you for giving me such romance. Luo Yunqi's gentle voice was tinged with a bit of emotion and shyness. I should thank you for coming into my life and letting me know that there is such a perfect you in this world. Gubei gently stroked Luo Yunqi's face with deep affection in his eyes. Luo Yunqi raised her eyes, and her clear eyes met Gubei's affectionate eyes. Gubei took out a few VLP Super membership cards that represented his luck. After reading it, Luo Yunqi couldn't help but laugh. Ah, this. She blinked. Gubei, what are you doing with this? Yunqi, I have always foolishly believed that I am the luckiest person in the world. I can win prizes and eat all kinds of free meals by just walking into any restaurant. I can become a lucky customer of any men's clothing store and they will send me new clothes and shoes every few days. I was shopping with my aunt and I saw a watch I liked. The next day, I received the watch. I wanted to work out but had no money, so I just posted a job search message online. As a result, I received a gym membership card the same day, asking me to promote the gym, which was the best gym in the city. There are too many things like this. I always think that I am lucky. In fact, behind this luck, there is someone who cares about me and values me, and that person is you. Speaking of this, Gubei was also deeply moved. Before this, he always thought that he was the luckiest person in the world. It wasn't until now that he truly understood. It wasn't that I was lucky, but Luo Yunqi was manipulating it behind the scenes. She gave him everything he wanted. In order not to hurt her self-esteem, she thought of various ways. How could Gubei not love such a woman? I just don't want you to suffer. I want you to be happy and have a better quality of life. That's why I did things within my ability. It's nothing, actually. Luo Yunqi took a deep breath and tried to make her tone more relaxed. Baby, I'll remember everything you've done. From now on, I'll treat you twice as well and make you the happiest person in the world. As he spoke, Gubei looked at his four daughters and said affectionately again, Baby, you and my daughters are my life. I will love you and protect you even more. I will not let you suffer any grievances. I will make you the happiest people in the world. Luo Yunqi heard this. Tears have blurred my eyes. She always believed that since she had 5 daughters, no one would truly love her. Even though these 5 daughters are not her biological children, they seem to have become a part of her life. She would not give up on her daughters. I will never give up love. She always believed that she couldn't have both love and daughters. Until this moment, she believed that there was a man named Gubei in this world who not only loved her, but also loved his daughters. She was so moved that she cried. Gubei took out an exquisite box, inside which was a shining ring. He knelt on one knee. He looked at Luo Yunqi affectionately, with a gentle smile on his lips. Baby, love me, are you afraid? As soon as these words came out, all the relatives and friends around me are crazy about it. Marry him. Marry him. Marry him. Mom, please agree to it. Mom, please agree to marry Dad. Wow, so happy. I want $9.99. Even Gubei's aunt was moved to tears. Yunqi, please agree to him. You have paid so much over the years, don't you just want to be my niece-in-law? Please agree to it. Everyone was amused by what the aunt said. But everyone understands. Over the years, my aunt has indeed witnessed Luo Yunqi's dedication to Gubei. Hearing these words of encouragement and blessings, Luo Yunqi was also moved. She originally thought that Gubei was just confessing his feelings to her. Unexpectedly, he would propose to himself. And in front of so many people. In fact, she forced this marriage. She almost forced Gubei to marry her. Because she likes this man. Been obsessed with it for many years. Unexpectedly, Gubei would give me the ultimate romance and propose to me in public. Happy and touched. She nodded with tears in her eyes. Gubei, I finally waited for you, fortunately I didn't give up. Luo Yunqi nodded and agreed. Gubei stood up and personally put on Luo Yunqi the ring he had carefully selected. Then there was applause and cheers. Gubei embraced Luo Yunqi in his arms, with a gentle smile on his lips, and a feather-soft kiss landed on the top of her head. The media and gossip reporters at the scene turned their cameras towards the happy and sweet couple. At this time, Luo Yi was also moved to tears. She witnessed her mother's love with her own eyes. She knew that it had not been easy for her mother over the years. She has given a lot for her 5 daughters and the company. The mother who had never been in love finally found her sweet love. At this time, the video of Gubei proposing to Luo Yunqi has become a hit on the internet. #Oolong incident, Luo Yi and Gubei are father and daughter. #. Gubei proposed to Luo Yi's mother, and lovers finally got married. #. Gubei's song Confession balloon captured Luo Yunqi's long-sealed heart. The internet is flooded with news about Gubei and Luo Yunqi. Netizens who watched the proposal video were overwhelmingly adoring of Gubei. Gubei is so handsome. Only he can create this kind of extreme romance. He is like a Prince Charming who walked out of a fairy tale. The romantic proposal video made me cry. I need a dozen husbands like Gubei. The black-hearted media has no limits in their pursuit of attention. Gubei is Luo Yi's father, but you wrote them as a couple. You are going too far. Luo Yi is so lucky to have such a beautiful mother and such a handsome and romantic father. She is definitely a winner in life. Luo Yunqi is so beautiful, Gubei is so handsome, they are a perfect match. I wish you 99%. Is Gubei really not planning to enter the entertainment industry? His singing skills are so amazing. If he enters the entertainment industry, he will definitely be a top male singer. Support Gubei, like their love, keep going. Gubei proposed with just a video. The gossip about Luo Yi and herself on the internet disappeared in an instant. At the same time, he captured Luo Yunqi's heart. The relationship between the two has taken a big step forward. In addition, Luo Yunqi has another great news. Chapter 26 Baby, don't cry, leave it to me. Gubei, you helped me a lot this time, you are awesome. Gubei leaned over slightly and held the excited Luo Yunqi in his arms. Luo Yunqi pouted and looked at the man in front of her with satisfaction. He took the phone and explained, this is our new product. As you know, I have been busy with the launch and promotion of the new product recently. We are going to invest tens of millions in the promotion of the new product. Today you confessed your love and proposed to me, and our eldest daughter E was moved to tears at the scene. My family and my company's new products all became trending topics, which saved us tens of millions of dollars in new product promotion costs. Luo Yunqi snuggled in Gubei's arms, her voice filled with excitement. God knows how much thought and how many days and nights she spent on this new product. Their entire team worked overtime for more than a month to ensure the successful launch of this new product. Unexpectedly, Gubei's romantic proposal today not only gave Luo Yunqi a full sense of security. It also saved her tens of millions in advertising costs. This is double happiness. Gubei, I am blessed to have you. Luo Yunqi kissed Gubei without any hesitation. In an instant, Her little face turned red with embarrassment. Although I am already 31 years old, I have no experience in love. In front of Gubei, she is always as innocent and cute as a child. Gubei stroked her fair little face and said gently, Yunxi, I will make you the happiest woman in the world. I will do my best in life and work. Two affectionate people embrace and kiss each other. Until Luo Yunxi was sweating profusely and fell asleep obediently in Gubei's arms. A system sound rang in Gubei's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully gained Luo Yunxi's trust. The host will obtain the Shaolin Kung Fu elementary skill. What? Shaolin Kung Fu? In today's legal society, the underworld has disappeared. Why would I need Shaolin Kung Fu? For this new skill. Gubei expressed some dissatisfaction. But the system has been delivered. Then he could only accept it reluctantly. Then Gubei checked his virtual panel. Host, Gubei. Age, 22. Strength, 9. Speed, 9. Value, 9. Skills, Miracle Doctor Elementary, Driving Master Elementary, Cooking Master Elementary, Singing Master Elementary, Shaolin Kung Fu Elementary. Backpack, empty. Mall, locked. There is something quite about this Shaolin Kung Fu. Ever since the system gave me this skill, his strength and speed both increased from 8 to 9. In addition, Gubei's arms, hands, legs and feet seem to have endless strength. Sure enough, the products produced by the system must be high quality. Morning. When Gubei woke up, he saw Luo Yunxi sobbing in his arms. His eyes were red and tears filled his eyes. He hugged Luo Yunxi tighter out of worry, holding her hand distressfully. Yunxi, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Why do you look so bad? Why are you crying? Luo Yunxi immediately wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and shook her head. Gubei, I. At this point, her face became even uglier. Gubei felt so distressed that he held her little face in his hands and said softly, Yunxi, did you have a nightmare, or are you worried about something? Looking at Gubei who was worried, Luo Yunxi forced a smile. At this point, my bad mood had mostly disappeared. I'm fine. I just thought of some unhappy things. It's okay. Gubei, you don't have to worry about me. How can I not worry about you? You are my wife. If you cry, it's my fault. Be good and stop crying. Gubei said as he hugged Luo Yunxi into his arms. He hates to see women cry. Especially the woman you love. Luo Yunxi, who was originally in a bad mood, quickly felt relieved in his arms. She spoke out what was most distressing to her. Shuaiku is my youngest daughter. Although she is the youngest, she is the most troublesome one. She resisted the marriage between you and me. She didn't agree. In order to resist, Shuaiku actually ran away from home. Hearing this, Gubei's heart also began to tense up. It was not until then that he understood why he had never seen his little daughter. Why, whenever he mentioned his youngest daughter, Luo Yunxi would become nervous. Even the daughters kept silent about it. Unexpectedly, all this is related to me. Where is Shuaiku now? She is safe now. I have sent bodyguards to protect her. This child has reached her rebellious stage. The more I don't want her to do something, the more she wants to do it. She hangs out in bars every day, smoking and drinking, and hanging out with a group of hooligans. I know. Everything she did was to resist me. She must have watched the video of you proposing to me yesterday and got hurt. The bodyguard just sent me a video of her getting into a fight with someone else. She's just a little girl, how could she fight? She even got hurt. Speaking of this, Luo Yunxi's eyes showed both heartache and anger. Tears also flowed. She cried so sadly that Gubei felt very distressed. At the same time, I also feel sorry for the little daughter I have never met. Shuaiku is injured? Is the injury serious? Gubei asked with a worried look on his face. Luo Yunxi shook her head with tears in her eyes. This girl dared to fight, so it's only natural that she got hurt. But I'm really worried that she's really bad. After all, she's my brother's child. I'm really worried. Luo Yunxi snuggled into Gubei's arms and cried sadly. She is a strong woman. Over the years, no matter how big the difficulties were, I handled them all by myself. She never cried in front of others. In Gubei's arms, her defenses were broken. In Luo Yunqi's heart, it is clear who is the most important and who she relies on the most. It was Gu Bei. Only in front of him would Luo Yunqi feel more relaxed and at ease. Gu Bei held her little hand and comforted her. "My dear wife, don't cry, I am here." As he spoke, he looked at Luo Yunqi seriously and continued, "Shueke ran away from home because of me. Besides, I am now married to you. You are her mother and I am her father. I have the responsibility and obligation to take her home. Our family must be complete." "You?" Luo Yunqi said with tears in her eyes, slightly surprised. "Yes, I will go, baby, don't cry, don't worry, I'm here. We are a family, I will face it with you." It was Gu Bei's firm words that made Luo Yunqi feel that she was no longer fighting alone and was no longer lonely. Luo Yunqi, who was originally in a bad mood, was coaxed into smiling by Gu Bei. The two got up together and washed together. Luo Yunqi's love for Gu Bei seemed to be engraved into her DNA. Lots of love and pampering. Luo Yunqi had already squeezed toothpaste onto his electric toothbrush and poured warm water into the mouthwash cup. The towel for Gu Bei to wipe his face has also been prepared. Even the clothes he would wear to work, including clothes, underwear and socks, were all prepared. Gu Bei is simply spoiled to death by his wife. Chapter 27, A Hero Saves a Beauty. Gu Bei learned about this from his bodyguard. Luo Shueke has been near the development zone in recent days. But this girl is so smart. He actually got rid of his bodyguard. The bodyguards were searching separately. Gu Bei was really worried about his little daughter. He planned to go find it himself. After all, the youngest daughter ran away from home because of him. He must take care of this matter. Early in the morning, he asked for leave from the company. He is a new employee in the store, but his treatment is quite good. He only asked for 3 days off, and his leader approved it. Finally, they asked if 3 days was enough. If not, they could extend it for another 2 days. For him, 1 day off is enough. He just drove to the development zone. The car hasn't stopped yet. I saw a group of people fighting in front of me. Some of them dyed their hair red and green, and they all had strange tattoos on their bodies. These people looked to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. Early in the morning, this group of children appeared here. They all had disheveled hair, dark circles under their eyes, slow movements, and a slight stagger when they walked. Obviously, there is only one possibility. They hadn't slept all night and they had just left a nightclub. Even from a distance, Gu Bei could smell the alcohol on them. "Girl, you are so beautiful, why are you alone? Don't you have a place to stay? Come on, let's go to my house. My bed is big enough for the two of us to roll around on it. Girl, do you mind if we play together? I'm a great guy." "Ha, sister, your necklace is so beautiful. It must be worth a lot of money. Give it to your brother." A few idle boys are bullying a girl who is wearing heavy makeup. Gu Bei Ben is a passionate young man. He really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. In broad daylight, under clear sky, he would never let these bastards succeed. At the same time, he also wanted to try out his Shaolin Kung Fu. He jumped out of the car without any hesitation. Run towards the bad guys. Get out of here. Gu Bei looked at the bad guy with a cold look in his eyes and shouted sternly. A few gangsters turned around and looked at Gu Bei behind them. When they saw Gu Bei, who looked like a little puppy, they couldn't help but look at him with contempt. "Ha, kid, don't you want to live? You're looking for death. If you don't want to die, get out of here now. Boy, you'd better get out of here, or I'll kill you." There was a hint of pride in the looks of the gangsters, and it was obvious that they did not take Gu Bei seriously. There were 5 people on the other side, and Gu Bei was not afraid of fighting 1 against 5. He glanced at them coldly and continued in a cold voice, "Get out of here. If you don't get out of here, I won't be polite." Ha ha ha. As soon as he said this, several people laughed in contempt. "Ha, kid, I advise you not to seek death. Get lost, this girl is ours. If you want to play with her, you have to wait until we have had enough fun. This girl looks like a rich girl. Stop meddling in her business, or I'll kill you." Seeing that Gu Bei was not afraid of death, several people were so angry that their faces turned blue. They immediately pointed at him and cursed loudly. The girl curled up in the corner, wearing a mask, was looking at Gu Bei with horror. Gu Bei immediately looked at her with a gentle gaze and said to her softly, "Don't be afraid, girl. With me here, no one can hurt you. His voice was sonorous and powerful, yet gentle and heartwarming, just like the warm sun in winter, warming the girl's heart. While comforting the girl, Gubei sneered at the gangsters. Not afraid at all. He sneered and asked the girl to stand behind him. Damn it! He dared to steal the girl I liked. Beat him. Beat him to death. A few hooligans were so angry that they swarmed towards Gubei. Gubei has been very strong since he was young, and it is no problem for him to beat two bad guys alone. But this time he was fighting 5 people at once, and at first he was a little worried. As these 5 people rushed towards him, Gubei could see at a glance the moves they were making. The next second, he used his hands and feet and punched the leading thug in the face. He kicked the 2 thugs who were running towards him to the ground at the same time. Crack! Ah! Bang! The 3 men fell to the ground one after another. The leading gangster had blood all over his face, his nose was broken by Gubei. The 2 hooligans fell to the ground, one of them holding his chest. One person holds the ribs. They lay on the ground in a mess, grinning in pain. The move was quickly completed and Gubei hadn't reacted yet. These 3 people just fell to the ground like that? Gubei looked down at his fists and feet. I only used 3 levels of strength just now. They fell so quickly. Gubei couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Shaolin Kung Fu is really powerful. Sure enough, the products produced by the system must be high quality. This time, Gubei straightened his back and glared at the 2 people in front of him with a righteous look on his face. They saw with their own eyes the 3 accomplices fall to the ground just now. They never thought that the handsome Gubei was so powerful. I thought he was bronze, but I didn't expect he was a king. The 2 men first winked at each other. The yellow-haired man shouted and rushed towards Gubei with his fists raised. The little purple-haired guy behind him took out a dagger from his pocket and tried to attack Gubei from behind. This is their little trick. Gubei saw through it at a glance. This move is a diversionary tactic. Oh. Just relying on these 2 little guys, they dare to show off their swords in front of Guangdong? Gubei sneered in disdain. He first leaped up and kicked with his leg, hitting the back of the head of the purple-haired man who was attacking with a dagger in his hand. The man fell headfirst to the ground and was knocked unconscious. Gubei's punch was as fast as the wind, and his iron fist hit the yellow-haired man's chest heavily. Vomit! This punch directly knocked the boy several meters away. All 5 of them fell to the ground in unison. These people were grimacing in pain, and their previous arrogance had long since disappeared. Gubei stepped forward. Several people were so scared that they rolled over and crawled. Gubei shouted at them, "Why don't you learn something good at such a young age? You learn to bully girls and cheat people. Go home and go to school or work. If I see you doing bad things again, I will beat you to death." Okay. We took note. Yes, we will never dare to do it again. We were wrong. Brother, please spare us. Several boys fell to the ground, trembling with fear. Roll. Gubei glared at them fiercely. Several people tumbled and crawled away in shame. The girl was stunned by the wonderful battle. Those gangsters are not useless, they are powerful young men in this area. When they beat people up, they are so ruthless. Unexpectedly, they were all knocked to the ground by Gubei in just 5 moves. Just now, was he a hero saving the beauty? She admitted that Gubei was really handsome just now. So handsome, okay? Gubei is too strong. Looking at the girl standing in the corner with an ugly look on her face, Gubei hurried forward and asked softly, "Little girl, are you okay? Do you want me to help you contact your family?" Chapter 28. Do you treat other girls like this? Seeing that the little girl didn't react, Gubei thought she was scared. So he moved closer and said gently, "Don't be afraid, little girl. I'm not a bad person. Are you sure you're not injured? I know some medical skills. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, I can help you." Gubei Ben is a passionate young man. If you encounter injustice, you will definitely help. The girl stared at him blankly. The girl had big eyes and she was staring straight at Gubei while wearing a mask. "Do you treat other girls like this?" The girl finally spoke. Her voice is nice and soft. Gubei could clearly hear it from her voice. She was not afraid at all and was very calm. Gubei was slightly startled at first, then he straightened his back and said confidently, "As long as I encounter something unfair, no matter if it's a man or a woman, I will take care of it." Having said that, he went back to the car and took a bottle of water. He handed the water to the girl first. "Calm yourself down first." Then, he handed the girl another 100 yuan. "Here is the money, take a taxi home first." Then he explained, "I know you must think I'm a bad person, so I won't send you home." The girl's dark eyes were fixed on Gubei. She wanted to see clearly what kind of person Gubei was. After a few dozen seconds, the girl spoke again. "No, I want to take your car." Having said that, the girl first returned the money to Gubei, and then walked straight towards Gubei's car. Gubei tilted his head and looked at the girl. Laughed. He also came from this age. Children in their rebellious period have very special thoughts. Most people don't understand. He also got in the car. The girl was just about to sit in the passenger seat. "Don't sit." The last word was uttered. The girl stopped moving, her butt hanging in the air. She wasn't sitting in the passenger seat. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Then, Gubei hurried forward and explained with sincerity in his eyes, "The passenger seat is for my wife. No one else can sit there except her." The girl looked towards the passenger seat. There are cute cartoon slogans on it. "Seats for wife." She frowned. "Okay, I'll sit in the back." The girl's tone was calm and she did not seem unhappy. She got out of the car and got back in, with the passenger seat sitting in the back. Only then did Gubei get into the car. "Where do you live?" My family." "Girl, you don't even remember your own home, do you?" Gubei said this half jokingly. He understood that this little girl knew her home, and there was nothing she didn't know. "I just don't want to go home. Teenage girls are rebellious." "Humph." The little girl said unhappily, "I don't want to go home yet, so I'll just sit in your car. You do your thing, and when you're done, I'll get off." Gubei was also helpless, and glanced at the girl. "Okay, I just happened to be looking for someone, so you just sit in the car first." As he said this, he started the car. The girl's eyes fell on the car seat. She found that there were fruits, drinks, and snacks on every seat. There are also tissues, wet wipes, and a small mirror for girls. Gubei saw through the rearview mirror that the girl was swallowing her saliva. Knowing that she was hungry, he said considerately, "Are you a little bored? You can eat anything in the car. Why do you have so much food and daily necessities in your car?" The girl asked puzzledly. Hee, this is what I prepared for the girls. I was afraid they would be hungry after school, so I prepared snacks and drinks. Fruits are also what they like." As Gubei spoke, he smiled like an old father. When he talked about his daughters, he felt like a father. Full of sense of responsibility. After hearing this, the little girl looked at Gubei with a somewhat soft look in her eyes. Gubei's car was driving aimlessly on the road. He is very slow. While driving, he looked outside the car from time to time. He was looking for his little daughter among the crowd. The girl was unhappy because he was driving too slowly. "Why are you driving so slowly?" "I'm looking for someone." "Looking for someone?" "Yes, looking for my daughter." "Your daughter? You are so young, where did this girl come from?" the girl asked in an unfriendly tone. Gubei explained as he drove, "I am not very old, but I have a sense of responsibility. Yes, it is my daughter." His magnetic voice was low and deep. "Because of me, my little daughter ran away from home. My wife cried every night. I felt very distressed. I promised her that I would find my daughter, for my wife and for my little daughter." When he said this, there was a look of distress on his face. He kept looking outside the car, looking for his little daughter. "What if you can't find her?" The little girl looked at Gubei and continued, "Or, what if she doesn't want to go home? I will look for her even if I can't find her. If she doesn't want to go home, I will carry her home. If she doesn't like me, I can find a way to make her like me. If that doesn't work, I will leave that home. I can't let a 17 or 18-year-old girl wander around outside forever. It's too chaotic here, and I don't want her to learn bad things and become a bad person because of me. Today I rescued you from some hooligans. At that time, I was thinking, if my little daughter encountered such a situation, who would protect her? Thinking of this, I was really worried. I just hope that she is safe and sound. Nothing will happen to her." Gubei said in a firm tone. Perhaps because the little girl was a stranger, he dared to speak these words so sincerely. These are also his heartfelt words. He wanted his little daughter to go home, especially after she met those thugs just now. His thoughts became more determined. He was worried that his little daughter would become a bad kid even if she didn't want to if she stayed in this kind of environment. The younger daughter didn't go home because of me. As long as my little daughter comes home, my wife can feel at ease. Gubei can make a retreat. Until my youngest daughter accepts me. In Gubei's opinion, his current identity is no longer an independent individual. He is Luo Yunqi's husband and the father of her daughters. He is the man of this family. There are some responsibilities that he must learn to shoulder. The little girl just sat in the car obediently, staring blankly at Gubei. No more words. Her expression also became complicated. Like he has something to say. It's like there's something I can't say. Gubei was completely unaware of these changes in her. His mind was entirely on his little daughter. He kept looking outside the car, looking for his little daughter. Just at this moment, the bodyguards called. Gubei quickly answered the phone. How is it? Has the person been found? He looked anxious, hoping there would be good news on the other end of the phone. Mr. Gu, we haven't found her yet. A frustrated voice came from the other end, and then continued, we just found some of Miss Wu's good friends. They said that Miss Wu went to Nanshan Road. Nanshan Road? Gubei immediately looked at the navigation in the car. It shows that your current location is Nanshan Road. I'm at Nanshan Road. Did they tell me what Shueku was wearing today? Miss Fifth took a selfie with her friends before she went out. I'll send it to you right away. After hanging up the phone, Gubei received a WeChat message. He couldn't wait to open it. He looked at his little daughter in the photo. The youngest daughter looks almost exactly like the other 4 daughters. It's just that the dressing style is more daring. Etc. The clothes my little daughter is wearing look so familiar. Gubei felt like he had seen this before. Chapter 29. I call you dad, you call me sister, let's talk about our own affairs. That's right. So familiar. Gubei always felt like he had seen him somewhere. Etc. He stopped the car suddenly. As if he thought of something. So he turned and looked at the little girl behind him. He looked at the photo on his phone and at the little girl. His handsome eyes blinked, and then blinked again. Little sister, what's your name? I won't tell you. The little girl said deliberately coldly while eating snacks. Is your name Luo Shueka? Gubei went straight to the point, not giving the little girl a chance to fight back. After he finished speaking, he immediately stared into the girl's eyes. I want to find the answer from the changes in her eyes. The little girl was wearing a big mask. Gubei couldn't see her face, so he could only see her inner world through her eyes. Panicked. She panicked. When the little girl heard the name Luo Shueka, she panicked for a moment. I won't tell you. After the little girl finished speaking, she quickly turned her gaze to the outside of the car. His little hands kept putting snacks into his mouth, trying to cover up his panic and embarrassment. The expression on her face when she eats is so cute. She was afraid that Gubei would see her face. He even turned his little head to the side, quickly pulled off his mask and stuffed snacks into his mouth. Her little expression is very similar to that of her 4 daughters. It almost made Gubei laugh. Gubei's eyes fell on the little girl's wrist. Bracelet. Pearl bracelet. Gubei has seen this bracelet before. All 4 daughters wore a necklace. This was given by Luo Yunqi to her daughters. Each person has a string, and everyone is exactly the same. Even Luo Yunqi wore one on her hand. Although Gubei didn't understand the meaning of this pearl bracelet. But he could see that this bracelet meant a lot to them. So much so that each of them wears it on their wrist every day. The same clothes, hairstyle, and bracelet in the photo. Those big, expressive eyes. Appropriate age. When he heard his own name, he avoided it intentionally. Everything seemed to prove that the girl in front of him was Luo Shueka. Gubei paused and smiled silently. Little sister, are you hungry? I'll take you to eat? You're not looking for your daughter anymore? Didn't you say she was very important to you? The little girl suddenly raised her head and asked in surprise. Gubei smiled and said, "Found it." "Ah, found it." There was a hint of disappointment in Luo Shueka's eyes. It seems like he has something to say, but he can't say it. "Yes, I found it. Tell me what you want to eat and I'll take you there." Gubei's mood also relaxed a little, and he smiled calmly. I want to eat." Luo Shueka rolled her eyes and thought. Gubei could see that the little girl had been hanging out outside for a few days. It's not going well. I can't eat or drink well, and I live in fear every day. At this moment, she was eating snacks non-stop. He must be starving. This little girl is quite stubborn. When he ran away from home, he didn't take a penny with him. She wanted to prove to Luo Yunqi that she could survive if she left home. Growing up in a wealthy family, she had never suffered any hardship. After a few days, she couldn't bear it anymore. So, Gubei wanted to take her out for a good meal. "Little sister, you don't have to be polite with me. Just tell me what you want to eat. I'll treat you," Gubei said gently. He wanted to get closer to Luo Shueka. I want to eat dumplings stuffed with fresh shrimp, and I also want to eat egg drop soup." Luo Shueka thought about it for a long time and finally came up with this. "No problem," Gubei answered straightforwardly. "I'm good at all these things, why don't you come to my house and eat?" "Ah. Your home?" "Yes, my family. I'm not a bad person. I just want you to have a full meal. Also, you look a lot like my little daughter. I treat you as my daughter. If my daughter wants to eat dumplings and egg drop soup now, I will definitely make them for her myself." Hearing this, Luo Shueka blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Gubei blankly. It seems that Gubei is not a bad person. It seems that he is also very considerate. The car logo on the passenger seat and various snacks in the car. And the concern he showed for his little daughter in his words. All of this doesn't seem to be fake. Gurgle. Luo Shueka was so hungry that her stomach growled. Gubei stepped on the accelerator and said, "You must be hungry. I'll be done soon. Sit still and I'll take you home." His tone didn't sound like he was chatting with a friend. It's like an old father talking to his daughter. Luo Shueka even had an illusion. "I always feel that Gubei recognized me." So she pulled the mask up again. All right. She was really hungry, and when she heard that Gubei could make dumplings stuffed with shrimp, her saliva almost drooled. In the end, the naive girl agreed. Soon, the car arrived at the luxurious villa. Luo Shueka followed him home. After returning home, Gubei put the TV remote control in her hand and said gently, "Watch TV for a while, the meal will be here soon." Luo Shueka looked around the whole house. On the table were the water snacks that my mother and sisters liked to eat. The house is very clean. The decoration is also very warm. It gave her a very solid feeling. What's even weirder is such a big house. But there was not a single servant. This is so unmom-like. Do you want to cook by yourself? Don't you have an aunt in such a big house? Luo Shueka asked in a low voice while sitting on the sofa. Gubei was kneading the dough while smiling and said, "My wife likes the food I cook the most, so auntie doesn't have to cook for her." Luo Shueka looked at Gubei, who was busy running around and had different thoughts in her mind. This person seems different from what I imagined. It seems that he is good at cooking. My mother is a very picky eater, except for the old aunt who raised her since she was a child. The food cooked by others is usually hard to suit my mother's taste. But my mother likes the food he cooks. Soon, a large plate full of shrimp dumplings and fragrant egg drop soup was placed in front of Luo Shueka. Gubei was considerate enough to bring her a towel soaked in warm water. "You must be starving. Come and wipe your hands and eat." The warm meal and Gubei's gentle words warmed Luo Shueka's heart at the same time. Luo Shueka is no longer arrogant and rebellious. Instead, he nodded obediently. He took the warm towel and wiped his hands. Gubei considerately handed her the chopsticks. "Eat quickly." Luo Shueka just sat there blankly. When she took the chopsticks, she was stunned. "Take off your mask and eat." "How can you eat with a mask on?" Gubei smiled gently and reminded considerately. Luo Shueka swallowed her saliva and looked at the delicious dumplings. She was really, really hungry. But she felt a little embarrassed again. If you take off the mask yourself, doesn't that prove that I am Luo Shueka? Wouldn't it be very embarrassing for me? No, no. Can't. I would rather die than pick it. But the dumplings and egg drop soup looked good again. What to do? So hungry. So greedy. Chapter 30. Our daughter is back. Gubei was chatting on his cell phone. Like they were talking about something important. As a result, Luo Shueka didn't dare to look up at him. And just at this moment, a loud cell phone ring broke the awkward situation. Gubei's cell phone rang. Caller ID shows my dear wife. Hello, Gubei, have you found Shueko? Luo Yunqi's anxious voice came from the phone. Gubei looked up at Luo Shueka, who was wearing a mask, then said gently to the phone, "Don't worry, my dear wife, our daughter is back." After hearing this, Luo Shueka, who was sitting opposite, was a little uneasy. She looked at Gubei with surprise. Ah. She's back, really? Shueku is back? Is she injured? Has she been bullied? Is she hungry now? Even through the screen, one can feel Luo Yunqi's endless love for her little daughter. She said this almost in tears. After hearing this, Luo Shueka felt a surge of emotion in her heart. Even some self-blame. My mother, who has always been strong, has been worrying about me. She was inexplicably moved. Tears were circling in my eyes and were about to flow out. Gubei shook his head. Shueku is fine. I made her favorite shrimp dumplings and egg drop soup. She is eating now. Okay, I'm glad you're back. Thank you, Gubei. You've worked hard. Be good, don't cry. Shueku is also my daughter. This is what I should do. Gubei comforted his wife while speaking affectionately. After hanging up the phone, Gubei looked up and saw Luo Shueka looking at him with astonishment. There was disbelief in his eyes. Shueku, be good and eat. Gubei said softly with a smile on his face. At this moment, Luo Shueka was a little panicked. She looked at Gubei awkwardly. How do you know I'm Luo Shueka? I recognized it a long time ago. Let's not talk about it anymore. You must be starving. Come and eat it. Try my cooking. He urged Luo Shueka again. Luo Shueka originally thought that after she returned home, you will definitely be blamed for everything. She didn't expect it. Not only did Gubei not blame himself like an adult, but he was very nice to himself. I was afraid that I would be hungry, so I just wanted to eat more. What to do? I was actually a little touched. She was moved by Gubei's sincerity. So, Luo Shueka took off her mask. Started eating delicious dumplings. Finished the first one. She couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. I can't imagine it. Gubei is not only handsome, but also cooks delicious food. No wonder even such a picky mother likes the food he cooks. The dumplings made by Gubei are not only delicious, but also have a fireworks flavor. Gives people a sense of home warmth. Luo Shueka was really hungry. Is it delicious? Gubei looked at Luo Shueka with satisfaction and pushed the egg drop soup to her side. I was afraid that the child would choke. Luo Shueka drank the egg drop soup in big gulps. Well, it's normal. Puff. Gubei couldn't help but laugh. Have to. This little girl is quite stubborn. She finished a big plate of dumplings in one go. Also said it was average. However, Gubei likes Luo Shueka very much, she is so cute. After eating, Luo Shueka burped. She had no image at all in front of Gubei. She is indeed a real girl. After dinner, Luo Shueka sat opposite Gubei, staring at him with bright eyes. His eyes were very determined, as if he was looking at a bad guy. Tell me, why did you marry my mother? Luo Shueka asked puzzledly. Gubei smiled handsomely and licked his lips. Luo Shueka is indeed amazing. The first question throws out the big trick. This is a tricky question. To the extent that Gubei himself didn't know how to answer. Well. Without waiting for Gubei to answer, Luo Shueka looked at him coldly and said casually, "For money?" Ha! Gubei laughed. He didn't deny it. After all, the conditions offered by Luo Yunqi at that time were too tempting. Because my mother is beautiful? Gubei nodded. Yes, this girl is right. How many people can resist a beauty like Luo Yunqi? You love my mother? Luo Shueka asked again. Gubei looked at Luo Shueka with a puzzled look. This girl's question is too sharp. Every problem hits my heart. Gubei nodded again. Love. How can I not love it? Luo Yunqi's affection is worthy of his love. Which man would not love such an affectionate and romantic woman? Some questions have answers, but sincerity has no answer. Sincerity is written on the face and is reflected in various things. I won't say too much, I will only do it. Gubei said this with great determination. He's a straight guy. Where do I know love? How can I know how to manage a marriage? However, since marrying Luo Yunqi, he understands the meaning of two people being together for a long time. He understands that true care and love means loving the other person as well as everyone else, and considering the other person in a practical and personal way. Is to have each other in heart. After hearing these words, Luo Shueka looked at Gubei intently. She didn't say anything else. After a few seconds, he looked away and said softly, "Thank you." After that, her face turned red and she said with a little embarrassment, "Your cooking skills are good, and the meal you made is delicious, thank you." You're welcome. If you want to eat it in the future, I'll make it for you anytime. Gubei was very calm when facing this rebellious little daughter. She was not given too much special treatment. Treat her like a friend. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Luo Shueka instantly became alert. I thought it was my mother coming back. For a while, she didn't know how to face her mother yet. At the same time, she looked down at what she was wearing. The exaggerated clothes make her look like a little gangster. She didn't dare face her mother in this image. But she didn't bring any other clothes. And her exaggerated makeup. Luo Shueka quickly lowered her head. She felt flustered and nervous. 2 minutes later, Gubei walked forward and handed over 2 exquisitely packaged boxes. Luo Shueka opened it and took a look. Inside one of the boxes were 2 sets of clothing. The other box contains skin care products and makeup remover oil. There are guest rooms on the 3rd floor. You can take a rest first. I'll take you to pick up your sisters from school later. Gubei spoke in a soft voice. Hear this. A warm feeling instantly surged through Luo Shueka's heart. This man is so sweet. Eating the food he cooked gave me a very familiar feeling. Moreover, he knows how to take care of people. And take care of your own emotions. I have been away from home for so many days. She really missed her sisters. Luo Shueka's impression of Gubei improved a little. Good. Luo Shueka went to the upstairs room with clothes and skin care products. Chapter 31. Be good, I have a date with my mom today. Luo Shueka removed the makeup on her face first. She took another shower and changed into the clothes Luo Shueka had chosen for her. Not only do the clothes fit me well, but the colors and styles are also my favorites. What is even more rare is that even the skin care products that Gubei chose for himself are pure plant-based. Because Luo Shueka has allergic skin, she cannot use ordinary skin care products. Only pure plant-based ones can be used. It turned out that it was when I was eating. Gubei was not playing with his phone, but was choosing clothes and skin care products for himself. No wonder mom likes him so much. He does have many advantages. Luo Shueka sat in Gubei's car, and they went to school together to pick up their sisters after school. She observed. There are a lot of fruits in the car. They are all the food that I and my sisters like to eat. This dad is also very caring. After arriving at school, Gubei did not stop the car and waited for his sisters in the car. He stood at the school gate, waiting for his sisters. Little did they know that this small action of his had significant impact. It made Luo Shueka feel very warm. From childhood to adulthood, the driver always picked them up whether they were going to school or coming home from school. Because their mother is busy with work, she seldom comes to pick them up from school. Although I ride in a luxury car every day, the 5 sisters were not very happy. What they envy most are the parents standing at the school gate waiting for their children. It is such a happy and luxurious thing to have parents waiting for you at the school gate. Dad! Look, Dad is here to pick us up. Wait, isn't that the 5th sister? Is the 5th sister here too? The 5th sister and Dad are here together. Wow, They are in the same frame for the first time. When the four sisters left school, they saw their father with their little sister who had been away from home for many days. Their faces were immediately filled with happy smiles. He immediately ran towards them both. Big sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, I missed you so much. The youngest Luo Shueka also ran up to greet her sisters. Seeing her younger sister was happy, the eldest sister Luoyi pretended to be stern and reprimanded her, Shueku, don't be so impulsive in the future, or I will really ignore you. The second sister Luokor also had a serious expression on her face, Shueku, be more sensible in the future and don't let your parents and sisters worry, okay? The third sister also followed suit, Shueku, it's good that you're back. Don't be stupid next time. Although Luo Shueka is the best sister and also the group's favorite, she listened to her sisters. I nodded obediently and agreed, I understand, sisters. Fourth sister Luo Shuefei smiled, Shueku, do you like daddy too? After hearing this, Luo Shueka's little face turned red instantly. No. She denied flatly. Although Gubei treated her very well, had good cooking skills and was very considerate. And I also have a good opinion of him. But Luo Shueka also wants to save face. At that time, I ran away from home because of Gubei. How can I admit that I like him now? And she really couldn't say the word dad. Okay, let's get in the car first. Gubei said, tilting his head slightly. The five daughters got into the car obediently. A day of school. They were really exhausted. For them. After school, I went home in my dad's car. It is the happiest thing in their day. Because after getting on the bus, there will be a variety of fresh fruits and various juices to drink. Sit in the car for a while, and the fatigue of the day will be gone. The older sisters and younger sisters were also talking and laughing. They know that their dad is very powerful. It must be him who persuaded his sister to go home. The sisters began to admire Gubei again. Just at this moment, Gubei's cell phone rang. The caller ID shows it's my wife. Since Gubei was driving, he pressed the car phone. Hello. Gubei, did you pick up the children? Gubei nodded, I got it. All five of them are here, neatly arranged. I'm going to send them home first. You send the children to where they live first, and then we'll go eat together. Eat dinner? But, I have an appointment with my college classmates. Gubei said with a little embarrassment. Luo Yunqi's gentle laughter came from the other end of the phone, then if you don't mind, take me with you. Hearing this, Gubei raised the corners of his mouth and showed a knowing smile, no, of course I don't mind. I'm very happy that you can go with me. Well, that's fine. You take the girls home first. I'll wait for you at home. Trojan horse. Before hanging up the phone, the sound of Luo Yunqi's kiss was heard from the car speakers. The daughters had ant smiles on their faces. Mom has changed so much. Usually, my mother is a very strict person. Whether in life or at work. Even when I'm on the phone, I only talk about the key points. It has never been so gentle. It is no exaggeration to say this. Mom gave all her extreme tenderness to Gubei. My daughters didn't believe that there is always a way out before. Now I believe it. The person who terminated my mother's love was Gubei. Gubei sent his daughters to Luo Yunqi's old house. This is also a 5-story detached villa. It is also a luxurious community. The daughters got out of the car obediently. They waved goodbye to Gubei. Goodbye, Dad. Have fun tonight. Dad, Mom will have a headache after drinking, so Dad must take good care of Mom. Dad, take good care of Mom and take good care of yourself at the same time. Dad, have a great night with you and Mom. Finally, Gubei set his eyes on his youngest daughter. Her face flushed, she blinked her beautiful eyes, and said a little embarrassedly, you guys, drive safely, I'll go in. Although the younger daughter has undergone a great change towards Gubei. She noticed it too. Gubei is different from what he imagined. She thought that Gubei was a gigolo who only knew how to live off others. He married my mother for her money. I didn't find out until I came into contact with Gubei. Although Gubei is with his mother, there is also a financial element involved. But he is really good to his mother. And my mother seemed to like him very much. Very dependent on him. She saw love in her mother in Gubei. Maybe, that's enough. As long as Mom is happy, can indulge in love and be with the one she loves. Isn't this a happy thing? The younger daughter is also trying to accept this father. Gubei looked at his daughters and smiled dotingly. Okay, you go home first, and call me if you have anything. The daughters waved goodbye to Gubei. Gubei drove towards home again. His mood suddenly improved. The younger daughter has been found, and we get along quite harmoniously. In addition, a reunion of several classmates from university. He was the first one in the class to get married, and he really wanted Luo Yunqi to join him. Firstly, I want to show those people who say they can't fall in love that I can not only fall in love, but I can also get married. Secondly, he wanted to give Luo Yunqi a sense of security. It often said that at a class reunion, breaking up every couple is a good thing? Only by taking my wife with me can I give her the greatest sense of security. Gubei's car had just stopped outside his villa. His eyes were instantly attracted. The whole person was conquered. This is so beautiful. Chapter 32. My wife loves me. Luo Yunqi was seen wearing a white dress, a pair of sneakers, and her hair was the long straight black hair that Gubei liked. Such a simple and down-to-earth dress attracted Gubei even more. Because of Luo Yunqi's work, she usually wears commuting skirts and suits. This will make you look more professional and dignified. Although she is already 31 years old, she has been well maintained, has an infuriating face, and is dressed in such a pure way. Looks like a recent graduate. Luo Yunqi's beautiful eyes turned, and Gubei was instantly attracted by her beauty. He thought more than once that such a good-looking appearance would end up being a waste of his money. Seeing his beautiful wife, Gubei got out of the car and said in a low and magnetic voice, "My dear wife, you were so special today." Luo Yunqi blinked her beautiful eyes, looked down at her outfit, and smiled. This is my simplest look. She knew that she was a few years older than Gubei. That's why I dress simply and casually. This will narrow their age gap. Luo Yunqi thought she was ugly, and asked anxiously, "Is it ugly?" Gubei slowly shook his head. "No, it's beautiful." So much so that he couldn't help but hold Luo Yunqi in his arms and kiss her pink lips. "You are so beautiful that I want to chase you again." It's no wonder that Gubei never had a boyfriend in college. It's just that there is no beauty like Luo Yunqi in the university. If there was a stunning beauty like Luo Yunqi in college, Gubei wouldn't have been single for several years. Luo Yunqi's face was full of joy, and she was a little shy like a little girl. "Gubei, let's go." There was sweetness in their conversation. Gubei's class reunion today is actually a gathering of good friends. It was a meal together with his good friends from college. The dinner was scheduled to be held at the most luxurious hotel in the city, the Beautiful View Hotel. The students arrived early at the pre-arranged box. Since Gubei had to pick up his child, he arrived relatively late. At this time, the classmates were already chatting happily in the box. Who is doing the best in our class now? The one who is doing well is of course Lu Bingkuan. Yes, I admit that. Bingkuan has a great family background. His father runs a company and his mother runs a factory. He performed so well in school. After graduation, he will not only take over his father's company, but also his mother's factory. He will be able to manage both of them successfully. As soon as the fat man said this, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Bingkuan. Lu Bingkuan, who is a rich second generation, has a proud look on his face. He raised his glass, stood up, and said with a smile, "It's just so-so. I'm just fooling around. I'll have to rely on my classmates in the future." Lu Bingkuan's humble attitude actually reveals his arrogance. The classmates were also very supportive and clinked glasses with him. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Bingkuan. Even some pretty girls in the class tried to get close to him. As expected, the current class reunions have long since changed. Freshly graduated students like them have already been tainted by the flavor of society. The situation was not broken until Gubei and Luo Yunqi entered the scene. "Wow, look, Gubei is here." "Gubei? You, the one next to you? Oh my god, I saw you on the trending search a few days ago." He thought I saw it wrong, but it turned out to be you. "Gubei, you too, it turns out the proposal video was real." All the students stood up. They looked at Gubei and Luo Yunqi with strange and envious eyes. The appearance of the two of them was like bringing a ray of dazzling light to the dim class reunion. Especially Luo Yunqi. She stood there, like a beautiful landscape. Luo Yunqi's beautiful eyes sparkled with a shimmering light, sparkling brightly. Faced with the numerous questions raised by his classmates, Gu Bei really didn't know which one to answer first. He held Luo Yunqi in his arms. He introduced himself to his classmates with a happy face. "Sorry, I'm late. Let me introduce to you all, this is my wife, Luo Yunqi." Luo Yunqi blinked her beautiful eyes, maintained a gentle smile on her face, nodded, and greeted Gu Bei's classmates. Luo Yunqi? The classmates looked at them in surprise. Lu Bingquan walked forward respectfully, with a surprised expression on his face, and asked, "Are you Luo Yunqi, the chairman of the New Blue Sky Group?" Luo Yunqi nodded slightly, "Yes." "Hello, Mr. Luo. My name is Lu Bingquan. My family has business dealings with your company. Although it is a small business, our family relies on the New Blue Sky Group for its livelihood. I didn't expect that I would meet you here." Lu Bingquan, who has always been arrogant and loves to show off his wealth, is like a clown in front of Luo Yunqi, and his speech begins to become incoherent. This shows how great Luo Yunqi's influence is. The students standing by were also stunned. "Oh my god, she's so beautiful, and she's also a big boss. Gu Bei, how did you do it? By the way, what did you just say, my dear wife, are you married? Gu Bei, please publish a book, please. Otherwise, please start a class and we will kneel down and listen." The classmates looked at the beautiful Luo Yunqi and the handsome Gu Bei. When they stand together, they look perfect together. I am extremely envious. Gu Bei took Luo Yunqi's hand and they sat down together. Throughout the whole process, Gu Bei had a proud smile on his face. He had never been so confident. Having his wife by his side gave him absolute confidence. Several beautiful female classmates came today. Among them is the school beauty. Usually, school beauties are even more beautiful and charming. However, today, she looked dull compared to Luo Yunqi. I can only say that Luo Yunqi is so beautiful. So beautiful that it can kill everything in seconds. "Hello, Mr. Luo, I'm a junior employee in your company. Thank you for giving me the opportunity." The school beauty stood up and greeted Luo Yunqi respectfully. "Hello, Mr. Luo, I am also an employee of your company. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Luo, I reported to your company right after graduation. The company is great and the salary is very good. Thank you." Luo Yunqi was not arrogant at all. She nodded and smiled, and replied politely, "You're welcome. Today is a gathering among classmates. We won't talk about business." The usually arrogant and superior school beauty and several beautiful female classmates. He nodded humbly in agreement. It has to be said that with Luo Yunqi around, they are far inferior. Gu Bei's lips curled slightly, with a rare arrogance on his face. "My dear wife, I didn't expect that these outstanding female classmates in our class work in your company. What a coincidence. Gu Bei, it was actually Director Luo who gave us this opportunity, otherwise." The school beauty was about to say something, when her eyes were focused on Luo Yunqi's determined eyes. Next second, she immediately lowered her head and dared not say anything more. Gu Bei was full of doubts. What does this mean? Is there a secret between them? Chapter 33. My wife cut off my peach blossom with her own hands. Gu Bei suddenly discovered. The school beauty Qiaowen, classmates Zhang Xueqing, Sun Huizhou, all of them were girls who had pursued him. But they only confessed their feelings once. Before Gu Bei could think it over, they seemed to regret it and never showed any ambiguity towards him again. Unexpectedly, they all went to Luo Yunqi's company together. Several classmates nearby also echoed, "You all went to Gu Bei's wife's company. Isn't this too coincidental?" However, I heard that any company under the New Blue Sky Group has very high requirements for employees and never accepts interns. It is the dream place for all graduates. How did you get in? That's right. My uncle works at New Blue Sky Company and has been there for nearly 6 years. My family used their connections to send me to New Blue Sky Group for an internship, but even the smallest subsidiary wouldn't accept an intern like me. Xiaowen, please tell us how you got into the New Blue Sky Group. Yeah, are you related? Joan's topic was immediately changed. Classmates, you asked one question after another. Xiaowen, Zhang Xueqing, Sun Huizhou and others looked at each other. He looked at Luo Yunqi with humble eyes again. Luo Yunqi looked at the nervous people and couldn't help but laugh. She said gently, "You guys don't have to be nervous. today I am Gubei's wife. The moment Gubei and Luo Yunqi looked at each other, he saw the tenderness and doting in his wife's eyes. Immediately afterwards, Luo Yunqi's cell phone rang. She squinted her eyes and looked at Gubei, saying gently, "I have an important call." "I'll take it." Gubei nodded, gently pinched his wife's cheek, and said lovingly, "Go, dear, I'll wait for you." The two were still in their honeymoon period, loving and affectionate to each other. Until Luo Yunqi went out. Only then did the female students relax. After drinking a few glasses of wine, Xiaoan finally mustered up the courage to speak. "Gubei, I was able to join the subsidiary of New Blue Sky Group thanks to Gubei." Zhang Xueqing nodded with a red face, "Hee, me too." Sun Huijiao's pretty face flushed slightly. "Gubei, after all, I still want to thank you." After hearing what they said, Gubei became even more confused. This. What do they mean? No way, it has anything to do with me? I have this ability, and you guys just graduated and got an internship at a big company. At that time, I didn't even know my wife. Gubei then muttered quietly, "If I had this ability, I would have joined the New Blue Sky Group a long time ago." New Blue Sky Group is the dream of every college student. That is a paradise for top students to find jobs. The New Blue Sky Group is not only developing well, but also treating its employees very well. That's right, Gubei, it is indeed related to you. Do you know who talked to me about my joining the New Blue Sky Group? School beauty Qiaowen said excitedly. Although she had been in the New Blue Sky Group for more than 2 months, her face was still filled with excitement when she mentioned it. Gubei paused and said, "Isn't he the dean of the department? Because you have good grades and the teachers like you very much, they recommended you to the subsidiary of New Blue Sky Group." All the classmates know about this. The fat guy and several male classmates also nodded. Yes, at that time several classmates had objections and even went to the department head. He said that it was because you were outstanding in all aspects that you got such a good opportunity. Xiaowen glanced at them, smiled slightly and continued, "It's because of Gubei, no, to be precise, it's because of Director Luo." As he spoke, he cast his gentle gaze on Gubei again. She just glanced at Gubei gently, and then immediately looked away. "What's going on? Explain it clearly." Gubei was even more confused. "How come my wife is related to her classmates' employment when she meets them for the first time? Luo Yunqi is the president of the company, so there is no need for her, the chairman, to appear in person for the company's recruitment matters." Gubei, do you still remember that I pursued you?" Gubei nodded. To ease the embarrassment, he immediately drank a sip of water and looked out the door, fearing that his wife would hear him. "Remember, but I'm married now. It's because I pursued you that I got this opportunity." As soon as Qiaowen finished speaking, Zhang Xueqing beside him also said with a little embarrassment, "Me too, it is precisely because I also pursued you that I also had the opportunity to work in a big company." The more Gubei listened, the more confused he became. Finally, Sun Huijiao gave the final answer, "I also liked you at that time, and I confessed to you in public, because you are handsome and outstanding, and I am attracted by your looks. Half an hour after I confessed to you, I met Mr. Luo, and I got the opportunity to work in the New Blue Sky Group immediately after graduation. However, I also have to agree to one request, which is to give up on you." "Me?" Gubei looked at her in surprise. Sun Huijiao nodded, "Yes, only if I give up you can I go to New Blue Sky Group." "So, you gave up on me?" Gubei Wu blurted out. "Yes." Sun Huijiao replied embarrassedly, "I was attracted by your looks at that time, and you didn't agree to me at that time. Compared with my job, I feel that New Blue Sky Group is more attractive and more stable. I gave up on you." Xiaowen also nodded, "I think so too, but I really admire Director Luo. In order to be with you, she cut off all your romantic opportunities with her own hands." Zhang Xueqing said with a smile, "Gubei, you still have to thank us. If we hadn't given up and withdrawn, you might not be able to be with Luo Don." Such a big news. Gubei couldn't digest so much at once. Think for a moment. He remembered. During college, many girls confessed their love to him, and every time, Gubei wanted to consider it. "The girl who liked me before seemed to have become a different person and no longer paid attention to me. Even alienate yourself." Gubei once suspected that he was terrible and no one liked him. So he never had a romantic relationship during his 4 years in college. "Love, my wife cut off all her romantic opportunities with her own hands." The fat guy and the boy were shocked when they heard this. "My God, this is a great hand. Gubei, your wife is amazing." She really went to great lengths to get you. The fat man looked at him with envy, wishing he could exchange identities with Gubei. Lu Banquan frowned, looking confused. He looked at Gubei, then looked down at himself. Gubei, you are so lucky. Luo Yunqi is a rare beauty in the world. Not only is she beautiful, she is also so charming. She is also the richest woman in Muchang. She is so high and mighty and doesn't take any man seriously, but she has a special liking for you. I don't understand, I really don't understand. Not only Lu Banquan, but even Gubei himself didn't understand. Gubei stroked his chin thoughtfully, with a wicked smile on his face. It's too difficult. My wife cut off all the peach blossoms for me. It's too mean. Just wait and see how I teach her a lesson when I get back. Teach me a lesson? Gubei, tell me, how are you going to teach me a lesson? Just then, the beautiful Luo Yunqi walked into the box. Everyone withdrew their gazes and couldn't help but worry for Gubei. Chapter 34, Heart-to-Heart Talk with My Wife. Luo Yunqi is the richest woman in Muchang. At the same time, she is a domineering female president. Everyone who has worked with her knows that she is a powerful character. Employees working in her companies also know that she is a boss with high demands and high standards. No matter who sees her, they will be afraid. Gubei turned his head and looked behind him, his eyes rolling. My dear wife, do you still need to ask? Of course I will teach you a lesson. Gubei, are you okay? Gubei, are you drunk and talking nonsense? Fatty and Lu Banquan hurried to smooth things over for Gubei. I was afraid that Luo Yunqi would be angry. Who would have thought? Luo Yunqi showed a sexy smile on her face and looked at Gubei with a doting look. This. Could it be that the domineering female president likes this kind of thing? Gubei pinched Luo Yunqi's face. When she raised her eyes shyly, she saw her husband's perfect handsome face. Gubei, what's wrong? She asked in a low voice. My dear wife, how many peach blossoms have you cut off behind my back? Luo Yunqi, however, looked excited. Glancing at Xiaoan from the corner of her eyes, she had already guessed about 70% of what was going on, so she smiled and said, You are the one I chose early on, and you can only be mine, so even if you were just a budding peach blossom, I must cut it off. A charming smile appeared on Luo Yunqi's pink little face. Gubei reached out and took his wife into his arms. He leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, I'll teach you a lesson when we get home. Okay, who's afraid of who? The two looked into each other's eyes, full of ambiguity. Make others envious. Gubei didn't know until now. The reason why I have been single since birth is not because I am not attractive. It's because my wife cut off her peach blossom with her own hands. I don't know why. After knowing all this, Gubei was not angry. Instead, it feels sweet. Being remembered by others, being this firm choice. Isn't it a kind of happiness? The originally boring class reunion also became lively and interesting due to Luo Yunqi's arrival. The classmates didn't dare to look down on Gubei. Everyone was trying to please him. Gubei also tasted the sweetness. With his wife around, Gubei rose rapidly to the top. Gubei held Luo Yunqi beside him. Even though it was a class reunion, he would not ignore his wife. Won't let her feel alone. After the class reunion. Because Gubei drank. The two of them prepared to walk home. The two held hands. You say one thing, I say another. Telling each other their thoughts. Yunqi, my youngest daughter is coming home today. I thought you would have a good talk with her, so I agreed to the gathering with my classmates. Gubei is not a carefree person. Although they have already obtained a marriage certificate. They are legally married. But Gubei understood. I am only a few years older than my daughters. My daughters haven't yet fully accepted me as their father. Especially the youngest daughter. She is very concerned. In the rebellious period again. So, he deliberately hid out tonight just to let Luo Yunqi communicate well with the children. Luo Yunqi nodded slightly, and leaned her little head on Gubei's shoulder. As they walked, she said, Shueku is a child who lacks a sense of security. At the same time, she has a strong sense of self-esteem. Today, she has slowly accepted you. I want to give the child some time to let her adapt, so I don't want to put any more pressure on her. Having said this, Luo Yunqi let out a long sigh. I felt a lot more relaxed after talking about my worries. Gubei tightly grasped Luo Yunqi's hand and said affectionately, Don't worry, baby, I won't put pressure on you and the children. I will take good care of you and also enlighten Shueku. Don't be stressed, we will face it together. Thank you, Gubei, it's great to have you. If you really want to thank me, then behave yourself when you get home. Luo Yunqi raised her beautiful eyes and saw a sly smile on Gubei's lips. Oh, you are bad, you are bad. Luo Yunqi was so embarrassed that she hid her head in Gubei's arms. The little face turned red. Early the next morning. Gubei woke up early. Luo Yunqi in my arms was tormented all night last night. At this moment, her little face was still blushing. She was nestled in Gubei's arms, sleeping sweetly. Gubei kissed her forehead gently. Open the phone and take a look. Received several WeChat messages. It was sent by my eldest daughter Luoyi. Dad, there is a celebrity reality show that wants to invite me to participate. I want to give it a try. Then, there is a link below. Dad who loves to do housework too. Even without opening the link, Gubei knew how popular Dad who loves to do housework is. This is a celebrity family reality show. It is about the daily interactions between celebrities and their parents. Of course, the focus is on the male protagonist Dad. Daily interactions between fathers and celebrity kids. There is also the daily marriage life of celebrity parents. There is humor, various funny jokes, touching moments, and a unique family love. After the first season of the show was aired, the response was very good. Several celebrities and fathers who participated in the show became famous overnight. Although this is the second season, filming has not started yet. It has been extremely popular on the internet. Netizens even voted to select the list of contestants for this season. This season, all the guests are big names. Gubei himself is also doing it. He is also looking forward to it. Etc. See here. Gubei felt something was wrong. Luoyi's biological father passed away more than 10 years ago. The stars who participate in this variety show must have fathers. Of course, adoptive father and stepfather also count. Could it be that Luoyi wanted to take me to participate in a variety show reality show? Thinking of this, Gubei immediately became alert. He quickly replied, do you like this show? Soon, Luoyi replied, yeah, I like it very much. This program is real and touching. I want to participate. In addition, their program team also found me to discuss. They are very optimistic about you, Dad, and want you to participate. Participate in a reality show? Gubei had never thought about this matter. Gubei is an amateur. Besides, I am only a few years older than Luoyi. The relationship between stepdaughter and stepfather. Will the audience complain about it? Gubei, let me think about it again. Luoyi, Dad, don't feel pressured. You have absolute freedom. If you don't want to participate, I respect you. The eldest daughter is a warm-hearted and sensible child. At the same time, I don't want to put pressure on Gubei. As an amateur, if you want to participate in a reality show, you must have strong psychological qualities to face all kinds of comments online. It is difficult for ordinary people to do this. So, Luoyi gave Gubei time to think about it. And the other side. The production team of the program Dad Who Loves to Do Housework Too is holding an emergency meeting. Director Lu, the entire internet has been discussing our last mysterious family. Now, the popularity of our program has increased a few degrees. Yes, Director Lu, the final results of the netizens' vote are out, and it's an almost overwhelming result. If we can invite this group, whether it's topicality, popularity, or ratings, there will be strong guarantees. Several staff members, holding various data and information in their hands, were discussing the last group of mysterious guests with director Lu Daoxiang. Chapter 35, Spend some money and I don't believe I can't take him down. Lu Daoxiang, the chief director and also the director of AT, set his sights on a group of photos. He couldn't help but be surprised. One of the groups caught his eye. It's him. Why, director, do you know him? Director Lu nodded first, then shook his head and said, know him? No, I don't know him, but I have met him once. I met him backstage at a show before. I was really moved when I heard him sing. At that time, I wanted to make an exception and sign him, but he refused. No way, someone actually rejected Director Lu? Are you really Gubei himself? The staff nearby couldn't help but look at him in astonishment. Director Lu shrugged and smiled helplessly, it is indeed him. I am very impressed by him. He has a very good voice and is a good candidate. If he is signed, he will definitely become a big hit. Director Liu has a unique vision. The person he chooses will definitely not be wrong. Director Liu looked at the data selected by netizens. Gu Bei is very popular, even higher than the movie kings of the same period. All of their staff began to focus on analyzing data-oriented information. The audience's taste has really changed. They are tired of some good dad-themed families. They prefer to watch some reconstituted families, especially those with younger than younger lovers. I have to say, this is a very good topic. Director Liu has a very good impression of Gu Bei and he shares the same opinion as netizens. Finally, let their group participate. As for the last group of mysterious guests, the whole group believed that Gu Bei's family combination met the requirements best. After all, this is selected by netizens. According to the online voting results, Gu Bei and his daughter Luoyi ranked first in the overall online vote. Have you contacted Luoyi and Gu Bei? We have contacted Luoyi. As a member of a girl group, she has never participated in a variety show. She is indeed interested, but we are still trying to contact Gu Bei. Although Gu Bei is an amateur, as far as we know, he is tall and handsome and has strong singing ability. But at the same time, he is not a low-key person, so we are worried that he will refuse to be on the show. Several staff members explained their work situation one by one. Director Liu's eyes fell on the handsome Gu Bei. I don't believe it if you spend money on it. He is an amateur. Even if he doesn't want to be on camera, he will definitely compromise as long as there is enough money. Director Liu has been working for many years. Based on his experience, he believes that all the work is not done well. That's because the money is not there. As long as the money is in place, everything can be solved. As soon as Director Liu said this, the faces of several staff members nearby couldn't help but look grim. The assistant could only smile awkwardly and explained, Director, you may not know Gu Bei's family background. Afterwards, the assistant projected Gu Bei's personal information onto the big screen and continued preaching. Gu Bei, male, 22 years old, graduated from an ordinary college in Machung, and is currently employed as a logistics manager in a luxury store in this city. His family conditions are average, and his parents are both ordinary workers. Just over 10 days ago, he got married with Luo Yunqi, the youngest richest woman in this city. According to our investigation, Gu Bei is worth hundreds of millions, so we think that spending money may not be enough to hire him. Then, Director Liu held his chin, looking a little embarrassed. He is very much looking forward to Gu Bei's group of candidates. Don't want to miss such a good candidate. Regardless of Gu Bei's personal charm, Luoyi's popularity, and Luo Yunqi's perfect personality, this combination brings huge traffic. It will be a big fire. Talk, all of you go talk immediately. No matter how much it costs, no matter how much we pay, we must take them down. All of you go, and make sure to capture Gu Bei. Also, you guys can go talk to Luoyi. We offer you various favorable conditions and tempting resources. I don't believe that you won't be tempted by all these conditions. As soon as Director Liu said this, several people immediately took action separately. Luo Yunqi also received a call. She was afraid that her daughter would be wronged in the entertainment industry. Luo Yunqi simply bought the entertainment company where her eldest daughter worked. The production team of Dad Who Does Housework 2 once again invited their company. The agent really couldn't make the decision, so he had to let the big boss Luo Yunqi make the decision. No. Luo Yunqi refused without even thinking about it. She has never been optimistic about the entertainment industry, but she is happy to let her eldest daughter sing and dance on stage and participate in some positive movies. This is the maximum tolerance. But Mr. Luo, you also know how popular this reality show is. It will help you to have a better development in the entertainment industry in the future. The agent tried to persuade Luo Yunqi. Development? Tell me, what else does he need to develop? She is already a top singer and has won the Best Actress award. This is the lifelong dream of many people, and she has achieved it. What else does she need to develop? Luo Yunqi directly confronted the agent with just one sentence. It's just that Re wants to participate. She wants more people to know Gu Bei through this program. No need, not only E, but Gu Bei doesn't need it either. He doesn't need more people to understand him. In this world, it's enough for me to understand him. Luo Yunqi coldly rejected her agent again. The agent had no choice but to respond truthfully to the production team of Dad Who Does Housework 2. While the program crew expressed regret, they still did not give up. After all, the new father-daughter combination of Gubei and Luo Yi is really worth watching. They were unwilling to give up such a good opportunity. Their breakthrough this time was Gubei. Gubei is at work. Received a phone call. Hello, is this Mr. Gubei? Don't buy insurance. Gubei looked at the unfamiliar number and the standard Mandarin, thinking it was a sales call, and quickly hung up. On the other end of the phone, a look of confusion. They called again. I told you, I don't buy insurance. Gubei answered the phone and said impatiently. Mr. Gu, you misunderstood. We are not selling insurance. We are from the production team of Dad Who Can Do Housework Too. We called you today to discuss cooperation with you. The staff member was sweating anxiously and introduced word by word. Cooperate? Yes, I'm sure you've seen that the most popular online selection is the father-daughter combination of Luo Yi and you. We've also done a lot of research and think that you two are very suitable candidates, so we want you to participate in the show together. I wonder if you have time, so we can meet and talk. The staff seized the opportunity and pressed on. Meeting. At this point, Gubei paused, and his expression showed a little worry. If it's inconvenient for you, we can come to find you. I hope you can give us a chance, and give you a chance as well. The staff spoke very politely. The program crew is serious about this. Gubei is not ready to participate in the show. He is an amateur after all. Go to a show where there is 360-degree coverage and cameras everywhere. Show yourself to the public without reservation. He found this somewhat difficult to accept. Chapter 36. The program team sincerely invites. Ding, the host will obtain the basic skills of the god of dance by participating in the program Dad Who Can Do Housework. Ding, the host refuses to participate in the program Dad Who Can Do Housework and will gain the skill of understanding animal language. At this moment, a familiar system voice sounded in Gubei's mind. Gubei was slightly stunned at first. Participate in the show to gain dancing skills. Rejection is the skill of understanding animal language. Is this okay? But Gubei was not interested in this show. At the same time, they don't care about rewards. He is not in the entertainment industry, so dancing is optional for him. Even with this skill, he has no place to use it. I'll think about it. After thinking for a moment, he responded politely. Mr. Gu, I hope you can give us a chance. As for your labor fee, after negotiation, we can give you the price of a third-tier star. The staff used a big move. Although Luo Yunqi is rich. But Gubei was born in an ordinary family. He still has a desire for money. Although spending money may sound vulgar, it will definitely produce results. A third-tier star? Although Gubei didn't understand how much this third-tier star cost. But he understands that money is easy to make in the entertainment industry. Even if you are an unknown small-time celebrity, your labor fee will far exceed that of an ordinary person, let alone a third-tier star. It will definitely be around 7 figures. I have to say, this price is indeed tempting. Gubei didn't answer. The staff thought he was not satisfied with the price, and said excitedly again, Mr. Gu, we know you are excellent and well-educated. If you are not satisfied with the price, we can still discuss it. I just hope you can give us a chance. You can see that many people like you. This is a good opportunity for you too. Well, as for the price, our director has said that we can give you a little more. As long as you can participate, we can accept even the first-tier price. Miss Luo Yi really wants to participate in our program. Don't you want to spend a wonderful parent-child time with the children? By the way, if your wife is willing, she can also participate in the program. Many of us witnessed your proposal, and we also want to learn about your happy and romantic love story through this program. The staff tried to persuade them again earnestly. My heart is moved. Gubei was moved. How can I not be moved? The price of first-line celebrities is over 7 figures. This amount of money is a huge fortune that many people will never be able to obtain in their lifetime. In addition, the staff just mentioned it. Family time. This is also what makes Gubei excited. My youngest daughter just came back, but she hasn't accepted me yet. This made Gubei inevitably feel a little anxious. He really wanted to find a good opportunity to have some time with his wife and children. This program is indeed a good opportunity. Dance god skills plus first-line celebrity prices plus family time equals win-win-win. No matter how you calculate this account, it's not a loss. Well. Alright then, agree to be on the show. In the end, Gubei gave the final answer. Go on the show. In just 1 month, you can earn more money than others can earn in their entire life. Besides, you can date at public expense. Spend family time together at public expense. There is also the skill of the god of dance. Only a fool would not do such a good thing. That's great, Mr. Gu. Tomorrow morning, no, in an hour, we will come to you to discuss the contract. See you later. Even through the screen, Gubei could feel the staff's ecstasy. The production team of Dad Doing Housework 2 has gone to great lengths to get Luoyi and Gubei to participate in the show. As for Luoyi, she has always liked this show. For her, labor fees and various resources are not rare. She has absolutely no shortage of these things. But she wanted to be on the show with Gubei. I want to experience the fatherly love that I have never felt before. I want to be a child who is loved by my father. For this reason, she is even more looking forward to Gubei's participation in this program. Soon, the program staff met with Gubei. They met at a cafe near Gubei's company. It's you. Gubei recognized Director Ed, who had wanted to cooperate with him before. Director Lu showed a sincere smile on his face, stood up and said happily, Gubei, I didn't expect that we would cooperate so soon. Seeing the confusion on Gubei's face, he explained, let me introduce myself. I am Director At and also the chief planner of the program group of Dad Doing Housework 2. I feel very honored to work with you this time. Director Lu's joy was evident in his words. Gubei, you are very popular. Although you are not a star, the audience is looking forward to your appearance. Director Lu has been in this circle for many years and has never made a mistake. Anyone he takes a fancy to will become popular. Gubei is no exception. He believed that as long as Gubei participated in the show Dad Doing Housework 2, it would be a win-win situation. Gubei responded humbly, I am just an amateur. I don't understand the effect of the show, nor do I know what the audience likes. I am afraid that I will disappoint everyone's expectations of me. Gubei couldn't guarantee whether it would be popular or not, he just wanted to be on the show and enjoy the time with his family. As for the rest, he didn't think about it. Gubei, just be yourself. Director Lu was very optimistic about Gubei and handed the contract to him again. Gubei looked at the contract carefully. The above terms were not too harsh on him. It's nothing more than a confidentiality agreement. In addition, if you get injured outside the program crew during the contract period, it has nothing to do with the program crew. There are also various clean-keeping agreements and ethics agreements. In other words, if something illegal or immoral is done after signing the contract, it will affect the entire program broadcast. Those who sign the contract will face huge penalties for breach of contract. It seems that the recent issues of whether to pay taxes or not, and whether to sleep or not, are driving these program crews crazy. These have no effect on Gubei. He is a legal citizen. He will pay the taxes he should pay and will not sleep when he should not. What cannot be touched will not be touched. I won't take what I shouldn't take. After signing the contract, the familiar system voice in my mind sounded again. Ding, congratulations to the host, the program group contract has been completed, and the host will obtain the primary skill of the god of dance. Next second, Gubei felt that his body suddenly became a lot lighter, accompanied by the music playing in the cafe. He even had the urge to dance. He had no time to research new skills. Director Lu extended his hand and said respectfully, Gubei, I wish us a happy cooperation in advance. Gubei politely extended his hand and responded, it's a pleasure to work with you. Soon, the news about Gubei Luoyi and the full work of Dad Doing Housework 2 spread on the internet. Previously, on the promotional poster on the program's official website, the last group of mysterious guests were black silhouettes. This leaves a lot of suspense for the audience. The official website announced the last group of guests, Gubei and Luoyi. The whole internet exploded. Chapter 37, My Wife's Respect. Internet? There are good and bad things. There are black and red. There are many people on the internet who like the combination of Gubei and Luoyi. Of course, there are also many people who slander Gubei. Is there no one left in the domestic entertainment industry? Choose this gigolo? Oh my god, I'm going to you. Everyone, please wake up. There are still people who like Gubei, who is a gigolo. How can Luo Yunqi, a woman with a love brain, like this guy? Look, Gu Bei is only a few years older than Luo Yi, and they are already a couple. They even appear on a parent-child program together. Are the production crew blind? Such a disgusting combination. You guys also like to watch it, it makes me sick. I have always liked the show Dad Doing Housework. There are so many celebrities in the circle, why did they choose this combination? It's disgusting. What is this dad who does housework? It's obviously stepfather who does housework. There's no big words here. People say that he is a gigolo. He is not satisfied with taking down the richest woman Luo Yunqi, and he wants to take Luo Yi with him to reap another wave of benefits. There are even some very unpleasant slanders. For these, Gu Bei was mentally prepared. He won't explain this to anyone. He just wants to prove through his actions that he is a responsible and good man. After returning home, Gu Bei felt a little uneasy. The contract was also signed. The official website also announced it. However, Gu Bei did not discuss his participation in the program with his wife. I was afraid that Luo Yunqi would be angry. Soon, my wife returned home. There was still a look of happiness and joy on her face. Gu Bei first stepped forward, looked at Luo Yunqi seriously, and said seriously, "My dear wife, you may have heard that I just signed a contract with Dad Doing Housework too." Luo Yunqi nodded, the corners of her mouth raised, and she said gently, "Yeah, I saw it, it's already on the headlines." Looking at my wife's face, she was full of tenderness. Gu Bei asked again, "Are you not angry?" Luo Yunqi shook her head, "I'm not angry, why should I be angry?" Then, she tightly grasped Gu Bei's hand and said gently, "Hubby, I respect all your choices. Besides, Yi also wants to participate in this show. Since you both like it, I will fully support you." Such a sensible wife. How could Gu Bei not like it? He held his wife's face and continued seriously, "As for those bad comments on the internet, I don't care, so my wife, don't care about it either." Based on his understanding of his wife, Luo Yunqi is a husband-loving man. In her eyes, nothing is bigger than her husband. This is good, that is good, but none of them is as good as my husband. Luo Yunqi certainly couldn't accept the negative comments about Gu Bei from the internet trolls. After hearing what Gu Bei said, Luo Yunqi smiled and said, "No way, there isn't a single bad review of you online right now, just look if you don't believe me." As she spoke, she handed the phone to Gu Bei. "No? Impossible, I just saw," Gu Bei said as he looked through his phone. But when he opened the official website comments, the only things left in the comment section were praising himself for being handsome, romantic, and having a good singing voice. There are even quite a few people who have become fans of me. As for those negative reviews he had just seen, they seem to have disappeared from this world. All gone. It is no exaggeration to say that there is not a single bad review. All the reviews are positive. Then I looked at my wife, who had a proud and gentle smile on her face. Gu Bei already understood about 70% of it. Sure enough, my wife praises me to the sky and doesn't allow any negative reviews to appear. Luo Yunqi snuggled in Gu Bei's arms and said gently, "Husband, I watched this show this afternoon. It's pretty good, very real, and can really improve parent-child relationships. I also want to take this opportunity to let everyone know that the husband I, Luo Yunqi, chose is the strongest man in the world. He's super good. Which man can bear being comforted like this by his wife?" Gu Bei lowered his head and gently kissed her pink forehead. That's right. Gu Bei wants to prove it to everyone. I am super good. Not only can you make money by participating in the show, you can also gain powerful skills and enjoy happy parent-child time. A few days later, the program crew came to the house, and before Gu Bei's family set off, they had to film an episode about their preparations for leaving home. This time is different from previous shows. Last season, various 360-degree, high-definition cameras were installed in the guests' homes. Then record the family's daily parent-child time. This season, the program team made adjustments and changes to the content. All the guests participating in the show will live together on an island. Enjoy the joy of isolation while also testing their survival skills. Before departure, the program crew will record them packing their luggage and the family's status before departure. Gu Bei packed his luggage early. For a grown man, his luggage is quite simple, consisting of a few sets of clothes, simple toiletries, and a few pairs of comfortable shoes. He still has some expectations for this show. My wife and daughters have also packed their luggage. Even the little daughter, who has always been stubborn, agreed to participate in the show. She wanted to see what Gu Bei was capable of. The director first found the head of the family, Gu Bei, and discussed with him the significance of the trip. "Hello, Mr. Gu. I'm the editor Zhang Li. Don't be nervous. We are just asking some simple questions. I want to get to know you better. We haven't turned on the camera and it won't be broadcast." Gu Bei smiled handsomely. "Okay, no problem." Little did people know that the program crew had already started the live broadcast at this time. The barrage area has begun bombing. But Gu Bei had no idea about it. The production team is really bad. Using this trick again, the simple-minded Gu Bei is going to be fooled. Gu Bei himself has a genuine look, and he can wear a baggy sweatshirt in a fashionable way. Gu Bei's home is really luxurious, a big villa, but I don't know if they can survive on the island. Wait, isn't it said that the camera of the dad doing housework production team is a magic mirror? It's not beautified, but Gu Bei is so handsome, even the high-definition camera can't hide his handsomeness. Zhang Li smiled and continued to ask, "Can you talk about why you want to participate in the program Dad Doing Housework?" Gu Bei, "Because of money." Ah. As soon as he said this, Zhang Li smiled awkwardly. She thought that Gu Bei would say in an official manner that it was because of love, because of the children, and because he wanted to use this program to enjoy some good time with his family. Zhang Li can follow up on any of the above answers. I never thought that Gu Bei was so real. Gu Bei also wanted to answer, because of love, because he wanted to enjoy good times with his wife and children. But he couldn't say it. Even if I say it out loud, no one will believe it. It may even bring bad luck to yourself. Instead of that, it would be better to say something more vulgar. Money? Ha, Mr. Gu is really humorous. So, what do you expect from our program team next? Not looking forward to it. Gu Bei continued to answer. Chapter 38. The program group can no longer be organized. Ah, this. Gu Bei's sharp answer made the program crew completely confused. Even the editor-in-chief Zhang Li had a frown on her face. The barrage area is even more lively. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The production crew is confused now, right? You said the camera wasn't on, that's why Gu Bei was so real. I actually felt Luo Yunqi's happiness. Gu Bei is really brave, strong, and interesting. Ha 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 ha. This actually made me laugh. Gu Bei's answer was so cool. Program crew, you are scared, right? You actually met such a tough guy. I actually started to like Gu Bei a little more. He is quite interesting. Today's happiness comes from Gu Bei, it's so fun. Director Lu and other staff members watched as the barrage of comments completely covered the screen. Everyone had a smile on their face. This time, they bet right. It was right for Gu Bei to come to the program team this time. Zhang Li put away her embarrassed expression and continued to ask, "Mr. Gu is really interesting. This time your family of 7 is traveling together. Do you think you can take care of these 5 children? The children are already 17 or 18 years old and have independent abilities. They don't need me to take care of them. We are more like friends." Gu Bei once again gave a straightforward answer. This is the truest answer in his heart. He did not present himself officially. I am only a few years older than my daughters. Gu Bei's answer is correct. A child this old doesn't need anyone to take care of him. The director did it on purpose, maybe he wanted to embarrass people. Gu Bei himself is only a few years older than his daughters. This time I stand with Gu Bei, his answer is correct, there is not much difference in age between them, and they were just friends. Listening to him speak, he is indeed a very sober person, and very real, not bad. Originally, the program team wanted to gain more attention by chatting with Gu Bei. Unexpectedly, the program crew was completely screwed. Gu Bei always hates hypocritical people. He has been very real since he was a child. Speak truthfully and be a real person. He never says anything flattering. Even when facing the people from the program crew, he just spoke one by one. Besides, he never thought about establishing any personality. He is himself. There is no need to deliberately highlight the personality. Then Zhang Li asked some harsh questions. Gu Bei also answered simply and casually. The interview on his first entry was about to end. Zhang Li's face turned ugly. Gu Bei didn't think much about it, thinking that she didn't get enough rest. When I was about to leave the room, Zhang face turned ferocious and she suddenly rolled off the bench. Before Gubei could react, she had already started twitching on the ground. Her eyes were wide open, foam was coming out of her mouth, and her body was twitching continuously. It was the first time that Gubei saw such a scene. He could see that it was epilepsy. The staff nearby were also frightened. I was so scared that I held my phone, ready to call emergency services. My hands were shaking as I dialed the emergency number. So much so that I dialed the wrong number. Gubei walked forward without hesitation. First, he unbuttoned Zhang Li's shirt to allow her to breathe freely. Then, he tilted his head to the side, fearing that the liquid in his mouth would flow back and prevent suffocation. After doing all this, Gubei quickly took a few needles. First, acupuncture was performed on Zhang Li's palm of the hand, and then on her Guanyuan, Zhongji, Yongquan and other acupoints. He is extremely fast. After the acupuncture, he did not forget to press Zhang Li's temple. After a wave of operations, Zhang Li on the ground had stopped twitching, and he immediately walked over and helped her sit back on the sofa. He handed her a glass of warm water. He asked very gently, "Are you okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Zhang Li gratefully took the water, shook her head, then nodded, I'm fine, I just now. Zhang Li, who has always been strong-willed, could not accept that she had the defect of epilepsy. However, her condition has improved significantly. I haven't had an attack for a long time. Epilepsy has always been her most inferior and weak spot. So, she works very hard and lives a positive life. It was to cover up her epilepsy defect. It's okay. You just slipped, just take a rest. Gubei comforted her softly while taking back the silver needle, his eyes full of tenderness. Seeing this, the staff member nearby also tried to smooth things over. Yes, be more careful next time. Drink some water and take a rest first. In order not to embarrass Zhang Li, he left the room first. Little did Gubei know that the barrage of comments had once again covered the screen. Everything he had just done was also recorded. Gubei is really considerate. No way, this isn't a script, right? A script can't write a plot like this, right? The most gentle thing about Gubei is not that he cured the director's illness, but that he told a white lie in order not to hurt the director's self-esteem. Gubei did a good job and did the right thing. Come on, who just said that Gubei was an idle gigolo? Look, he is not only genuine and caring, but most importantly, he knows medical skills, and they are ancient medical skills, which is amazing. Oh my god, a few needles can cure diseases and save lives. Gubei really has a way. Sure enough, a man who can catch Luoy's I must be a top-notch guy. Such a man is so handsome. Gubei was so handsome when he was treating patients. I actually started to like him a little. Gubei was also not expecting the accident just now. After returning to the room, Gubei still looked calm. But his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. He looked at the silver needle in his hand, and even he himself dared not imagine it. I am so corrupt. After Gubei got the system, the first skill he received was the miracle doctor skill. After he got this skill, he never used it. It was only when he used it for the first time that he realized the profoundness of ancient medical skills. A few needles can save lives. Although epilepsy is not a serious disease that can take one's life. But sometimes, if epileptic patients are not rescued in time, their lives may be in danger. After saving someone, he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Even a little arrogant. Then, Gubei opened his virtual panel. Host, Gubei. Age, 22. Strength, 9. Speed, 8.5. Value, 9. Skills, Divine Doctor Elementary, Driving God Elementary, Cooking God Elementary, Singing God Elementary, Dancing God Elementary. Backpack, empty. Mall, open. Popularity value, 300 accumulative. What's different from before is that his strength and speed have improved. There are already a few more skills. In addition, the mall that was previously locked has also been opened. There is also an additional popularity value at the bottom. Just from the literal meaning, we can understand that it is the value that others like about ourselves. 300? That's 300 people? The number of people Gubei knew, added together, was no more than 300. How? Do all these 300 people like me? Gubei even suspected that the popularity score of 300 was exaggerated. Chapter 39 The Dad Who Does Housework is finally on air. And just at this moment, The system's sound rang in Gubei's mind again. Ding, the host used the miracle doctor skill for the first time and saved a person. The system will reward the basic swimming skill. Ah! Gubei himself was stunned. Have a look. Look, the system is also a caring system. Gubei did good things and was rewarded with skills. Swimming skills. Gubei needs it, he needs it very much. He has been a landlubber since he was a child and has always wanted to learn how to swim. I just tried a few times and I couldn't even do a dog paddle. The show is about to start. Gubei didn't have time to study his popularity and swimming skills. The whole family set off together in the car. Since we set off in the middle of the night, no one got enough rest. Along the way, everyone fell asleep. It wasn't until several hours later that the car stopped. Gubei's family of 7 gradually woke up and got off the car under the guidance of the staff. We boarded the cruise ship together again. About 40 minutes passed. Everyone went ashore together again. This is a nice-looking island. The seaside scenery is beautiful and the air is fresh. Rare in the world. It is indeed a great holiday destination. The program team installed nearly 1,000 high-definition cameras on the island. Live broadcast 24 hours a day. At the same time, there are various groups of follow-up cameras, for various follow-up shots. Now, the program has been launched on major websites. The sea breeze is a bit cold in the morning. Luo Yunqi was afraid that her husband would be cold, so she considerately put her coat on Gubei. She was afraid that Gubei would be nervous as it was his first time on camera, so they held hands the whole time. Although the two didn't say much, their sweetness overflowed the screen. Everyone is envious. Oh my god, is this still the arrogant Luo Yunqi? Isn't she too doting on her husband? Who wouldn't want a wife like this? Give me a dozen of them. Gubei is so happy, he is spoiled to death by his wife. When they held hands, I instantly felt that the whole world was sweet. It was so sweet. As a single person, I want to fall in love after watching this. It's so happy. Are they pretending? I don't think highly of them. How can a high-ranking CEO and a poor man be happy? +1 I'm also not optimistic. Read on. Maybe you'll get tired of pretending and stop. How many loving couples end up having a falling out? Wait for them to have a falling out. There are 4 families participating in the program. Only Gubei's family is the most talked about. As long as there are shots about them, there will definitely be the most barrage of comments. I have to say, Gubei's family of 7, just standing there, saying nothing and doing nothing, was enough to attract everyone's attention. Soon, the other 4 groups of families arrived. The first group is the most popular rap singers at the moment, one family. One is 19 years old this year and is a rap singer. In the eyes of his parents, he has always been a rebellious teenager. His father, Zhao Xinkai, 45 years old, is an ordinary worker. He looks simple, shy, and easy to get along with. One, who grew up in a single-parent family, only brought his father to participate in the show this time. The second group is actors Hua Meng and Ku Qiming, who brought their 6-year-old daughter to the show. The two of them are household names on television. The 6-year-old daughter Ding Ding is even more well-behaved and cute. The TV series they collaborated on even set a new record in ratings for the 8 o'clock primetime drama. The third group is supermodel Yu Zihong, who is over 35 and still single. As a male model, he is still active on the international catwalk at the age of 35. Accompanying him on the show were his parents, who are over 60 years old. My father, Yu Jiangwo, used to be a small leader and was very serious. Even when participating in the show, he looked like he was attending a meeting, with a serious expression on his face. Her mother, Zhang Yunfang, is a retired teacher, and she also has a serious expression on her face. After seeing his parents, everyone finally understood why the handsome Yu Zihong has a very traditional and melancholy temperament. It turns out that this is related to the original family. The fourth group is the most talked about father-daughter combination of Luo Yi and Gubei. At the same time, their group also has the largest number of participants. A family of 7, all present and without a single missing person. When people meet for the first time, they greet each other politely. It's nothing more than official words like hello, nice to meet you, hope you will take care of me in the future, etc. After a brief exchange, Director Ed took the lead personally. This is also one of the innovations of the program. Top leaders were also involved. This is also a pretty good topic. Hello everyone, I am the program's chief planner. My name is Lu Daoqiang. You can also call me Director Lu. Next, I will lead everyone to spend a wonderful time together on this outdoor island. As soon as Director Lu said this, everyone applauded politely. Everyone is full of curiosity and yearning for this quiet and beautiful island. Then, Lu Daoqiang continued, next, we have to choose a house together. Then he took a few big cards. Above are the houses and household reserves of each family. House number 1 is a 3-story villa, and is considered the richest person on this island. The small villa has a total of 6 bedrooms, plus a gym, sunroom, study and e-sports room. In addition, there is a large living room on the first floor and the refrigerator is full of food. House number 2 is a 2-story small villa. Although it is not as good as house number 1, it is also very warm. There are 4 bedrooms in total, a study, and a starry sky movie room. There is also a large refrigerator on the first floor. Although the food is not as much as that of family number 1, it is also good. Room 3 is a bungalow of about 100 square meters with 2 bedrooms. It was a very ordinary family room, also with a refrigerator, but it was filled with simple vegetables and no meat at all. Compared with the above 2 houses, house number 3 is relatively worse. Room 4 is even worse. It's a very dilapidated house. After entering, there was only a large bed and a large table. There wasn't even a decent household appliance in the room. There was a canned gas stove and a small black pot in the corner. There were only 2 thermoses, 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks, a few packets of instant noodles, some noodle leaves, and a few vegetables on the table. The only way to describe this home is to say that it is bare. Apparently, family number 4 is a nightmare. After everyone saw the 4 houses, I already have my own goals in mind. Gubei's family consists of 7 people, and at present, house number 1 and house number 2 are most suitable for them. Because there are so many of them, they need a bigger bedroom and also more food. This is enough for their family to live on. It's just that everyone likes house number 1 and house number 2. How to divide it specifically? It's not hard to imagine. The program team will definitely make something of the house issue. Dad, I want room number 1. I like that sun room. Luoyi was not polite and chose room number 1 at first sight. Luo Kier also nodded, Dad, room 2 is not bad either. It has a large balcony where I can bask in the sun with my sisters. I like both room 1 and room 2. I am not picky about which one I live in. Luo Mantong also smiled with his eyes narrowed. Although the 4th and 5th daughters did not speak, their eyes were always on room number 1. Gubei knew that his daughters liked number 1 and number 2. He secretly made up his mind that he would get a good house for his daughters. Let them enjoy their vacation on the island comfortably. Luo Yunqi snuggled up to Gubei and whispered in his ear, as long as I'm with you, I'm willing to live in room 4. Have to. My wife is in love again. Chapter 40 melted Luo Yunqi's girlish heart. Gubei in room 4 is also completely capable. When you go on vacation, you should experience a different kind of life. Of course he could, but it would be awkward for their family of 7 to live together in such a small house. Soon, Director Lu spoke. Next, everyone will participate in a competition, and only the winner will have priority in choosing a house. Have a look. I'm not wrong. The program crew is making trouble again. When the guests meet for the first time, they will compete to choose a house. If this isn't causing trouble, then what is? The guests also cheered up in order to get the house they wanted to live in. Everyone look here. Then, everyone's eyes followed the camera and looked towards the beach where Director Lu was standing. I saw 4 balloons of different colors deep in the sea. The white balloon is closest to the shore. The second color is yellow. Then there's lavender. Finally, there are the dazzling red balloons. The red balloon is the farthest from the shore. Next, we will have a swimming competition. Whoever gets the red balloon first can choose the first house. The purple one will be the second one, the yellow one will be the third one, and the last one, the white one, will not have the right to choose a room and can only live in the one left by everyone else. Hear this. Gubei felt secretly delighted. What a coincidence. Isn't this a coincidence? Just a few hours ago, Gubei has just acquired the skill of swimming. He originally thought that he would not be able to use this skill on this trip. Who would have thought that the system's sending out of skills was laying the groundwork for this? Products produced by the system must be high quality. Although the skills are elementary, they must be at the provincial team level. You may not necessarily win first place in a big competition, but compared with these 4 families, you can do better if you work a little harder. Getting first place is no problem. As soon as Director Liu said this, several families began to discuss who would play. Family number 1, 19-year-old Wan leaves the station. At this time, he and his father had already started laughing happily. Dad, when we were little, you used a belt to force me to learn how to swim. I didn't understand it before, but now I understand. It turns out that you were laying the groundwork for this. Just wait and see this time. I will definitely swim out a number 1 room for you, so that you can enjoy yourself on this island. His father Zhao Xinkai smiled modestly. Son, as long as it's not room number 4, I can accept the rest. Family number 2 sent Hua Meng because her husband Ku Qiming cannot swim. With no other choice, she had to go on stage. Qiming, I've told you so many times that you must learn to swim, but you refuse to learn. Now you still have to count on me at the critical moment. Let me tell you, if I lose, my daughter won't have a good room to live in, and you will be responsible for it. Hua Meng had a gloomy face and spoke unhappily. Even though the entire process was live broadcast, she did not hide it at all. Her face was full of disdain for her husband Ku Qiming. They are already like an old married couple. Ku Qiming still looked like a good husband, and said honestly, my wife is right. My wife is right. I will pay attention to it next time. Family number 3 sent the tall and handsome supermodel Yu Ziheng. He is a boy of few words and shy. Even in front of his parents, he is still shy. They didn't say much, they just stood up and prepared for the game. In family number 4, Luo Yunqi has already started warming up. She is ready to compete. While warming up, she said, Gubei, I'll be back soon and I'll definitely win room number 1 for everyone. Luo Yunqi is a woman with a strong sense of career. She is tenacious and goal-oriented. As long as she sets her mind on something, she will win in the end. She is also determined to win the swimming competition. Gubei couldn't help but smile as he looked at his competitive yet lovable wife. He took a step forward, took off his coat and put it on his wife. At the same time, he smiled gently and said, How can I let you compete in the sea? I'll do it. The gentle yet domineering words instantly melted Luo Yunqi's girlish heart. There was a hint of tenderness in her eyes. No, it's already autumn and the seawater is very cold. How can I let you go in the water? What if you catch a cold? No, besides, as far as I know, you can't swim. Luo Yunqi has liked Gubei for several years and has already known him thoroughly. Gubei is indeed a landlubber. Luo Yunqi, the doting husband, blinked her beautiful eyes and refused directly. I didn't know how to do it before, but now I know how to do it all of a sudden. Just wait on the shore and let me do it. Suddenly? That won't work. I'm afraid the seawater is too cold. What if you catch a cold? Luo Yunqi looked distressed again. It was true that whoever's husband she was would feel distressed. Be good, it's because the seawater is too cold that I went into the water. Just wait for me to come back and get room number 1. I'll give you a big reward tonight. Ah, reward, what reward? Luo Yunqi was stunned for a moment, and glanced at Gubei with her dark eyes. Gubei turned around and smiled, then gently pinched her pink little face. You'll find out tonight. After saying that, several contestants, under the leadership of Director Liu, came to the beach and made preparations before the game. In an instant, Luo Yunqi's little face turned as red as an apple. But she was still worried about Gubei. She was very shy at this moment. Nourished by love, she looks like a 20-year-old girl. Her face is full of youthfulness. Wow, my parents are so sweet, and my mom is so cute. Oh my god, a strict mother has such a tender side. It's so sweet. Mom and dad's love is so sweet. I am jealous. This is definitely not a dating show, it's so sweet, my girlish heart is melting. It turns out that Gubei cares about his mother so much. The 5 daughters saw it all. You speak, and I speak. His words were full of envy. At the same time, I am also happy for my mother Luo Yunqi. The 2 of them pamper each other so much, such a pure and sweet love. Just think who wouldn't want that. At the same time, the barrage area began to refresh the screen continuously. Gubei and Luo Yunqi are a little sweet, but not greasy, sweet but not oily, just right. Gubei is fine with dating, but I don't think it will work out well if he joins the swimming program. My EE will have to stay in a shabby house at night, and I'm heartbroken. I don't think highly of Gubei either. He's good at dating and coaxing women, but he's terrible at swimming. Luo Yunqi is such a competitive person, she will definitely win the swimming competition. As for Gubei, forget it. I bet $100 that Gubei will lose. I don't know why, but I always feel that Gubei is not very good at swimming. I support one here, after all, he is the youngest. Indeed, I am not watching a dating show, but a parent-child show. I really like the pair of Gubei and Luo Yunqi, but forget about swimming. When the staff of the production team of Dad Who Does Housework 2 saw the barrage, they also laughed. I have to say that Gubei and Luo Yunqi have a strong sense of immersion. The audience loved them as a couple. Attention all teams, give more shots to Gubei and his group. It's best to shoot out the contradictions. Quick! Chapter 41, the topic is gone? But the show effect is there. Originally, they thought the most interesting group was that of supermodel Yu Ziheng. After all, he is tall, handsome, and an international supermodel. My parents are serious and old-fashioned people. With a combination like theirs, there will definitely be conflicts on the show, which will definitely create all kinds of sparks. Unexpectedly, their group didn't explode, but Gubei's group did. And the effect is quite good. No one is optimistic about Gubei, including the program team, because they have read Gubei's information. He can't swim. Even if he had just learned to swim, he would definitely not be as good as Wan and Yu Ziheng. The worse he is, the more talked about he becomes. In their opinion, the more miserably Gubei loses, the better. This way, their family becomes more talked about. If he got the worst house, it would be a problem for his family of 7 to have food and sleep. Thinking of this, the program crew also became excited. All 4 groups of contestants were fully prepared. With the sound of a gunshot from director Liu, the competition officially began. Families kept cheering on the shore. It's so lively. As everyone expected, the first one to rush to the front was Yu Ziheng. His information shows that besides work, he only has 2 hobbies, swimming and fitness. The first thing he does when he wakes up every morning is jump into his own pool and swim 5 laps. Plus, his physical fitness is quite good. He is 190 centimeters tall, with very long arms and legs, and is a good swimmer. In this kind of small competition, it's easy to get first place. The one swimming in second place is Wan. Although he is not tall, fortunately he is very flexible. In the sea, like a running fish, it is rushing towards its goal. In third place is Hua Meng. Although she is a woman, she works very hard in the sea. Although I couldn't swim very fast, I still didn't give up. The fourth is Gubei. He is still slowly adapting to the seawater. He has been a landlubber since he was a child, even though the system has given him swimming skills. He still needs time to adapt. He was not panicked at all. Although I am already some distance away from the first place. Luo Yunqi and her daughters were still cheering for them to come on. They still have high hopes for Gubei. Come on, Gubei. I'll wait for you to come back. Dad, come on, you are the best. Dad, you are the best, we believe in you. Dad, go ahead, you will definitely win. Luo Shueka, who was standing aside, muttered softly. Come on, even though you're not the best at the moment, I still hope you can win. Yu Ziheng's parents have even started allocating rooms in room 1. Just when everyone was pessimistic about Gubei. Gubei, who had been in last place, suddenly made an effort. He is very fast. The kind with super explosive power. Director Liu is explaining. As expected, the first place is still our Ziheng. He has an absolute height advantage, plus he is in great shape and has great explosive power. He has always maintained the first place. Our last place is still Gubei. Speaking of this, he looked forward again. Gubei, who was originally in last place, became third. Look, our Gubei has already started sprinting. There is still half the distance left. Is he sprinting so quickly? What kind of tactic is this? However, as we can see, Gubei's speed is very fast. He has surpassed Hua Meng. Even though our Hua Meng has worked very hard and never slacked off, he has now fallen to fourth place. Our second place, Wan, is still very stable. His speed has not changed and he has been maintaining his strength. Maybe he wants to explode at the most critical moment. We expect Wan to explode and achieve good results. Director Liu just finished explaining Wan. When he looked out to sea again, the tactics changed again. He looked intently into the sea, and a magical scene happened again. Wait, Gubei, it's Gubei again. He's too fast. He actually caught up with one. No, he surpassed one. Now Gubei is already in second place. Our one has started to exert his strength and his speed has also increased. This game is going to be interesting. Let's wait and see. Director Liu himself also felt that this competition was interesting. The game, which originally seemed like a foregone conclusion, became lively and interesting. The number of people in the live broadcast room is increasing. We all watched the game together. Everyone is waiting for Gubei to counterattack. And Gubei's speed was getting faster and faster. He was getting further and further away from the shore. The cheers from my wife and daughters gradually faded away. But he still had a belief in his heart. That's winning. He must win the biggest house. He pushed forward, his speed increasing. Yu Zihan, who had been in the first place, felt Gubei's pursuit and his speed increased. He was moving forward with all his might, fearing that Gubei would catch up with him. Gubei swam easily in the water. Effortless. Before, he thought swimming was difficult, but now he feels it is so easy. He is like a fish in the sea, swimming easily. Yu Zihan can be considered an expert in swimming. But compared to Gubei, he had a hard time swimming. One in Huameng behind also swam well. Because they usually neglect exercise. In the final sprint, I was already running out of energy. Rescuers have also been on high alert. If there is danger, they will rush forward immediately. Oh my god, Gubei really has potential. He has such strong explosive power. He is competing with Zihong for the first place. Gubei is so fast. With this skill, I think he can participate in large-scale competitions. Did you see it? Did everyone see it? Gubei rushed to the first place. His speed is really too fast. Not only did he rush to the first place, but he also left Zihong so far behind. And Gubei's speed is still increasing. Director Lu's explanation was very enjoyable. He was quite emotional. It's because of the dark horse Gubei. It's simply amazing. Win, Gubei won, he got the red balloon, he won. Director Liu was so excited that he almost jumped up. Luo Yunxi and her daughters on the shore were shouting excitedly. That's amazing. My husband is so great. He is worthy of being the man I chose. He is awesome. Luo Yunxi was so excited that she almost cried. On the one hand, she was happy that her husband won the competition. On the other hand, I feel heartbroken. The seawater was so cold, and Gubei, who had just learned to swim, was struggling forward in the sea. Luo Yunxi felt distressed when she saw his tenacity. The daughters shouted excitedly. It's amazing. My dad is the best. The eldest daughter Luoyi was so excited that she was about to cry. The second daughter Luokir also clapped and cheered. He won, my dad won, he got first place. I told you, my dad is the best. We have a big house to live in this time. My dad won it. Isn't it great? I didn't expect Gubei to be so awesome. He must have just learned how to swim. The little daughter looked at Gubei with admiration and said in surprise. The staff who were watching the live broadcast were stunned. Gubei actually took first place. There's no way to fix them. Beyond everyone's expectations. However, when he saw the screen full of comments, he smiled with satisfaction again. Well, the topic is gone, but the show effect is still pretty good. Chapter 42 Big House, live as you want. Wait until everyone returns to shore. Luo Yunxi rushed forward immediately and put a large and warm blanket on Gubei. At the same time, he was handed a glass of warm water. Gubei, is it cold? Looking at her husband, Luo Yunxi felt heartbroken. Gubei smiled slightly and shook his head. It's not cold, nor is it tiring. It's all worth it to fight for a big house for my wife and children. This is what he really thinks. When Luo Yunxi heard this, a warm feeling instantly surged in her heart. Happy and sweet. Recall the scene in the sea just now. He himself was shocked. In the past, he never dared to go to the deep sea area, and he always felt an inexplicable fear every time. Ever since the system gave me the swimming skill. He was in the sea, like a little fish returning to the water. It feels as comfortable as being back home. There was no fear, even joy. The seawater is soft and comfortable. After swimming around like this, I feel relaxed both physically and mentally. Everyone returned to shore. Director Lu announced the results. Congratulations to all 4 families who made it to the top. The first place winner is Gu Bei's family, the second place is Yu Zihan's family, the third place is Hua Meng, and the fourth place is us. At this point, Director Lu explained. Due to physical reasons, one of us gave up the race before reaching the finish line and ended up finishing last. Then, the camera and everyone's eyes fell on one. The youngest one was half lying on a bench nearby, breathing heavily and gasping for breath due to exhaustion. His father beside him looked at his son with disgust. Next, it's up to Gu Bei's family to choose a house. Without a doubt, Gu Bei's family chose the largest room, room number 1. This is the daughter's dream house. They not only liked the location of the house, but also the layout of the house. Although Yu Zihang came in second place, room number 2 was also quite good and his family was very satisfied with it. Hua Meng was the only female player in the 4-person competition. Even though she was exhausted, she still insisted on completing the competition and eventually won 3rd place. Although the house is ordinary, she is already very satisfied with it. Room 4 belongs to Wan and his father. Although they were not very satisfied, they respected the program and the result of the competition. Wow, Gu Bei actually won. I also like swimming. It is really tiring to swim such a long circle indoors, let alone in the sea. With such a strong sea breeze, he was able to take first place so easily. This Gu Bei has some skills. This comeback is too strong, the last place, crushed to first place, awesome, really awesome. I originally came here for Luoyi, but after the show started, I became a fan of Gu Bei and Luo Yunqi. I love them. I was lucky enough to work in Luo Yunqi's company. She was really a very strict boss. She almost never smiled in the company. But she smiled so brightly in front of Gu Bei. I believe that she must have met love. They are so sweet together. Isn't Luo Yunqi a domineering female CEO? Why does she become a love-brained person in front of Gu Bei? But I like her so much. Gu Bei is so lucky, he has a perfect wife like Luo Yunqi, and 5 beautiful daughters, he is a winner in life. Gu Bei is so awesome. He has solved all the food and accommodation problems for his wife, children, and a family of 7. The barrage section was also full of praise for Gu Bei. After all, he won the game on his own merits. Deserves respect from everyone. Everyone has chosen a house. Next, you will have 2 hours to go back to your room to rest and eat. In 2 hours, gather here. Director Lu distributed the keys to 4 families. Everyone walked towards their own houses. Gu Bei and Luo Yunqi held hands, followed by their 5 daughters, and the whole family happily came to room number 1. Room number 1 is located in the center of the entire island and is also the top floor. The house has huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Living here, you can watch the sunrise and sunset every day. It is the best location to watch the sea view. Each of the daughters had excitement on their faces. Choosing your own room. They were sensible and left the largest room upstairs to Gu Bei and Luo Yunqi. Looking at the huge room and the huge bed, Luo Yunqi was very satisfied. The program team is still very humane. Gu Bei checked and found no camera in the bedroom. I just swam in the sea and my clothes are all wet. He first took a comfortable bath, tied a bath towel around his waist and went to the bedroom. Luo Yunqi, who was packing her luggage, saw Gu Bei with his 8-pack abs. Unable to resist, she moved forward and hugged Gu Bei from behind. Lay your whole head on his broad back. Luo Yunqi smiled softly and looked at him with deep admiration and shyness. Gu Bei, you are so awesome. I love you so much. She was her husband's treasured daughter, and she saw with her own eyes that Gu Bei won the competition with his own strength and won the big house. She likes Gu Bei more. As she spoke, she snuggled into Gu Bei's arms. There were ripples in her beautiful eyes and her pink lips curled up in a sweet arc. Gu Bei held Luo Yunqi's almost perfect face, raised the corners of his lips, and revealed a wicked smile. Baby, I have something even more powerful. Do you want to try it? Luo Yunqi's face instantly turned red like a big apple, and she was extremely shy. Ah, you are bad, you are bad. The two looked into each other's eyes, and their love reached its peak. Gu Bei's thin lips covered her and kissed her fiercely. The two embraced and kissed each other, lost in it. Soft lips, extremely sweet. Gu Bei wrapped his strong arms around her slender waist. Luo Yunqi was also immersed in this sweet kiss. They kissed each other in ecstasy. I don't know. At this moment, the barrage was swiping the screen like crazy. Is this something I can watch without paying? Oh my god, this is too sweet, isn't it? So horny. What should I do? I feel like falling in love after watching this. Isn't Gu Bei a very good flirter? I, an old lady, can't stand it. The kiss was so realistic and touching. Gu Bei just walked around the room for a long time. He thought there was no camera in the room. Oh my god, is this going to be a live broadcast? The production crew must not remind me, must not. I want to see the sequel, I want to see the sequel. Wow, I sat up straight, I want to see the rest of the story. Gu Bei's figure, her figure, abdominal muscles, I want them so much. As an old sister-in-law, I also envy Gu Bei's good figure. Everyone in front of the screen went crazy. Especially when she saw how good Gu Bei was at kissing, Luo Yunqi was intoxicated by it. Everyone could see that the two of them were expressing their true feelings, without any act at all. I don't know how much time passed. Gu Bei was willing to let go of Luo Yunqi, and gently stroked her fair face. His low and hoarse voice was tinged with strong lust. Baby, you take a rest first, and be good. Gu Bei gave Luo Yunqi a long and deep kiss, which made her head almost deprived of oxygen and she felt dizzy. She raised her blurry eyes. Like seeing something. The next second, her expression changed slightly and her face became even redder. She said shyly, Gu Bei, look there. Chapter 43. Chapter 44. Was this just a live broadcast? Luo Yunqi looked up inadvertently and discovered that there was a camera right at the entrance to their bedroom. The worst part was, the camera was pointed directly at them. Gu Bei looked up, narrowed his eyes slightly, and when he saw the camera, he couldn't help but smile. Then he pulled over a piece of clothing and put it on. He pulled Luo Yunqi aside, held her in his arms, and comforted her lovingly. Don't worry, it's nothing, it's just a camera. As he spoke, he thought to himself, was this a live broadcast just now? The scene of him, shirtless, kissing his wife was seen by everyone. But, we just. Luo Yunqi's face flushed, and she stamped her feet shyly. Everyone saw it, right? It's okay. What we saw was what we saw. We are a legal couple. Hugging and kissing are the most normal things. It's just that we didn't do anything bad. Humph. You still want to do something bad. Ha ha. Gu Bei pinched her soft little face. Luo Yunqi's face was so red that water seemed to drip out. Come on, you must be exhausted after taking the long ride. Take a rest first. I'll go cook for everyone. As Gu Bei spoke, he took a towel and covered the camera. For the sake of privacy, he also turned off the camera's microphone. Be good, I'll call you for dinner later. After saying that, he kissed Luo Yunqi on the forehead. Then, Gu Bei went to his daughter's rooms one by one. Help them check the cameras in the room. It's nothing for a grown man like me. The daughters were about 17 or 18 years old. He did not allow the program crew to pry into his daughter's privacy. Fortunately, the program team has a bottom line. There are no cameras installed in the daughters' rooms. Then, Gu Bei went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Ha! I saw that the refrigerator was full of food, including eggs, milk, meat, vegetables, and everything else. There is also a wide variety of seafood. With these ingredients, Gu Bei had no worries about his wife and children suffering on the island. Then he started cooking. With his cooking skills, no matter what kind of food he cooks, it is so easy for him. It is a pleasure for the audience in front of the screen to see Gu Bei cooking. It's a visual feast. Simple vegetables, in Gu Bei's hands, quickly turned into various delicacies. Gu Bei can also cook various nutritious meals, even health-preserving porridge and desserts after meals. Everyone was simply amazed. Even the production crew members who were watching the live broadcast were drooling with envy. Soon, Gu Bei prepared a large table of delicious food. He prepared all the meals for the family of 7. He knocked gently on his eldest daughter's door and called softly at the door, call the sisters downstairs for dinner. The eldest daughter immediately responded, okay, Dad, we'll be there right away. Afterwards, Gu Bei went upstairs and came to the master bedroom. Luo Yunqi has fallen asleep. After sitting in the car for too long, she just held a simple video conference and handled some work. Looking at his sleeping wife, he couldn't bear to wake her up. Only In less than an hour, the guests will gather again. If I don't eat, I will run out of energy soon. Gubei leaned over and gently kissed Luo Yunqi's cheek. Luo Yunqi, who had fallen asleep, was slowly awakened by this gentle kiss. She opened her arms and gently hugged Gubei's neck. The corners of her mouth raised, revealing a sweet smile. She softly called out, "Husband. My dear, get up and eat. I made your favorite dish." As Gubei spoke, he gave his wife another soft kiss on the forehead. "Okay." Luo Yunqi covered her face with her hands, looking shy and excited. Afterwards, the family sat together to eat. Looking at the table full of delicious food, my wife and daughters were stunned. "Gubei, your cooking skills are getting better and better. You made so many delicious foods today." Luo Yunqi smiled gently, her eyes full of joy. "Dad, you can even make dessert after dinner. That's amazing. Thank you, Dad, you've worked hard." "Dad, tell me what else you can't do." "Thank you, Dad, for making so many delicious dishes for us." "Dad, you always surprise us, it's amazing." "After having a dad, our family has more laughter and more food than before, hee hee." "It looks good. I didn't expect you to be so good." Even the youngest daughter couldn't help but praise the table after seeing the huge table of delicious food. Gubei had a smile on his face, looking elegant. Gubei felt a lot more comfortable because his daughters were well behaved and sensible. He is handsome and shines even more in this show. Eat quickly. We will gather again in 50 minutes. Eat more to replenish your energy. As Gubei spoke, he used serving chopsticks to pick up food for his wife and children. The whole family sat together neatly, happy and sweet. Watching this family eating delicious food really made the audience in front of the screen hungry. Oh my god, isn't Gubei so awesome? Is there anything he can't do? Are you sure Gubei didn't learn cooking at New Oriental? It would take our whole family at least an entire afternoon to prepare this big table of food, but he was able to finish it so quickly by himself. He is so amazing. I have some affection for Gubei. He is indeed a considerate and caring person who loves life. Such a person deserves everyone's love. Seeing Gubei eating is a visual feast. Then looking at one eating next door, he can't even cook a pack of instant noodles. It turns out that there is no harm without comparison. Gubei is really a treasure boy, I love him. Little Princess Luoyi is smiling happily. She is more confident when she is with her family than when she is on stage. It seems that Gubei has brought a lot of joy to this family. Luo Yunqi has found a treasure. I also want a treasure boy like Gubei. This is so awesome. Just now, Gubei kissed Luo Yunqi awake while she was sleeping. It was so cool and romantic. I could feel their sweetness through the screen. Gubei's home-cooked meal attracted another large wave of barrage. Before the show started, Gubei's family was the biggest attraction. As long as Gubei's family appears on the screen, they will surely attract a large number of viewers and comments. Other families are relatively quiet. After dinner, the daughters cut fresh fruit for their parents. Gubei and Luo Yunqi sat on the sofa to rest. The daughters washed the dishes, wiped the table, swept the floor, cleaned the kitchen and tidied the room. The daughters divided the work in an orderly manner. The family is having a great time. Gubei checked his virtual panel. Host, Gubei. Age, 22. Strength, 9. Speed, 8.5. Value, 9. Skills, Divine Doctor Elementary, Driving Master Elementary, Cooking Master Elementary, Singing Master Elementary, Dancing Master Elementary, Swimming Master Elementary. Backpack, empty. Mall, open. Popularity value, 2,300 can be accumulated to 3,000 for one draw. He couldn't help but be surprised. Is the popularity so high? Does this prove that after the show was broadcast, more and more people like me? Is the popularity rising so fast? Is it red or black and red? Gubei himself cannot see the barrage, and his staff will not tell the guests what the audience thinks. So, at this moment, he didn't know the specific situation. Chapter 44 Chapter 45 The program group makes trouble. Soon, it was time to gather. Gubei's family of 7 set off together. Their family walking together is like a beautiful landscape. Attracted everyone's attention. Even the guests of the program were secretly discussing that if all members of Gubei's family were to make their debut, there would be no place for popular stars in the entertainment industry. Several families gathered in the center of the island. The program crew was really thoughtful. A large white table was placed in the middle, with fruits, drinks, and beverages for children on the table. There are also some drinks and dishes with strange colors. There is also a large pointer dial. There is also a small square box, which looks like some kind of electrical appliance. I don't know what it is exactly. As for Gubei, no one knows. Everyone sat down around the table. He looked at Director Liu with all kinds of questions. Director Liu had a smile on his face, looking very happy. How could he not be happy? Dad Who Does Housework 2 has just been aired and immediately set a new record in ratings. In just half a day, it has already made it into the top 5 in the ratings. Continue to develop at this speed. Their show will be a dark horse during the National Day holiday. Break through the siege and take the top spot in ratings. I think everyone has rested enough, so our production team has thoughtfully prepared some fruit drinks and tea for everyone to enjoy. After he finished speaking, the guests finally relaxed their guard. They were not polite and ate fruits and drank beverages, looking relaxed and comfortable. Luo Yunxi took the cherries and enjoyed them sweetly with Gubei. Even if the two of them sat there without talking, just looking at each other, you could feel their sweetness. Director Liu continued, "Next, let's play a relaxing game." When they heard about the game, everyone looked up and became excited. Wan and Hua Meng still looked tired. From the expressions of the two people, it can be seen that they are still resistant to playing games. Director Liu saw the expressions on their faces and explained, "Don't worry, everyone. The game we are going to play next is suitable for all ages. It is Truth or Dare." Ah! Truth or Dare, such a rustic game? Isn't our production team too casual? One has a naughty personality and always shows his true nature. Whether participating in variety shows or accepting interviews, he always says what he thinks without any concerns. His words made several people laugh. Hua Meng couldn't help but laugh and said, "I've been playing this game since I was in love. Now I'm married and have a child. My child is 6 years old, and this game is still popular." Yu Zihan, however, had a melancholy look on his face and did not speak. Looking at Director Liu quietly. Only then did Gubei understand. No wonder there is a big turntable on the table, it turns out they are playing Truth or Dare. He had played this kind of game before. Interesting and interesting. He himself is still looking forward to it. Even Luo Yunxi and her 5 daughters blinked their beautiful eyes with expectant looks. Director Liu heard everyone's different opinions and continued, "Our Truth or Dare game is for real. Look here." Everyone followed Director Liu's gaze and looked at the small square box on the table. This is the lie detector that our program team prepared for everyone. According to our tests, the accuracy rate of this lie detector is over 95%. Therefore, our game this time will be more interesting. As soon as Director Liu said this, everyone's expressions changed. Someone is looking forward to it. Some people were panicking. Married people, in particular, are most afraid of playing this kind of game where they say one thing and mean another. Or live in front of hundreds of millions of viewers. If someone really said something wrong and it got out in the news, I'm afraid someone would lose their life on this show. One's cool and handsome appearance, interesting, quite interesting, suddenly I want to play again. Even Hua Meng's 6-year-old daughter Ding Ding jumped up and down and said, "I want to play, too. I want to play, too." Gubei himself was also looking forward to it, and his daughters were all very excited. All those present are stars. Everyone wants to know some secrets and unknown gossip. So, each of them became interested. Instead, Hua Meng's husband Kuchiming smiled awkwardly, stood up, and asked, "I want to know, what is the punishment?" As soon as he said this, everyone couldn't help laughing. Kuchiming's damn desire to survive. Obviously, he was afraid that what he said would be detected by a lie detector, so he wanted to know the punishment in advance. Director Liu pointed to some dark dishes and some punishment notes on the side. He explained, "Our punishment is also within everyone's acceptable range. It is a humane punishment set under the premise of protecting minors and not harming everyone's dignity. You don't have to worry." I have to say that the program crew has a strong desire to survive. Recently, the country has been strictly investigating various variety shows that have incorrect values and are not suitable for young people to watch. Therefore, the program team also made some changes in the punishment. After hearing this, Kuchiming finally felt relieved. Gubei noticed that Meng Hua glanced at Kuchiming out of the corner of her eye. Sure enough, the look in one's eyes that wanted to stab someone couldn't be hidden. If it wasn't a live broadcast, the slap would have hit him in the face by now. Soon, the game officially begins. To be fair, the program team did not turn the turntable. Instead, let the youngest ding-ding move. Everyone stared at the pointer. The turntable first spun in circles, and then slowly stopped. The pointer stopped in front of Luo Yunxi. "Yunxi, you are so lucky." Director Lu couldn't help but joked. Luo Yunxi was not nervous either, she has always been a real person. Afterwards, she picked the questions herself. Director Lu handed her a long box. Luo Yunxi drew out her own questions and punishments. Director Lu couldn't help but laugh when he got the question. He cast his eyes on Gu Bei and Luo Yunxi and asked, "Excuse me, has Luo Yunxi ever liked anyone other than her significant other?" After hearing this question, the expressions on everyone's faces became subtle. Some are looking forward to it, some are secretly happy. The program crew is playing such a big game, yet there is still such a question? Kochiming also became nervous and was glad that it was not his turn to answer. If you answer this question correctly, the couple's love will grow stronger. If you answer it incorrectly, the outcome will be different. Hua Meng also sighed. Married people are indeed not suitable for playing this kind of game. This question seems simple, but it is actually very exciting. One's face was full of excitement and he was instantly interested. I have to be cautious when answering this question in front of hundreds of millions of viewers. Yu Zihan, who has always been cautious, looked even more melancholy and energetic. The guests couldn't help but sigh that this show was really fun. As soon as he said this, he looked at Luo Yunxi's expression. Seeing that she looked calm, I thought she didn't want to answer. Who is Luo Yunxi? She is the richest person in Muchang. It is absolute power. He didn't dare to make the richest woman unhappy. So he quickly smoothed things over by saying, "Of course, in addition to the questions, we also have punishments. Our punishment this time is..." Before Director Lu could finish speaking, Luo Yunxi refused. "I don't need punishment. I'm playing truth or dare." She looked determined. Take the initiative to stretch out your hand and place it on the polygraph. Chapter 45. Chapter 46. The program team is doing something tough. The staff has completed debugging the polygraph. Everyone's eyes fell on Luo Yunxi again. Director Lu continued to ask, "Luo Yunxi, may I ask, have you ever liked anyone else besides Gu Bei? Although my wife hasn't answered yet." Gu Bei didn't care about this problem. "Although my wife is with me now, the past is the past. My wife has the power and freedom to choose her previous life." Gu Bei didn't care. Luo Yunxi's dark eyes were filled with deep affection as she looked at Gu Bei. She replied, "I, Luo Yunxi, only like Gu Bei. At that time, I was an adult and he was still a child. I quietly watched over him, waiting for the flowers to bloom and for him to grow up. Later, he became an adult and I didn't want to affect his life, so I continued to quietly watch over him while he went to college. We were together until he graduated from college." Her answer came out smoothly. After answering, there was no light flashing on the polygraph, nor was there any warning sound. This means she just said the truth. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Gu Bei hugged Luo Yunxi and whispered something in her ear. The two looked into each other's eyes, full of sweetness. The guests at the scene couldn't help but applaud and envy their love. The staff of the program team watched the live broadcast, and the director said into the intercom, "Quick, close up of Gu Bei and Luo Yunxi, quick, music too, quick." How can such a thrilling moment be complete without music? The barrage of comments kept refreshing the screen. "Oh my god, this is too romantic, right? Is a younger sister relationship so good? Is this really not a nurturing relationship? I am almost moved to tears. Luo Yunxi really dares to love and hate. She only loves one person in her life. She actually did it. She only loves one person. What kind of fairy love is this? Everyone, look, Luo Yunxi's values are really positive. She didn't delay Gu Bei at all because of her love. She didn't delay his growth, let alone his going to college. She just accompanied him silently. This kind of love is the real love, okay? I'm so drunk. I always thought Gu Bei was a gigolo, but I didn't expect the love between them was so noble. Is this scripted? Is there such love in the world? Is there such a sweet feeling? Anyway, I don't believe it. Those who don't believe it are because they have never enjoyed love and have never run in the sunshine, so their hearts are dark. Is this really a parent-child show? The more I watch it, the more addicted I am. I treat this show as a love show. As long as I see Gubei and Luo Yunqi's family, I can't stop watching. It's so good. The production team made the right choice this time by inviting Gubei. A little different from the previous review. Everyone's views on Gubei have also changed a lot. In short, with Gubei around, the topic is getting more and more popular. After Luo Yunqi finished her answer, the turntable on the table continued to spin, and this time everyone couldn't help but get nervous. I was afraid that it would transfer to me, and I was even more worried about the back of my hand, in case I got a bad draw. This time, it was transferred to Hua Meng without any bias. Hua Meng first sighed and rolled his eyes, indicating that he was unlucky. Then she stood up, took out her question and handed it to Director Lu. Hua Meng and his wife couldn't help but become nervous. Since they got married, they have been known as a model couple in the circle. However, there has been constant news about their divorce. In addition, since the two had a child, Hua Meng has been taking care of the child at home while Consummating has been filming in other places. The two lived apart for a long time. Emotions will have some impact. Hua Meng's question was also quite explosive, and it was also about love. The question was, have you ever regretted being with the other person? Wow, this question is amazing, isn't it? How should I answer this? What if the answer is not good? Won't it directly affect the marriage? Are you planning to develop this program into battle to defend marriage? As soon as one and his father said this, everyone couldn't help laughing. Hua Meng also became calm from her initial nervousness. Even a bit of a slouch. Director Lu continued, Hua Meng, do you still need a big adventure? Hua Meng stood up and refused directly, no need, my daughter is still here. I want to take this opportunity to tell my daughter to be true to herself and not to be someone who goes against her will. Only when a person is true can he be sober and worthy of everything. Her voice was trembling as she spoke. No. I must have been choking a little. It seems like he wants to say something very important. Everyone's eyes did not dare to move away for a moment, staring at Hua Meng closely. Hua Meng placed her hand on the polygraph, cleared her throat, looked at her daughter, raised the corners of her mouth, smiled gently, and her eyes were so gentle and loving. Then, she turned her gaze to her husband Consummating. Her expression suddenly changed and became subtle. She said, I regretted it, more than once. Every time I saw Mr. K standing on the red carpet and appearing in TV dramas, he was always so glittering and shining, with his own halo. Then I looked down at myself. In addition to the deeper wrinkles on my face, the spots that appeared, and the deformed body, I regretted it. My life shouldn't be like this. I could have been like him, shining in TV dramas, playing the roles I wanted to play, doing the things I wanted to do. However, every time I saw my lovely daughter and heard her calling mom in her childish voice, I was so proud at that moment. I was myself, but I was also a mother. I was shining in my daughter's eyes, and I was needed in her world. So, I regret my career and my life, but I don't regret my daughter. Hua Meng finished speaking this in one breath. After she finished speaking, her eyes turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. Her voice trembled throughout. After saying this, the ladies at the scene were all moved. Yu Zihang's mother, a retired teacher in her 60s, also had red eyes. After listening to this, Director Lu led the applause. There was thunderous applause at the scene, and everyone applauded the role of the mother. Consummating stood up with tears in his eyes, stretched out his big hands, and embraced Hua Meng and his daughter in his arms. Looking at his wife who was devastated by life, endless heartache was written on his face. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Hua. You gave up your job and returned to your family for me and our daughter, but you are still shining in my eyes, the brightest star. There was another wave of emotion at the scene. I have to say, the production team is making trouble, but it is all sincere. Chapter 46, Chapter 47. Only children make choices, I want both. The relationship between Hua Meng and his wife deepened because of a game. I have to say, this show is really quite good. The game continues. This time it's Hua Meng's sliding turntable. The turntable kept spinning and this time it turned in front of Yu Zihang. He, who had always been cautious and taciturn, couldn't help but become nervous. Seeing this, Director Lu comforted him, don't be nervous, Zihang. This is just a game. Don't take it too seriously. Then, he took the box and asked Yu Zihang to take out a note. Yu Zihan behaves in a refined manner and doesn't talk much. Just do as you are told. Soon, he took out a note from the box. Give it to Director Lu. Yu Zihan, please tell me an interesting story about your interactions with the opposite sex in the past 6 months. As soon as Director Lu asked the question, Yu Zihan stood up and said bluntly, I choose the big adventure. Okay, your big dare is to say I love you loudly to mom and dad. Director Lu just finished speaking. Everyone's eyes turned to his parents who were in their 60s. Although Yu Zihan is an international supermodel and walks in the fashion world, his parents are typical strict father and mother. Quite conservative. They must have made the biggest decision of their lives by coming to participate in the show. If you shout I love you in front of them. It was indeed a very difficult thing for their family. I'll get ready. Yu Zihan smiled helplessly, took a long sigh, and made preparations. Have to. Even if he took this difficult step, he didn't want to expose his love history of the past 6 months. Yu Zihan himself is a very low-key person. Although he has gained international fame, he has been quite cautious in his actions over the years. There has never been any bad scandal. This has to do with his good family education. Even when playing games, he would not reveal his privacy at will. Especially in front of my parents. Finally, he mustered up the courage. When he came in front of his parents, he first closed his eyes slightly, brewing his emotions. A few seconds passed before he finally said loudly, Mom and Dad, I love you. At first, he was nervous and spoke the words mechanically. When he finished speaking, his eyes softened as he looked at his parents. His parents were not as embarrassed as he imagined. Instead, they were all smiling. Their generation rarely expresses love to their children and parents. Say I love you in public. There is no sense of shame, but rather happiness and sweetness. Everyone at the scene applauded the family of 3. Director Lu also said affectionately, we are busy with work and life every day, and we tend to neglect our families and parents. I hope that no matter how busy you are, you will remember to hug your parents and express your love to them. A simple I love you is so warm. Yu Zihan's gaming session is over. Next came another round. This time, it's the gubei that everyone is waiting for. Not only the audience in front of the screen, but also the staff and guests on the scene, they also support Gubei and Luo Yunqi's CP. Everyone likes to watch this couple the most. Gubei was also looking forward to it. Then he pulled the note out of the box. Director Lu smiled and read out, Gubei, please tell me what you think is the most romantic thing. Oh, right, we also have a dare. The dare is, find someone on the scene to help you massage your legs, and you have to do 10 sit-ups. After each sit-up, you have to kiss the other person. Director Lu just finished speaking. There were bursts of laughter at the scene. One became very excited. Even though he was a pervert, he thought that anyone who took such a big risk was a pervert. Oh, this is interesting. Gubei chose me, I wanna come. Gubei, your questions are not as fun as the dare games. Yu Zihan had just finished the previous round and was having some fun. His personality became more cheerful. Gubei, make your choice. No matter which one you choose, we are all looking forward to it. Ko Chiming was even more excited to watch the fun and became the first to get excited. Luo Yunqi smiled gently. She was very interested in this question. At the same time, I am also looking forward to Gubei's answer. A handsome smile flashed across Gubei's eyes. Only children make choices. I want both. I want both the questions and the big dare. As he said this, he placed his hand on the polygraph and began to answer questions. This is the most romantic thing. As he spoke, he took out a few cards from his arms, put them in his hand, and continued, this card was when I was a teenager, my aunt took me to a very luxurious restaurant. As soon as I entered, a group of people surrounded me and said that I won a prize. They gave me this super membership card that allows me to eat and drink freely in the restaurant without spending any money. In addition, I also have my own private room with my own exclusive tableware. This card was given to me when I was an adult and went to a trendy men's clothing store. They told me I had won a prize and gave me a card that allowed me to buy clothes and shoes in the store for life. Over the years, whenever I had a meal or felt hungry, I would go to this restaurant to eat. Whenever I had no clothes or shoes to wear, I would go there to get some. I had a fulfilling high school and college life. I was never trapped by living expenses, and I never went hungry. When Gubei said this, Director Lu couldn't listen anymore and interrupted, wait a minute, Gubei, you seem to be off topic. I asked you to talk about romance, not to advertise these two stores? Gubei smiled handsomely and explained, listen to me, the key point is at the end. It was only recently that I realized that there are no such lucky people or things in the world. All the luck is just the romance given by my wife. These two stores were opened by my wife. She was afraid that I would not eat well or wear well during my teenage years, so she used various methods to give me these two cards. At that time, I didn't know her yet. She has been silently paying for me until now. Speaking of this, the polygraph in Gubei's hand did not make any sound. He was telling the truth. Deep in love, Gubei embraced Luo Yunqi in his arms, kissed her on the forehead, and said affectionately, "Thank you, my dear wife, for giving me romance. From now on, I will protect you." After hearing these romantic words, Luo Yunqi felt a lump in her throat and cried with emotion. She was willing to give to Gubei. What moved her was not her own efforts. Instead, I feel touched and rewarded for my efforts. Gubei remembered all of it. This is the most rare thing. Applause broke out again. Everyone has a new understanding of the love between Luo Yunqi and Gubei. It turns out that Gubei was not the one who got promoted, nor was he a gigolo. But many years ago, Luo Yunqi fell in love with this sunny and upright man. He kept guarding it silently until he graduated from college, and then he took it. Very romantic. Next, does Gubei want to adjust the adventure? Director Lu raised his eyebrows and said half-jokingly. Gubei curled his lips and smiled, with a hint of ruffian in his smile. My dear wife, come and do sit-ups with me. Aha! At that moment, Luo Yunqi's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. Chapter 47 Chapter 48 My wife smells so good. Then, Gubei lay on the white yoga mat. Luo Yunqi leaned over to help massage his feet. The warm sunlight shone on her face, and she blinked her beautiful eyes, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. Gubei smiled at him dotingly. Because Luo Yunqi was caressing her body. A large area of the chest is exposed. Gubei quickly took off his coat and put it on his wife himself. He leaned over and whispered in her ear, My dear wife, your beautiful figure can only be seen by me. Puff. Luo Yunqi couldn't help but be amused by his words. Gubei lay down and did sit-ups. Every time he did this, he would gently kiss his wife's sweet lips. Looking at my breathtakingly beautiful wife. Gubei laughed secretly in his heart. Is this definitely a punishment, not a benefit? The guests at the scene were so excited that they almost shouted out loud. It's so exciting. Everyone enjoys it. Even Yu Zihang's parents, who were old-fashioned, were embarrassed to watch it at first. Later, her face turned red. The audience in front of the barrage also became excited. Keep refreshing the screen. Oh my god, is this a free show? It's so exciting, I love it. Oh my god, Gubei's sit-ups are so standard. If it were someone else, it would definitely be very vulgar, but Gubei is so healthy. Yes, yes, yes. At first I thought it would be greasy and vulgar, but I didn't expect Gubei to be so healthy and full of positive energy. Gubei and Luo Yunqi are so sweet together, not greasy or oily. The interaction between the two is so sweet, I love it. What should I do? I actually came here for one, but this guy is not as handsome as Gubei. I am a fan of Gubei. I was moved to tears again by their love. It is so hard for them to love each other. Everyone, look, not only are we supporting Gubei and Luo Yunqi, but even their daughters are supporting them, and they all smile so sweetly, just like me in front of the screen. At this time, the camera gave a close-up of the 5 daughters. They smiled sweetly. Sometimes they whispered to each other, sometimes they stamped their feet with joy, and sometimes they covered their faces and laughed secretly. Just like us who are into couples. The Truth or Dare show is still going on. This time, the pointer points to the eldest daughter Luoyi. She herself was a little surprised and couldn't help but look at everyone with wide eyes. Gubei and Luo Yunqi cheered her on. Although Luoyi debuted in a girl group and is a great singer and dancer, she has a bit of social anxiety. Especially since it was my first time participating in a reality show, I was somewhat nervous. Then she drew the question. Director Lu read out, please tell me what people fantasize about the opposite sex. What type of boyfriend do you want to find? After finishing speaking, Director Lu couldn't help but laugh and said, oh my god, this question is very realistic. Many of Luoyi's fans also want to know the answer to this question. We want to know what kind of man can catch our Yi's eye. By the way, you You're not going to choose the big dare this time, are you? Luo Yi's face flushed, and she shook her head a little embarrassedly. Thank you, but it's not necessary. I'm speaking from the heart. Then, she put her hand on the lie detector, blushing, and continued, before this, I had never thought about this issue, because my mother was very strict with my sisters and me. But, since my mother and father got married, I realized that there are such excellent and sunny boys in this world. My future mate selection criteria do not need to be from a wealthy family, because I am a wealthy family myself. He just needs to love me, which is enough. After she finished speaking, she looked at the polygraph without any reaction. Gu Bei took the lead in applauding Luo Yi. Especially because of what she said just now, I don't need a wealthy family because I am a wealthy family myself. This confident statement added a bit of charm to her. Yi is great, you are worthy of being my daughter, you said it very well. Later, the pointer pointed to Consummating. The question he drew was whether he had feelings for other people of the opposite sex besides his significant other. Consummating patted his chest and said in front of everyone, no. But the next second, the polygraph light flashed red and the alarm sounded. Now. Consummating and his wife Menghua were embarrassed. This is a live broadcast for hundreds of millions of viewers. Consummating noticed that the lie detector had not sounded since the game started. He thought that the lie detector was just a cover for the program team to fool everyone. Unexpectedly, my lie was ruthlessly exposed. Hua Mengdao couldn't hide his eyes. Soon, the game is over. Next is some relaxing playtime. Gu Bei plans to take his wife and children to go fishing and catch seafood together. The weather today is nice, very suitable for traveling. Okay, Dad, I want to go. I want to go. The eldest daughter was so happy that she almost jumped up. The second daughter also agreed and wanted to join in. Dad, can you catch crabs? That would be fun. Gu Bei smiled handsomely, it's not difficult to catch crabs. I can catch them. Let's have a seafood dinner together tonight. The third daughter, the fourth daughter and the youngest daughter also agreed. Just when everyone was getting ready to change into their swimsuits, Gu Bei noticed that Luo Yunqi's face looked a little ugly. Not only that, she also held her belly from time to time. What's wrong? Gu Bei walked forward and asked softly while rubbing his wife's belly. Luo Yunqi smiled charmingly, shook her head gently, and said with a slightly embarrassed look, I'm fine, my stomach hurts a little, it's okay, you guys go play first, I'll wait for you. After hearing this, Gu Bei seemed to understand something. Women, there are a few days every month. He nodded slightly, gently helped his wife up, and said handsomely, come on, I'll take you back to the room. Ah, go back to the room? What about my daughters? I'll settle you down first, and then I'll be with my daughters. Besides, they're all grown up, and the production crew will take care of them, so they'll be fine. Gu Bei comforted softly. When he just helped Luo Yunqi up, she frowned in pain, hiss. Although Gu Bei is a straight man. But he took biology classes when he was in school. I understand that girls still feel very painful when they have dysmenorrhea. It seems. My wife is feeling even worse than Gu Bei imagined. To the extent that even when she walked, she felt a little bumpy. Gu Bei said nothing. He stretched out his hand and hugged his wife. It is still the girl's favorite princess hug. Hey, Gu Bei, what are you doing? There are so many people watching us. There are thousands of cameras across the island. Plus, there are photographers following them. Luo Yunqi is a very conservative woman at heart. Her face was blushing as she snuggled in Gu Bei's arms, looking extremely shy. Gu Bei held his wife in his arms and said handsomely as they walked, my wife is the most important to me. Let's go back to the room and rest. Gu Bei's domineering move. It even infected the guests on the scene. Hua Meng looked at Luo Yunqi with envy, it's so happy to be spoiled by others. The two of them are so sweet. Hua Meng looked at Gu Bei, and then at her disappointing husband Consummating. She wanted to kill him with her eyes right away. Chapter 48 Chapter 49 Taking Care of My Wife. Gu Bei first told his daughters to be careful when playing at the beach. You can only stay on the shore, not in the deep sea area. Be sure to play with the cooperation of the staff. As a new father, he is full of care and love for his children. The daughters agreed obediently. After settling his daughters, Gu Bei carried his wife back to the room. This was the first time that Luo Yunqi had been hugged like this by a man since she was a child. Still, she felt a little embarrassed in front of hundreds of millions of viewers. But at the same time, she enjoyed this happy moment. It feels really good to be pampered and cared for by others. She enjoys it. As a straight man, Gubei also realized how difficult it is for girls. Every month, girls have to endure physical and mental torture. Looking at my wife in my arms, her face was slightly red from the menstrual cramps and her forehead was covered with sweat. He was even more distressed. After returning to the room, he first helped his wife take off her shoes and coat, and let her lie comfortably on the soft bed. Gubei gently stroked his wife's forehead and said softly, "My dear, take a rest first, I will be back soon." Then, Gubei came to the kitchen. "Take the brown sugar out of the refrigerator and dissolve it in boiling water." Then I went to the small garden outside the villa and picked a few flowers and some grass. He went back to the kitchen, washed some small flowers and herbs, and mashed them all. Pour the juice into the brown sugar water. He completed this wave of operations. It really stunned the audience in front of the screen. What is Gubei cooking? Dark cuisine? Oh my god? I was quite warm when I saw Gubei before, but now, why has he become a straight man? Luo Yunqi is suffering from menstrual cramps, okay? The brown sugar water is indeed a normal operation, but, what are those flowers and plants? What does this mean? Outrageous, really outrageous? I have the same symptoms as Luo Yunqi. When I have menstrual cramps, it feels like there is a blender in my stomach that keeps stirring. It is extremely painful. I want to say that drinking a ton of brown sugar water will not help when the pain comes. Yes, I also have menstrual cramps. At this time, I just need to quietly bear the pain. Please, Gubei, stop being busy and let Luo Yunqi be alone for a while. I will not comment on this, I will just watch the follow-up and see what Gubei is doing. Gubei just made me confused. Is this something to drink? Is it for myself or for Luo Yunqi? Is it really drinkable? Everyone continued to watch the follow-up with various questions. Gubei brought the bowl of homemade medicine to Luo Yunqi's bedside. He gently helped his wife up, handed the medicine to her mouth, and said gently, "Be good, drink these medicines, and your stomach will not hurt anymore." On the bed, Luo Yunqi had an unsightly expression, her brows were slightly furrowed, and a layer of hot sweat oozed out of her forehead. She looked at the potion in Gubei's hand with a little suspicion and whispered, What is this?" "This is my Gubei's exclusive secret potion. As long as you drink it, your stomach will never hurt again," Gubei said confidently. Luo Yunqi expressed her doubts again. She shook her head slightly and said helplessly, "This is an old problem of mine. Dysmenorrhea has been bothering me since I was 15 years old. I have been seen by experts at home and abroad many times, and I have also used a lot of medicine, but in the end there was no improvement at all. So, I think it's better to forget about your potion." After finishing speaking, the sensible wife still said affectionately, "However, I still want to thank my husband for his concern. I appreciate his kindness, but I won't drink the potion." The words just now seemed to have exhausted Luo Yunqi's energy. She said it almost breathlessly. After he finished speaking, a thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead again. Her face was visibly ugly. Gubei was heartbroken. He quickly took his wife's hand and said seriously again, "My dear wife, believe me, this medicine really works. No matter how powerful the experts and professors are, they can't match my powerful Chinese medicine. Be good, drink it, and the pain will go away after drinking it." Just as Gubei was carefully persuading his wife, my wife's face became increasingly uglier. Luo Yunqi was in so much pain that she had no choice but to drink a sip of Gubei's elixir. She originally thought that this thing was just brown sugar water with some seasoning. Unexpectedly, this elixir had just been swallowed. A warm feeling instantly surged from the mouth to the throat. The abdominal discomfort was also relieved instantly. For a moment, she was shocked. I couldn't believe it for a moment. Thought it was an illusion. She took a few more sips with the idea of giving it a try. The strange thing is, with every sip she took, the discomfort in her abdomen felt a little better. Until she drank the whole bowl of elixir. After drinking, Gubei pulled Luo Yunqi's hand and pressed on her base of the thumb a few times. He pressed her forehead a few more times. These acupoints couldn't be simpler. Under Gubei's pressure, Luo Yunqi's stomach pain soon went away. "Gubei, what did you do?" Luo Yunqi was slightly surprised. She held her stomach and it didn't hurt at all. My previously weak body suddenly became energized as if it had received a charge. The most important thing was that she could feel that her whole body was warm. Before that, she was cold. Gubei, who had been mentally prepared, asked calmly, "Does your stomach still hurt?" Luo Yunqi cutely shook her head. "It doesn't hurt anymore, not at all." Tell me quickly, how did you do it? Did you make that bowl of elixir yourself? Or did you buy it outside? Facing his wife's critical question, Gubei smiled handsomely and continued, "I made the medicine myself. It contains a little brown sugar and some natural herbs. It can relieve your abdominal pain." "So, what was that when you were in my hand and pressed my forehead a few times?" "That's to stimulate the acupuncture points. Since your abdominal pain caused you to feel weak all over and have an unbearable headache, after pressing the acupuncture points, do you feel stronger and your headache is gone?" Luo Yunqi nodded again. Yes, it doesn't hurt anymore, it's all healed." "Gubei, you are amazing." She was so excited that she hugged Gubei. For her, who has been troubled by dysmenorrhea for a long time. "My stomach doesn't hurt and my whole body feels relaxed. What a happy thing it is." And just at this moment, the barrage of comments also started to appear. Luo Yunqi is confused. "Are you really going to drink?" Looking at Luo Yunqi's expression, she doesn't look like she's drinking dark food. She looks like she's enjoying it. No way, is it delicious? Wait, am I blind? Look, Luo Yunqi's face suddenly looks better. No way, does this potion work? I don't believe it. A person with such a bad complexion can recover after drinking this potion. Does Gubei really think he is Hua Tuo? No way, is it that the medicine worked, or is it the power of love? Why does Luo Yunqi look better when I look at her? A miracle of medicine. Oh my god, Gubei can really cure diseases. Before, he helped me to cure diseases at his house. I always thought it was a script. Unexpectedly, he really has the real ability. Gubei's appearance overturned my perception of the word giant rice man. Sorry Gubei, I was too loud before. You are really great. You are full of light. You are a treasure boy. Gubei is so amazing. The louder I scolded him before, the more I slapped him in the face now. Such an outstanding boy has a promising future. Chapter 49 Chapter 50 Admiration from my wife. The barrage of comments kept refreshing the screen. The program crew members who had been watching the live broadcast also had puzzled expressions on their faces. They knew that Gubei was powerful, otherwise, how could he have taken down Luo Yunqi, the richest person in Mu City? But they really don't know. Gubei is so powerful. The chief director checked Gubei's information again. It does show that he is just a recent college graduate. No work experience, nothing special. But he is so outstanding. The staff of the program also admire him very much. In the room, Luo Yunqi, whose stomach didn't hurt anymore, finally showed a sweet smile on her face. She looked at the handsome Gubei and couldn't get enough of him. Every time she looks at her handsome husband, the corners of her mouth always rise up, revealing a happy and sweet smile. She always thought that she had found a treasure. Gubei is so handsome and so outstanding. Let me ask you, which woman doesn't love it? Gubei, tell me quickly, when did you learn Chinese medicine? It's amazing. Your random moves are better than those experts and professors. Luo Yunqi was so excited that she didn't care about the cameras around her. I like to read this kind of books when I'm bored. After a while, I'll learn it. After all, our Chinese herbal medicine is the best in the world. Gubei's words had just fallen. Luo Yunqi raised her head suddenly, with a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. Wow, Gubei, you are amazing, you are really amazing. Nowadays, young people only browse their phones and play games, but you have really surpassed many people. Luo Yunqi spoke in admiration like a little fangirl. In the past, she liked Gubei because she was attracted by his looks. Now, she not only likes Gubei's looks, but is also attracted by his talent and erudition. Speaking of which, who can not love a boy like this? Luo Yunqi is taking a rest. Gubei opened his virtual panel. Host, Gubei. Age, 22. Strength, 9. Speed, 9. Value, 9. Skills, Divine Doctor Elementary, Driving Master Elementary, Cooking Master Elementary, Singing Master Elementary, Dancing Master Elementary, Swimming Master Elementary. Backpack, empty. Mall, open. Popularity value 6,645. 5,000 can be accumulated to participate in the lucky draw once. He found that his strength had also reached 9. No wonder I've been feeling more stable lately. In addition, the popularity value also increased from 2,000 to 3,000 to more than 6,000. The program team has stipulated that guests are not allowed to view any information related to the program during recording. This is also to allow the guests to record the show in the most authentic state. Although Gubei didn't watch the live broadcast, but seeing the popularity value is over 6,000, he felt somewhat relieved. This means that there are already many people who like me. I feel a little satisfied inside. A popularity value of 5,000 is enough to enter the lucky draw. Gubei wanted to try out what the popularity awards were. He pressed the popularity value and a dialog box appeared on the virtual panel. Whether to hold a lottery. Gubei nodded yes. Then, the dialog box turned into 3 yellow treasure chests. He didn't hesitate. Click the first one. The first treasure chest was opened. 3 cards appear inside. Gubei took one of them in his hand. Perspective card, this card is valid for 2 hours. After the host uses it, he will have perspective eyes that can see through everything. Virtual map, this map can survey everything within a radius of 10 kilometers. It can survey everything the host wants to find. It can view the scenery within 10 kilometers of where the host wants to go. The validity period is 2 hours. Embarrassment card, this card can be used on people the host hates, or anyone who is hostile to the host, to make the other person look extremely embarrassed, and the validity period is 2 hours. Look at these weird cards. He just felt that the system was becoming more and more interesting. Luo Yunqi's health has improved, but she is really worried about her 5 children. Getting ready to go to the beach to see the kids. The show is being broadcast live in its entirety. Gubei and Luo Yunqi came to the beach hand in hand. The girls were swimming, playing, and having a great time. Thank you, Gubei. Luo Yunqi snuggled up to Gubei's shoulder and whispered softly. Thank me? What's wrong, my dear wife? I put all my attention on work. Although I have given my daughters the best life and sent them to the best schools, I rarely see them so happy. Today, they always have bright smiles on their faces. I am very glad that you signed up for this program, which gives me and my daughters a good parent-child opportunity. As Luo Yunqi spoke, she looked at Gubei lovingly. She discovered that since she married Gubei, her life became more and more exciting. My daughters also smile more. My best friend also praised that her skin is getting better and better. This is all thanks to Gubei. Gubei gently stroked his wife's cheek, his eyes full of sweetness. And just at this moment, there were bursts of rapid shouts coming from the shore. Like something big happened. Chapter 50. Chapter 51. The program crew is in trouble. Hua Meng almost went crazy and lost her mind, shouting, "Ding ding, ding ding, where are you? Ding ding, don't scare your mother, come out quickly, ding ding, do you hear me? What the hell are you still standing there for? Go find Ding Ding." Hua Meng was extremely excited and pushed her husband Kuchiming hard, ordering him to go find their daughter. At this moment, everyone became nervous. The daughters who were playing immediately stopped playing and looked around for Ding Ding. Gubei and Luo Yunqi ran forward to check the situation. What's going on? Hua Meng was extremely emotional, with tears in her eyes, and she almost collapsed as she said, "Just now Ding Ding was catching crabs on the shore, and I turned around to get some water for the child, and when I came back, she was gone." Hua Meng said this, pointing to a small pink bucket and a small purple fishing net at her feet. "Don't worry, Yunqi, you and one take a few staff members to find the child first, and we'll check the surveillance." Gubei calmed down and suggested. Okay. Luo Yunqi immediately searched nearby with several staff members. Gubei also reminded his wife to be careful and asked the other 5 children to search on the shore first to prevent them from having any more accidents. Yes, surveillance, surveillance. There are thousands of cameras on this island. Let's check the surveillance. Only then did Kuchiming come back to his senses. Afterwards, Director Lu and Gubei and others came to the technical department to check the surveillance. The program crew was already in a panic at this time. For the safety of the staff and guests, the program team specially invited dozens of rescue workers and security personnel. But unexpectedly, the accident still happened. The show is still live. Losing a child suddenly has a huge impact. Billions of viewers already know that Tintin is missing. Everyone was extremely anxious. At this moment, the program team can only insert advertisements to relieve the tension. However, advertisements cannot be inserted all the time. The most important thing is to find the children. Everyone stared at the surveillance camera. Because there are so many cameras, it is still a bit troublesome to find them. But, soon, they found Tintin. Just as Hua Meng said. When the child was having fun, Hua Meng took the time to get the kettle for the child. Come back again. Little Ding Ding disappeared. Little Ding Ding first saw a small crab not far away. She immediately ran forward to catch up. The little crab runs very fast. Tintin ran all the way behind the reef. Then, he never appeared on the surveillance screen again. What's going on? Aren't there thousands of cameras on the island? Why can't we see any of them all of a sudden? When Hua Meng saw her daughter disappear from the surveillance camera, she felt a little hope, but that instantly turned into disappointment. The technical staff explained, "We filmed at the seaside this time. The area behind the reef is not within our filming range. In addition, it is not safe for our equipment during high tide, so the area behind is not within our monitoring range." Immediately following, Director Lu received a call. No one found Tintin. When Hua Meng heard the news, she was in a state of collapse. She collapsed to the ground, not knowing what to do for a moment. What should I do? Where are you, Ding Ding? Where are you? If I can't find you, and anything happens to you, I won't live anymore. Child, please come out quickly. You are your mother's life. Please come out quickly, Ding Ding. Ko Chiming also started to panic. Tintin was only 6 years old, so cute, and he was lost right under my nose. As parents, they really can't accept it. What should I do? Hurry up and find a rescue team. My daughter can't swim. She's very afraid of water. I'm really worried that she might fall into the sea. I'm afraid. He didn't dare to think about what happened next. Director Lu responded, "All members of the rescue team have been dispatched. We are searching the nearby sea area, nearby beaches, and the inside of the island. Don't worry, we have mobilized all our manpower to search. Everyone is trying hard to find this 6-year-old child." Gu Bei checked the surveillance video for a while and indeed did not find Ding Ding. As a guest, Ding Ding was lost, and Gu Bei was also very anxious. He also understood Hua Meng and Ku Qiming's feelings at the moment. Let's not waste time here. Let's keep looking. The island is not big and Ding Ding is just a child. He won't run far. Let's keep looking. Gu Bei's words were like a shot of force, giving Hua Meng and Ku Qiming hope again. The two of them immediately stood up and followed Gu Bei to continue searching. Director Lu looked grim. This was the last thing he wanted to see. If anything happens to the child this time, it will not only ruin Hua Meng's family, but also the entire crew of Dad who does housework too. Director Lu, what should we do? The commercial has been on for several minutes, and the comment section on our official website has gone crazy, with everyone asking about the child's whereabouts. What should we do next? The director was also anxious. The incident happened suddenly and no one was prepared. At that time, Hua Meng was crying on the beach and complaining that her daughter was missing. It's already live. Everyone knows that Tintin is missing, and even if more commercials are inserted, the truth cannot be concealed. Live broadcast, continue live broadcast. The child is missing, and our program team also has a lot of responsibility. If anything goes wrong, I will take the responsibility. Now live broadcast, the whole network is looking for the child. In the end, Director Lu made the final decision. Okay, we'll listen to you and continue the live broadcast. If anything goes wrong, I'll also take responsibility. Afterwards, Director Lu issued the latest work order: leave a few emergency workers behind, and the rest of you, all go out to look for the child. Also, use all our drones to search. We must find the child. All the work is unimportant. The most important thing is that the children return safely. All guests and everyone in the program crew, except for a few emergency workers, should go out. Let us look for Tintin together. Ding Ding, where are you? Ding Ding. Ding Ding, please stop playing hide and seek and come out. All personnel on the entire island were mobilized. Gu Bei suddenly remembered. That's right. I also have a virtual map card. That's right. That card can be used as a clairvoyance. He immediately opened the virtual panel and checked his personal messages. In the backpack, there are indeed 3 cards: perspective cards, virtual map cards, and embarrassing cards. He looked at the introduction of the virtual map card again. The virtual map can survey everything within a radius of 10 kilometers, can survey everything the host wants to find, and can view the scenery within 10 kilometers of where the host wants to go, with a validity period of 2 hours. Right. It's this card. Gubei didn't think too much and immediately took out the purple card from his backpack. Ding, host, do you want to use the virtual map card immediately? Yes, immediately. Ding, the virtual map card has been opened. Please enter the person you want to find or the place you want to go. Chapter 51. Chapter 52. Skill cards helped a lot. Gubei did not hesitate at all and said with his mind, look for Ding Ding, a 6-year-old girl, who must be on the island now. He had just finished speaking. The system sound rang again. Ding, the system is looking for Ding Ding, please wait patiently. The time of waiting is always so short. Especially when it comes to matters of life and death. Gubei couldn't imagine how a 6-year-old child would face her inner fear alone if she suddenly disappeared without a trace. Soon. The system responds. Ding, the skill card has found the target. Ding, has the host locked onto the target? Found it? So fast? Locking? This was also Gubei's first time using a skill card and he was not familiar with it. He immediately responded with his mind, lock it now. Ding, the skill card has locked onto the target. Next second. A virtual panel appeared in front of Gubei. Shock. He was completely shocked. I see it. I see it. He saw Tintin. I saw Tintin's figure appear on the virtual panel. She was in a very dark place. At this moment, she was lying on the ground motionless. She was holding a small doll in her arms. Gubei's heart tightened. What's going on? Fell asleep? Or fainted? I couldn't help but worry for Ding Ding. Little did he know that the barrage on the screen was floating up again. Gubei is not seriously ill. What is he doing at this hour? What I'm saying is, what is Gubei doing standing there alone? Why don't you go find someone? Even our CEO Luo Yunqi has come out. Is Gubei still trying to be cool? Am I the only one who noticed that Gubei was the calmest one? Believe me, he must be thinking of a solution. I also believe Gubei. He must be thinking, a child suddenly disappeared, he was wondering where Ding Ding could go? The above, please stop imagining things. I think Gubei has no sympathy or love, so he is forcing himself to be calm. Gubei did not hesitate for a moment. Follow the instructions on the map and move forward step by step. Tintin was not far from them. Just in a dark place. Fortunately, the skill card has locked onto her, which means that no matter where she goes, the skill card will track her. Gubei walked behind the reef and continued walking for about 100 meters. There was nothing on the empty beach except a lot of empty cardboard boxes. The map shows that Tintin is here. Gubei looked at the virtual panel again. Tintin's location is marked with a red dot. It is just a few dozen meters away from Gubei. He continued to move forward. On the virtual panel, Ding Ding is in a dark space. There were no caves here, so she was obviously hiding in these empty boxes containing equipment. There were about 24 boxes in front of me. Fortunately, it's not difficult. Gubei can do it alone. He began to open the boxes one by one. The first one didn't. The second one didn't. The third one was also empty. The fourth one did not. In this way, he kept rummaging through the box. Keep turning to the 10th one. Found it. Found it. He finally found Tintin. Seeing that Ding Ding was breathing evenly with her eyes closed, she was just asleep and there was no injury on her body. Gubei's heart finally settled down. The first thing he did was to take off his coat and wrap Ding Ding in it. Hold her and move forward immediately. He was afraid of waking up Ding Ding in his arms. No loud notification was given to everyone. He signaled to the photographer who was following him to tell everyone the news. The photographer took out his intercom and said excitedly, "Director Lu, inform everyone, there's no need to look for it anymore. Ding Ding has found it, and Gubei has found it. It's right over here in our equipment box." Director Lu was excited when he heard this, but at the same time he was a little scared. How is the child? Is he injured? Is he okay? Everything is fine. The child just fell asleep. It seems fine at the moment. The photographer looked at Ding Ding in Gubei's arms and introduced him softly. Fortunately, the child was found. If not, everyone will feel uneasy. He was on the beach, shouting loudly, "Found it, Ding Ding found it, no need to worry, Ding Ding found it, it was Gubei who found it, found it." After hearing this, Huameng and Kuchiming became excited again. They looked forward. Gubei was seen walking towards them cautiously, holding Ding Ding in his arms. Huameng is small in stature, but no one knows where his strength comes from. She rushed forward like crazy. When she ran to Gubei, she stretched out her hand and first used it to check Ding Ding's breath. Make sure the child is still there. She took Ding Ding from Gubei's arms, and holding the child, her whole body seemed to be empty. He fell to his knees with a puff. His eyes also became empty and distracted. She hugged the child tightly in her arms, fearing that she would run away at the next moment. She burst into tears. "She's still alive, my Ding Ding is still alive." She turned all the grievances and worries in her heart into tears, which flowed freely. She fell to her knees, crying loudly. The guests and staff at the scene were all moved when they saw Huameng crying almost to the point of collapse. Especially the mothers with children at home shed tears at the scene. It is true that children are their mother's life. After the child is lost, the anxiety, worry, and despair in my mother's heart are unimaginable to others. But after the child was found, no one can compare to a mother's concern for her children. Kuchiming's tears also began to flow. He bowed deeply to Gubei and said sincerely, "Thank you Gubei, thank you." Kuchiming expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, in his heart, Gubei had already become the benefactor of their entire family. Gubei nodded slightly. "You're welcome, as long as the child is found." Luo Yunqi came to Gubei and held his hand tightly, looking at Gubei affectionately. In her eyes, her husband is a hero. When everyone was looking for Ding Ding like headless flies, Gubei was the only one who was the calmest and collected. He was also the first one to find Tintin. Luo Yunqi is also proud of her husband. "Gubei, where did you find Ding Ding?" Yu Zihang straightened his messy hair and asked in confusion. "This island is not big, and we all tried our best to find it just now." They also thought that Tintin might be in danger, and even searched the deep sea area. However, the child was nowhere to be found. Gubei calmly explained, "We checked the surveillance cameras and found that Ding Ding went to a blind spot where there was no surveillance. I went straight to the blind spot. I thought that Ding Ding was only 6 years old. She must not have been lost, but hidden. Children of this age love to play house and hide and seek games the most. I saw those empty cartons and I guessed that Tintin must be hiding inside them. When I found half of them, I found Tintin sleeping." This was the only explanation Gubei could give. After all, he couldn't say that he found the child with the help of the skill card. But, fortunately, his explanation was very reasonable. As soon as Gubei said this, Huameng, who had already burst into tears, hugged Ding Ding tightly and nodded with a choked voice, "Yes, Ding Ding likes playing hide and seek the most. She often plays with me at home. Sometimes she hides in the closet and falls asleep. This time, she hid on purpose, so that we couldn't find her. She was tired from playing and fell asleep." Chapter 52 Chapter 53 My wife is jealous. Sister Huameng, don't cry. The child was just playing around for a while. It's good that he's found. Don't cry. Gubei looked at the emotional Huameng. He took out a tissue and handed it to her. Huameng took the tissue and held Gubei's hand tightly. She was not only grateful to Gubei, but also said with enthusiasm, "Thank you, Gubei, thank you for finding our Ding Ding." The wind was so strong and there were waves on the sea. "If you hadn't found Ding Ding in the first place, I dare not imagine whether my child would be in danger." "Thank you." At this time, seeing Huameng's excited eyes, Gubei smiled and said, "Sister Huameng, you are too polite. I am relieved now that the child has been found." Huameng nodded repeatedly, looked at everyone, and said affectionately, "Thank you everyone, my child is too naughty and has caused trouble to everyone. I am really sorry." Only then did a smile appear on everyone's face. Now that the child has been found, everyone can finally feel at ease. Director Lu breathed a sigh of relief. The show continues. The barrage area was once again filled with comments. Once again, the screen is flooded with comments for Gubei. "I'm sorry Gubei, I was too loud just now. I just said that you were cold and heartless, but I didn't expect that you were the calmest one. It was because of your calmness that a child and a family were saved. Yes, 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 the child screamed and was terrified. Gubei really saved the child's life. Did you notice? There was a garbage truck next to those cardboard boxes. The workers on the garbage truck used a big fork to clean up the garbage. If the child kept hiding and was not found, then the child would. Gubei is so awesome, he has strong logical thinking, he is the most precious boy I have ever seen. When Hua Meng cried, I cried too. At that moment, I was holding my 2-year-old daughter in my arms. I couldn't imagine that if my child was lost, I would definitely run like crazy like Hua Meng. Thank you, Gubei. Gubei found the child and saved his life. Gubei, you will be blessed. Gubei is the most heartwarming boy I have ever seen. He was holding Ding Ding just now, and he didn't dare to speak loudly. He even walked a little slower because he was worried about waking up the child in his arms. He is such a heartwarming father. The naughty kid must be beaten. Fortunately, Gubei was there this time, so nothing happened. Otherwise, it would be too late if something happened, and it would also affect the entire program team. Gubei is so handsome, I have successfully become his fan. I was moved by Gubei's sincerity and kindness. The directors of the program saw all of this. My heart finally settled down. Everyone was grateful to Gubei from the bottom of their hearts. Gubei not only saved Ding Ding and a family, but also saved the entire program team. Hundreds of staff members from the program team were saved. Hua Meng held her child in her arms and chatted with everyone at the big round table. Her eyes softened as she looked at Gubei. This is a rare opportunity. Director Liu asked everyone to speak freely and talk about their feelings after joining the program team. Talk about the person or thing that touched them the most. Ding Ding has been found. Hua Meng's smile has become much sweeter. Hua Meng, please tell me first about the people and things that had the greatest impact on you during this trip. Hua Meng nodded her head slightly, and seeing Gubei standing beside her, the corners of her mouth raised in a happy smile. The person who touched me the most during this outing was not my husband or my children, but Gubei. Me? Gubei was surprised when he heard that. Although I did a good thing and found Tintin. But there was something wrong with the way Hua Meng looked at him. I don't know what she is going to say next. Hua Meng nodded affectionately again. She first handed the child in her arms to her husband beside her, stood up, and bowed deeply to Gubei. Gubei also stood up and said politely, Sister Hua Meng, you don't have to be polite. As long as the child can return safely, this is what I should do. Hua Meng covered her mouth and laughed, then gestured to Gubei to sit down first. She continued, Gubei, I apologize to you here first. I am too superficial. At first, when I saw you and Luo Yunqi together, I was a little unfriendly to you. I always thought that you were so young, but you wanted to be the father of 5 17 or 18-year-old children. Obviously, you have some ulterior motive. After the show started, I have a new understanding of you. You can't just look at the surface of people, and you can't just look at the surface of things. You are actually a very good boy, otherwise, Yunqi wouldn't have liked you silently for so many years. You are also very good, you know a lot, you have a positive outlook, and you are kind. I misunderstood you before, and I found that I like you very much. You are not only handsome, but also so charming. As Hua Meng spoke, her face couldn't help but turn red. At this point, she covered her mouth and snickered, Don't get me wrong, I now regard Gubei as my idol. From now on, I'm your little fangirl. After saying that, she sat down with a blushing face, not daring to look directly into Gubei's eyes. After listening to this, Gubei himself was also a little embarrassed. It feels good to be liked and admired by others. Then everyone applauded. This applause is for Hua Meng because she is real and brave enough. It was also given to Gubei, because everyone's opinion of him had indeed changed greatly. The next person to stand up was Yu Zihong's mother, Zhang Yunfang, a retired teacher in her 60s. Since the show started. Apart from introducing herself at the beginning of the show, she hardly spoke at all. She has a very low presence in this program group. Zhang Yunfang cleared her throat, obviously a little nervous. Cough, cough, cough. I want to say a few words. We participated in this program for our son. As you can see, my wife and I don't like to talk. We prefer to observe. After the program started, I have been observing everyone here. The one who surprised me the most was Gubei. This young man is not only energetic but also kind-hearted. I see the hope of the younger generation in him. Young people should be like him, tenacious and never give up. When swimming, he started from the last place and swam desperately until he got first place. At the same time, he was so funny and humorous, which brought joy to his family and everyone. When faced with an emergency, he was so brave and decisive. He was very young, but his analysis was very accurate. He saved the child with his bravery and kindness. This is really rare. I never chase stars, but I will chase you in the future. I also like you, Gubei. Zhang Yunfang, who was not good at speaking, said so much in one breath. After she finished speaking, a blush appeared on her face, and she felt a little embarrassed. Gubei smiled slightly, stood up and nodded politely. Thank you, Auntie. In fact, Gubei never thought about proving himself. His performance in this show is completely real. Unexpectedly, I gained a lot of fans among aunties. Gubei was still very happy inside. But, for some reason, my wife's expression seemed a little off. He even smelled a sour taste. Luo Yunqi pouted, looking a little unhappy. Is she jealous? Chapter 53. Chapter 50. For the whole network is looking for Chinese medicine. Next, several staff members on the scene also expressed their opinions. There are boys and girls. The person they mentioned most was Gubei. Everyone likes this sunny and handsome boy. Even after waking up, Xiao Dingding secretly kissed Gubei's face. She also said in a baby voice, very seriously, Brother Gubei, I like you. Who will you marry when you grow up? Marry me, okay? I will be your wife. Puff. After hearing this, Gubei couldn't help but laugh. This is his youngest fangirl. Cute and adorable. Gubei gently pinched her little face and said in a childlike tone, Ding Ding, listen to Brother Gubei from now on. You can play hide and seek, but you must stay within the range specified by your mother and cannot leave your mother's sight. Don't play around anymore. Do you hear me? The cute little Ding Ding blinked his dark eyes and nodded repeatedly. Well, I'll be obedient. I'll listen to Brother Gubei. I'll be good in the future. The day's recording is over. After dinner, Gubei and his family returned to the villa. My wife pouted her lips and was still jealous. Return to the room. Gubei hugged his wife from behind. Baby, we can talk about it. They like me, but you are the only one in my heart. I only like you. Gubei's voice is gentle and magnetic. Although Gubei used to be a straight man. Ever since he and his wife got married, he found that his emotional intelligence has improved a lot. When encountering a problem, he would not ask his wife back, but would directly give a positive answer. Give your wife a full sense of security. But, so many people like you. I should be happy, but I feel sad. Luo Yunqi pouted with a red face. Gubei stared at Luo Yunqi with his deep eyes, caressing her little face and kissing her soft lips, but in my eyes and in my heart, there is only you. You are my wife. This affirmative answer made Luo Yunqi feel safe. A warm feeling surged in my heart. Gubei sat on the edge of the bed and took his wife into his arms. He gently rubbed Luo Yunqi's abdomen with his powerful hands and asked with concern, Does your stomach still hurt? Are you still uncomfortable? Luo Yunqi blinked her big eyes and shook her head repeatedly. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten. It doesn't hurt anymore, not at all. Gubei, you are really amazing. Ever since I drank your Chinese medicine, my stomach has been so warm and comfortable. I felt so bad when I saw her having stomach pain during the day. This is an old problem of mine. Every time I had an attack, I felt so painful that I almost suffocated and sweated all over. So, during those few days every month, I would be terrified and anxious. Fortunately, you are here to help me solve the big problem this time. Luo Yunqi's pitiful appearance aroused Gubei's sympathy. He hugged her tighter, as if he wanted to give all his warmth to his wife. Wife, you've suffered so much in the past. From now on, I won't let you suffer anymore. I will protect you and guard you, just like you have protected me all these years. Thank you, Gubei, it's great to have you. When Luo Yunqi raised her eyes, she met Gubei's affectionate eyes. The two looked into each other's eyes, hugged each other, and kissed passionately. In the evening, Gubei, Luo Yunqi and their daughters ate fruit, watched TV, and talked and laughed together. It is so happy and sweet when the whole family is together. Luo Yunqi's face was always filled with a happy smile. No way, Luo Yunqi looked so bad during the day, isn't it because of severe menstrual cramps? Is she healed so quickly? According to my experience, dysmenorrhea usually takes 2 to 3 days to go away. She got better so quickly. Is it because Gubei's dark potion took effect? I am experiencing dysmenorrhea and am in so much pain. I beg Gubei's Chinese medicine to save my child. Gubei, please, my girlfriend is having menstrual cramps. I asked her to drink more hot water, but she is breaking up with me. What should I do? Please give me the Chinese medicine, or I will lose my love. Oh my god, not only did Luo Yunqi's dysmenorrhea resolve, but her complexion also looked so good. She was talking and laughing happily. Gubei is really good at this. Gubei still has some skills. Seeking Chinese medicine. Seeking Chinese medicine. Seeking Chinese medicine. Seeking Chinese medicine. The 3 words seeking Chinese medicine have been dotting the screen for more than 10 minutes. This shows how popular Gubei is. At the same time, Gubei also became a hot topic on Weibo. Hashtag Gubei successfully rescued Hua Meng's daughter. Hashtag Hua Meng expresses her deep love to Gubei on the spot. Hashtag Yu Zihan's mother confessed her love to Gubei on the spot. Hashtag Gubei Chinese medicine for treating dysmenorrhea. Hashtag everyone left an official message on the show. I beg Gubei for Chinese medicine to treat dysmenorrhea. Dad Who Does Housework 2 has reached its 2nd season. The first season was equally popular, but never had this phenomenon. Obviously, Gubei has something. Director Lu looked at the messages and various data on the official website. A happy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This season, Gubei is the right choice. Not to mention the audience, even I admire Gubei very much. His presence is a guarantee for the show's ratings. Night. Gubei coaxed his wife to sleep. Nothing to do. Open your system data. Host, Gubei. Age, 22. Strength, 9. Speed, 9. Value, 9. Skills, Divine Doctor Elementary, Driving Master Elementary, Cooking Master Elementary, Singing Master Elementary, Dancing Master Elementary, Swimming Master Elementary. Backpack, Perspective Card 1, Embarrassment Card 1. Mall, Open. Popularity value, 5,300 accumulative. See the popularity value. Gubei couldn't help but exclaimed. The popularity value has increased again. Before, he had used 5,000 popularity points for the lottery. Now it has risen to 5,300. It seems that there are many people who like me. A happy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Since the system was established, my wife is becoming more and more obedient, and my daughters are becoming more and more obedient. After the last show, the audience liked me more and more. It feels good. Let Gubei find the meaning of life. Nothing to do. He plans to try to draw another prize using his popularity points. Gubei pointed to the virtual panel. Another draw. Soon. 3 boxes appeared in front of me. He pointed to the golden box in the middle. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have drawn the God-level makeup primary skill. Gubei couldn't help but frown. Etc. What do you mean? Makeup? God-level makeup? Gubei himself is a grown man. Where is the use of makeup skills? He couldn't help but sigh again. Obviously this skill is just a decoration. What's the use of having this skill? Might as well have some fun cards. Before he knew it, Gubei fell asleep. Early the next morning. It's not daybreak yet. Ah. Gubei heard a scream coming from downstairs. The voice sounded like that of my little daughter. Gubei and Luo Yunqi woke up almost instantly. They quickly changed their clothes and went downstairs. I saw the little daughter covering her face with her hands and crying in front of the mirror. Chapter 54. Chapter 55. The little daughter cried. The little daughter's room, she was crying? Gubei and Luo Yunqi walked forward together to check the situation. What's wrong with Shuaiku? Are you feeling unwell? Gubei asked softly. Luo Yunqi also asked in a gentle voice, Shuaiku, did you have a nightmare? Or are you afraid of something? Luo Shuaiku kept shaking her head, covering her face and sobbing. I'm fine. I'm fine. Her voice was choked with sobs. Gubei and Luo Yunqi could hear it. Of course there is something wrong with this kid. Shuaiku, don't be afraid. No matter what happens, we will be by your side. Don't worry. We are here. Tell Dad what happened. Gubei asked again carefully. He noticed that his little daughter covered her face the whole time and didn't dare to look at anyone. He could guess. I guess there must be something wrong with my younger daughter's face. After their patient persuasion, the younger daughter then broke free from her guard and took off her hands that were covering her face. I don't know what I ate or used to make my face look like this. The little girl cried sadly and pointed to her face full of acne. Gubei and Luo Yunqi couldn't help but be shocked. I saw that my little daughter's face was covered with red pimples. All over my face. People with trypophobia can't bear to watch it. Oh my god, what's going on? Your face is allergic again. Luo Yunqi looked at her little daughter with heartache and gently stroked her allergic little face. The little daughter nodded slightly, tears filling her eyes. What should I do, Mom? The show is still live, what should I do with my face? The youngest daughter has a more aggressive temper than her other sisters. She was such a strong-willed girl that she couldn't accept her face becoming like this. Plus, it's a live broadcast so everyone can see her face. Fortunately, there were no cameras in the room. No one has seen her like this yet. Don't worry, Shuaiku. Fortunately, I brought some medicine with me this time. Your face is very susceptible to allergies. As long as you use the medicine, all the pimples on your face will disappear within 3 days. I'll go get you some medicine now. After Luo Yunqi finished speaking, she immediately went back to her room to get the medicine box. After taking the medicine and applying the ointment, the little daughter was troubled again, but Mom, no matter how effective this medicine is, it will take 3 days for all the acne to disappear. I can't stay in the room for 3 days without recording the show, right? That's true, but you have so many pimples on your face that it's hard to cover them even with concealer. Luo Yunqi also became troubled. She knew her younger daughter's character. She is very strong-willed and as a girl, she cares a lot about her image. If the younger daughter were to go abroad in this situation, she would definitely be criticized by everyone. As a mother, Luo Yunqi could not accept this situation. Then, Luo Yunqi seemed to have thought of something. She cast her hopeful eyes on Gubei. He asked suspiciously, by the way, Gubei, don't you know Chinese medicine? Please help Shuaiku and see if you can cure the acne on her face immediately. Luo Yunqi had complete faith in Gubei's medical skills. Ever since I drank the Chinese medicine prescribed by Gubei yesterday. Her stomach has never hurt since then. Gubei nodded first, then said softly, don't panic, Yunqi, I'll take a look at the situation first. Then he took a step forward and moved closer to his little daughter, checking the blood-red pimples on her face. Next second, a virtual panel appeared in front of him. Patient, Luo Shueka. Age, 17. Gender, female. Condition, acute pityriasis rosea. Disease index, 3 stars maximum 10. Treatment plan, external ointment, oral anti-allergic drugs to increase immunity. Seeing this, Gubei himself was also surprised. Ox. So cool. System Dad is so awesome. The little daughter's condition is presented so intuitively. What's going on, Gubei, do you have any solution? Luo Yunqi gently tugged at the corner of Gubei's clothes and asked anxiously. Gubei had a very determined look on his face. Shueka has acute pityriasis rosea, which is actually not very serious. Even without medication, it will slowly heal, but the cycle will be longer. Yes, Shueka has been diagnosed with this problem before. What caused it? At present, it is caused by many factors. It is generally related to the current late autumn weather. In addition, because Shueka's own immunity is low, it can also cause this disease. It is not a big problem. With both internal and external medications, the problem can be solved quickly. Then, how long will it take at the earliest? It's all over Shueka's face. The area is very wide. I guess it has spread all over her body. If you want to remove it all, even with my medicine, it will take at least a day. Gubei told everything in detail. After he finished speaking, he immediately returned to the room. He followed the system's instructions. I used 2,000 popularity points to buy a bottle of external medicine and a bottle of internal medicine. Well, don't tell me. With this miraculous medical skill, Gubei has invisibly gained a lot of medical knowledge. He also truly understood. Even if you are a miracle doctor, some chronic diseases still take a certain amount of time to fully recover. Gubei handed the medicine to Luo Shueika and carefully explained the usage. Shueiko, this is for external use. Apply it evenly on the pimples and massage gently until the medicine is quickly absorbed. This is an internal medicine. Take it twice a day, 1 pill each time, with warm water, before or after meals. Luo Yunqi was applying ointment to her little daughter herself, looking disappointed and pouting. Hey, it will take a day to get rid of all the pimples, so what should we do on that day? Shueiko, do you want to face everyone with the pimples, or take a day off first? Luo Shueika frowned and sat on the sofa, looking a little helpless. I want to participate in the show, I want to play with the sisters, make trouble together, laugh together, but my face. As she spoke, she lowered her head in frustration and muttered listlessly, but I don't want to face everyone with this image. Just when Luo Shueika was in a dilemma. Luo Yunqi also looked helpless. Gubei, who was standing aside, rolled his eyes, as if he had thought of something. Oh, right. He turned to his wife and said, Yunqi, go get your makeup bag. Bring the whole set. Luo Yunqi looked up in confusion. Why do you want a makeup bag? What else can I do? Put on some makeup. You? Otherwise, who else but me? You know how to put on makeup? However, I just saw Shueika's situation. Even with the best concealer, it can't completely cover up the acne on her face. Luo Yunqi sighed helplessly and said, Don't worry, with me here, there is no problem that cannot be solved. Luo Yunqi looked at Gubei's confident and stern expression. She didn't say anything more. In her opinion, Gubei seemed to have some magical power. There is no problem in this world that he cannot solve. So, she quickly returned to the room and handed the makeup bag to Gubei. Chapter 55. Chapter 56. Is this a masterpiece of nature? Luo Shueika also began to doubt Gubei. Can you do it? Don't worry, I will definitely draw you the best. But, I don't like heavy makeup. Luo Shueika thought that Gubei was going to apply a thick layer of concealer on her face. After all, in her current condition, she had to use very thick concealer to barely cover it. Heavy makeup is inevitable. How could that be? You're still a child, why do you need to wear heavy makeup? I'll just give you a refreshing fake natural look. Gubei looked at Luo Shueika's face carefully, and then looked at the cosmetics that were extremely unfamiliar to him before. He became more confident. So, he took a makeup brush and started to put makeup on Luo Shueika. Luo Shueika's situation was worse than he had imagined. However, everything is under his control. Luo Yunqi received a work call. Even when she comes to travel, she is still a workaholic. Luo Shueika didn't even dare to look directly at herself in the mirror. She kept her eyes closed the whole time. I thought, let me die. Just let Gubei go. At worst, I can just attend the show today with a face full of pimples. For the sake of her sisters, she had no choice but to be brave. A few minutes later. Shueiko, you can open your eyes now. Gubei's magnetic voice sounded in Luo Shueika's ears. Luo Shueika's heart kept pounding. My heart was in turmoil. I felt a little nervous at this moment. She slowly opened her eyes. Look carefully in the mirror. Ah! Luo Shueika exclaimed again. Hearing the noise, Luo Yunqi immediately hung up the phone and came to her little daughter. She looked in the mirror and comforted him carefully. Shueiko, you are so beautiful, even if you have pimples on your face. Luo Yunqi hadn't finished speaking yet. His eyes widened and he stood there in a daze. She was a little bit unbelievable, it had only been a few minutes. Luo Shueika's face was back to normal. Wrong. It should be said that it looks good. Looks very good. On top of her pretty face, she's even more beautiful. The most important thing is that you can't see any makeup at all. Just as Gubei said, fake natural look. Luo Shueika's black and white eyes flickered, and her little mouth opened into a zero shape in surprise. How on earth did you do that? Is my face healed? Luo Shueika's first reaction was that her face had completely healed. All the pimples are gone. Luo Yunqi also nodded. Yes, is the acne gone? Or is it because of your makeup? Looking at the mother and daughter, they both looked puzzled. Gubei explained with a gentle smile. Although Luo Shueika took medicine and applied ointment, it will take a day for her to fully recover. So, what you mean is, it was your makeup? It was your makeup that covered all the pimples on Shueika's face? Luo Yunqi raised her eyes in surprise again and looked at her little daughter's face seriously. Even at a close distance, she couldn't see any pimples on her little daughter. You can't even tell that she's wearing makeup. Luo Yunqi is the richest person in Muchang and has seen many excellent makeup artists. But, no matter how great the makeup artist is, no matter how beautiful their makeup is, no one can compare to Gubei. It looks like you're not wearing any makeup, but it can perfectly cover all the pimples. She can also make Luo Shueika's little face so perfect. Luo Yunqi couldn't think of what words to use to describe Gubei. Gubei, you are so amazing. Is this a work of genius? It's amazing. Luo Shueika almost lay down in front of the mirror just now. After looking for a long time, she couldn't see the acne on her face. She looked at Gubei with admiration and exclaimed, "This is not makeup, it's just like a new head." Changed the head? Isn't it? Luo Shueika's statement is not an exaggeration at all. 10 minutes ago, her face was so ugly that it was unbearable to look at, covered with pimples. At this moment, her little face was perfect. Much more lively and agile than before. The most important thing is that even though I put on makeup, it looks like I'm not wearing any. She looks completely without makeup. She seemed to have thought of something and continued to ask, "By the way, how long does this makeup last? It won't come off quickly, right? This would be embarrassing." "Don't worry, I just put essential oils in the makeup. They can keep the makeup long. Even if you sweat or go into the sea, the makeup won't come off. You can only use makeup remover oil to remove it." Luo Shueika finally felt relieved when she heard that. She gained a new understanding of Gubei. In her eyes, this stepfather is a special person. Although he is only a few years older than me, he is so outstanding. Every time there is a problem, he will step up and be the first to solve it. It seems that with him around, there will be no unsolvable problems in the world. Luo Shueika's favorability towards Gubei increased a lot. "Thank you. If you weren't here, I would have been embarrassed today." Luo Shueika looked at Gubei sincerely, expressing her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Gubei lowered his head and smiled, saying modestly, "I just did it casually, but I didn't expect that it would really help Luo Shueika." He looked calm on the surface. "In fact, I was already very happy in my heart. So excited. Have to. It's really not easy to be praised by a little girl like Luo Shueika. This little girl has a stubborn personality and always has high demands." Gubei also witnessed the power of the system once again. "Ever since I have acquired various skills. When it comes to doing things, it's so easy. Even a makeup can be done so skillfully." Luo Yunqi praised him repeatedly, "You are great, Gubei. You are the most special person I have ever met. I think you can do everything except flying a plane." Gubei couldn't help laughing. "Maybe one day I'll be able to fly a plane." Luo Shueika also laughed. She sincerely thanked Gubei in her heart. "Looking at my pretty little face, I won't feel inferior even if I participate in the show next time." After helping Luo Shueika put on her makeup, Gubei hurried to make breakfast. This program has a requirement that every meal must be prepared by the father. The purpose is to let everyone see that every family has a different father. Cooking is not difficult at all for Gubei. In a short while, he prepared breakfast for a family of 7. Compared to other families, breakfast for their family of 7 is a big undertaking. Even breakfast, Gubei would take it seriously. The daughters have finished washing and are all sitting at the table. The daughters saw the early morning breakfast. I couldn't help but be surprised. "Oh my God, Dad, you were so amazing? Did you do all this by yourself?" Luo Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, her beautiful eyes staring straight at the large table of breakfast. She could imagine that it would take too much hard work and effort for Gubei to run around all by himself. Gubei snorted, "Yes, I made all of this. You must be hungry, come and eat." "Thank you, Dad. You're so nice. Dad, you have worked hard. Thank you for the breakfast." "Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Dad. Thanks." The daughters are very sensible and never forget Gubei, who has been working hard in the kitchen. Until the daughter's eyes fell on the youngest daughter's face. Several sisters couldn't help but be surprised. "Shuaiku, what happened to your face? As soon as the third daughter Luo Mantong spoke, the little daughter lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake, with a nervous look on her face. Chapter 56 Chapter 57 You are so beautiful today. Gu Bei could see that his little daughter looked nervous and anxious. Luo Shueka was worried that her sisters would notice the clues on her face. See the pimples on your face. Gu Beifang then took a serious look at Luo Shueka's face. There is absolutely no clue. If there is anything wrong, that's just too beautiful. What's wrong, Yi? My face is fine, just the same as before. Luo Yunxi tried to smooth things over. Luo Yi and her sisters all looked at Luo Shueka's face. They all shook their heads. The eldest daughter was attracted by the fifth sister's face. No, it's different. It's really different. Yes, I also feel that fifth sister is a little special today. It's very, very beautiful. It's become more beautiful, but I can't tell what has changed. Fifth sister, are you learning how to get injections like an adult? Your face is so beautiful, it's too perfect, isn't it? The four sisters were talking to each other. His words were full of love for the beautiful sister. After a few brief seconds, Luo Shueka came back to her senses, a trace of embarrassment flashing across her face. Then he narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. In an instant, her face showed a little more confidence. Is that so? Maybe it's because I've been sleeping well recently and my skin has improved. Luo Shueka smiled softly, so adorable. Gu Bei and Luo Yunxi looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. After everyone finished their meal, gathered together again. Whenever Gu Bei's family of 7 appear, they always shine. After the free time, everyone will play games together. I think everyone must have been exhausted yesterday, so today we prepared these for everyone to relax. Then Director Lu pointed to the yacht behind him. When everyone saw it, they couldn't help but scream. Wow, the program crew is really generous. This yacht looks really nice. This time we can have a real vacation. Hua Meng said excitedly, holding her daughter's hand. She had just finished speaking. Director Lu pointed to several small boats behind the yacht. There are big ones, small ones, and even jet skis. In short, it can't be compared with a yacht. No way? Another swimming competition? One couldn't help but sigh, with a look of disappointment on his face. I could see the clues of the program team at a glance. Again? You program crew are very bad. I knew you were not so kind. Ko Chi-ming said helplessly. He did not live in a big house, and this time, he had given up any hope for the yacht. No way, we have to compete again. I haven't recovered my strength yet, and my husband can't swim. Oh. Hua Meng also sighed, and then took her daughter's hand and comforted her. Baby, we can take a smaller boat this time, which will be super fun. Ding Ding nodded obediently and agreed. I believe this time it's definitely not a swimming competition. Yu Zihong raised his eyebrows slightly and talked softly. Gu Bei, on the other hand, looked fearless. He only had eyes for yachts. It's not that he is snobbish, he only cares about the best. But for a family of 7, a small boat would not be an option, let alone a jet ski. Plus, my wife is on her menstrual period. If you don't want to catch a cold, a yacht is the best choice. He looked at his wife and daughters with confidence and said, Don't worry, I will give you the best. Luo Yunxi and her daughters smiled happily. Keep cheering for Gu Bei. Just as everyone was discussing it, Director Lu waved his hand and continued to introduce, Don't panic, everyone. I will now announce the rules of the game. I have a set of lyrics here, and everyone can sing as they please. Whoever sings the best and gets the most votes will get the right to use the yacht. And so on. The number of votes won will be the large ship, the small boat, and the sea motorcycle. Wow, Dad, I will definitely win you a big yacht this time. After hearing the rules of the game, one instantly showed an excited smile on his face. The game hasn't even started yet, but he already wished he could be the champion. Luo Yi also smiled, and the smile on her face could no longer be hidden. What a coincidence, I happen to be a good singer, so leave this task to me. Hua Meng sighed again, and rolled her eyes at her husband, saying angrily, Look at you, you can't swim, and you can't sing at all. You can't sing in tune at all. I can't count on you. Yu Zihong also showed a gratified smile. Although he was not a professional singer, he released an album after entering the entertainment industry. Because of his good singing skills, the album's online sales were quite successful. So, singing is really not difficult for him. Just when everyone was secretly happy, Director Lu showed a meaningful smile on his face. Gu Bei could see it. The program team will not make the rules so simple. As expected by Gu Bei, Director Lu smiled mysteriously and continued, however, any contestant from any family who has participated in a singing program, released an album, or sang on stage cannot participate. What? One was immediately angry. He had just been thinking about which bottle of champagne he would open after getting on the yacht, but now, Director Lu's words dragged him back from heaven to hell. No way, my parents can't even sing. Yu Zihong sighed. He had a chance to win the event, but he lost again this time. At this time, the barrage of comments started to flood the screen again. Is there something wrong with the production team's thinking? Is there something wrong with the rules of this game? Isn't this really fair? Since it's a singing competition, of course we have to find the best singers, so that the show will have depth. Yes, except for Hua Mingjia, all the 4 groups of guests can sing. This kind of competition between gods is interesting. I am a fan of Hua Meng, and I think the program team's rules are quite fair. Yes, I think it's fair, but I really want to hear Gu Bei sing. How is his singing? I'm really looking forward to Gu Bei singing, so I think this rule is quite reasonable. It's not fair. I want to listen to Luo Yi singing. Fans have different opinions. This is exactly the effect the program team wants. This will make it more topical. This program is under the control of the production team. Soon, the competition will begin. All the candidates from each family are in place. 1's father Jiao Xinkai. Hua Meng's husband Ku Qiming asked to fight. Yu Zihong's mother goes to battle. Gu Bei goes to battle. Chapter 57 Chapter 58 I can still sing. There must be something shady going on. TSK, the production team is really good at playing games. They set the rules themselves and their own people vote to decide. This is definitely not a shady deal? Who wins and who loses is entirely up to the production team. There's nothing to be said for this. Just vote directly. I thought this was the best show in the domestic entertainment industry, but I didn't expect that there was still something shady going on. See the various opinions from people online. The staff of the program team laughed. This is the effect they want most. The program team also tried their best to achieve the best show effect. It would be nice if professional singers came to sing, but what would be the point? The program team wants the audience to see how the stars' families sing. If you sing well, you will definitely be followed. Singing badly is also a kind of show effect. In short, for the program team, this is a sure win. The first one to appear is one's father. Everybody can see it. One is more nervous than his father. At this moment, he was chatting with Yu Zihong. He sighed helplessly and said, "My dad can't even speak clearly. I can't imagine what tune he can sing in a while." Yu Zihong laughed at first, then said handsomely, "You sing so well and you're the champion of a talent show, how can your dad sing badly?" Hearing this, one became even more depressed. I take after my mom. My mom sings well, but my dad sings horribly. Luckily I am like my mom. My mom participated in the senior singing group last year and won the gold medal, so I still have confidence in my mom. When he heard this, his heart skipped a beat. I thought, this is it. The house I live in is the worst, the food is the worst. I want to take a boat to play in the sea, and I guess I will have to ride a sea scooter again this time. This father-son journey was a torture for him. Yu Zihong standing aside had a constant smile on his face. Sure enough, human sorrows and joys are not shared. 1. Don't be discouraged. My husband can't sing either. You still have a good chance of getting on the boat this time. Hua Meng has already given up hope on her husband. I can't rely on swimming, and even less on singing. Luo Yunqi and her 5 daughters are full of confidence in Gu Bei. They have heard Gu Bei sing. It is no exaggeration to say that he sings even better than the original singer. It's not just his singing voice, the most important thing is that the songs he sings are not only pleasing to the ears but also touching to the heart. It makes people feel relaxed and happy when listening to it. Even director Lu is optimistic about Gu Bei. He himself had the good fortune to hear him sing in person. The song is not only nice to listen to, but also touches the heart. Therefore, in this round, he is very optimistic about Gu Bei. Like a little fan, he cheered for Gu Bei. Soon, the concert began. The first one to come on stage was one as Father Jiao Xinkai. He has a good personality and is a bit of a socialite. I wasn't nervous at all going on stage. The accompaniment hasn't started yet. He took the lead and started singing. From the first word he sang, one's head was drooped, and his torment could be seen through the screen. The guests at the scene were also extremely embarrassed after hearing this. Gubei's feet even dug out a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house. Fortunately, the song ended quickly. Jiao Xinkai bowed to everyone. The guests at the scene applauded politely. The barrage of comments kept popping up. The old man finally stopped. I was almost deafened by his constant chatter. In fact, this is the normal state for many people. There are also many people who are tone deaf in real life. No matter what, I admire one's father's courage. This is a live show watched by hundreds of millions of viewers. The second person to come on stage was Consummating. He is an actor by profession, and he is not stage frightened even on set. After he got the lyrics, he practiced a few times and felt that he was doing well. Before singing, he bowed and said with guilt, "I'm sorry, everyone. I'm tone deaf and my singing is not very good, but in order to complete the task, I have to sing a song. My singing is not good, so please be patient. Thank you for your hard work." As soon as he said this, there was laughter at the scene. Consummating himself is still very humorous. Because of his speech, everyone is looking forward to him. It wasn't until he spoke that everyone understood. It turns out he wasn't being humorous, he was telling the truth. The singing is really bad, but, although this is originally a sad song, he performed it in a very funny way. The laughter at the scene never stopped. The song isn't great, but the comedy effect is pretty good. Brother Chiming is great. Others are just being modest, but he is serious. This song is so funny. Brother Chiming can try to develop into a comedy. He can even make the song sound funny. I am dying of laughter. This is not singing at all, it is clearly a serious joke. The barrage of comments kept popping up. I have to say that Consummating's singing brought very good effects to the show. The third person to come on stage was Yu Zihang's mother Zhang Yunfeng. Although she is over 60 years old. But his manners are quite good. Especially when the music starts, her style immediately comes into play. Her voice is very good, her high notes are very high, and even her transitions are very good. No worse than those professional singers. Zhang Yunfeng is a very serious person. Even though it was a simple song, she sang it with great passion. After the song was finished, applause broke out from the audience. Everyone was moved and stood up and applauded. I was infected and moved by Zhang Yifeng's singing. There were even a few guests and staff members who cried after listening to the performance. Zhang Yifeng bowed to express his gratitude. My future mother-in-law is so great, her singing voice is so beautiful, it touched my heart and brought tears to my eyes. Auntie is awesome, no wonder Yu Zihang is so outstanding, it's because he has such outstanding parents. This is amazing. This song looks simple, but it is actually very difficult to sing. Auntie succeeded so well. It is really great. At this time, the barrage was full of good reviews. Although Gubei hasn't come on stage yet. But in the eyes of many people, Zhang Yunfeng will definitely win the first place this time. Yu Zihang's parents were even celebrating in advance. Finally, it was Gubei's turn to play. He had memorized all the lyrics. He picked up the microphone, the music started, he closed his eyes slightly, and sang with great emotion. His vocal conditions are very good, it's as if God is chasing him and feeding him. The songs sung were also very special. This is a difficult song to perform, but he handled it very easily. Halfway through the song, several guests were moved to tears. Hua Meng cried so much that her makeup came off. Yu Zihang's mother Zhang Yunfeng was crying so hard that tears kept flowing out. Luo Yunqi couldn't help but tear up as she listened to the song her husband sang. Tears of emotion also flowed. The daughters were also moved to tears. Even the youngest Ding Ding was moved by Gubei's singing. Tears sparkled in the little guy's dark eyes. I don't know why. Ever since Gubei started singing, the barrage seemed to disappear. No one posted any comments. Chapter 58, Chapter 60. It's so cool. Until Gubei finished his soulful singing. There was thunderous applause from the audience. Everyone stood up and applauded Gubei. The staff on the scene also kept applauding. Even director Lu's eyes turned red from crying. This was the second time he was moved by Gubei's singing. At this time, the barrage of comments kept popping up. After listening to Gubei's song, I thought of my grandma who brought me up. She left me 2 years ago. I really want her to come to my dream once and tell me that she is doing well. Gubei really understands us. Although we live in an era of advanced technology, I always feel lonely and empty inside. It was not until I listened to Gubei's songs that I understood what I wanted. I was so moved and touched. Gubei YYDS. After listening to Gubei's songs, I thought of my past. I was the envy of everyone. I had a car, a house, a sensible daughter, and a virtuous wife. But I was tired and stressed every day. I didn't dare to rest, for fear that I would be left behind and eliminated by this fast-paced society. Until then, I realized that although life is important, I am the most important. Damn ideals. I immediately booked a plane ticket and took my family on a trip to relax myself. Life is not easy, so we should cherish it even more. Thank you, Gubei, for letting me understand this truth. I am inexplicably moved, and I am inspired by Gubei's singing. My work is so tiring, but I dare not quit. The rent is so high, but I still have to grit my teeth and persevere. Gubei, I will keep going. I didn't cry when I failed in my business, but I cried after listening to Gubei's song. Let us encourage each other who are struggling to start a business. I failed the exam and wanted to give up, but now I am back on my feet. Thank you, Gubei, for giving me a lot of strength. If Gubei doesn't win this time, there must be something fishy going on with the production team. Gubei, win for me. The entire barrage section is filled with positive reviews. Many people even expressed their true feelings. Just because of a song by Gubei, it touched so many people and touched everyone's hearts. When Gubei saw his wife shedding tears, he immediately ran forward. He held Luo Yunqi in his arms, wiped her tears and comforted her softly. What's wrong, my dear wife? Are you feeling unwell? Luo Yunqi shook her head repeatedly, snuggled in Gubei's arms, and said shyly, because after listening to your song, I feel so happy. It's great to have you around. Silly, don't cry, I will always treat you well. The daughters listened to their parents in different words. Tears also flowed. Director Lu wiped away his tears and went on stage with red eyes. I'm sorry, I actually have a very high tear point. I don't know why, but after listening to Gubei's songs, I became a crybaby. He cleared his throat again and continued, okay, let's get back to the point. Now it's time for the voting session. We've got 30 staff members on site to vote. Our program team won't have any say in this. This is an open vote. You can vote for the guest whose song you like. As Director Lu finished his words, 30 staff members in red appeared behind him. Each of them held a ticket. Voting begins. The staff members came towards Gubei one after another. A 40-year-old lady, with tears in her eyes, saw Gubei and said excitedly, "Thank you, Gubei, keep going. Gubei, you are the best. Gubei, I am your fan and I will always support you. Gubei, thank you for letting me hear such a beautiful song. Gubei, I will always support you, come on. Gubei, you are awesome, and the song is so beautiful. Thank you." Gubei would express his heartfelt gratitude to every staff member who supported him. Soon. Voting is closed. Director Lu looked at the voting results and felt troubled. Congratulations to Gubei for getting all the votes. That is to say, our Gubei received 30 votes alone, and he came in first place. Then, Director Lu excitedly pointed to the yacht behind him. Congratulations, Gubei. You deserve it. The yacht is yours. Wow, yacht, that's awesome. Wow, that is amazing. Gubei won with 30 votes. I am convinced. I am convinced. Gubei is so awesome, he deserves a big yacht. No one was jealous at all and everyone kept cheering for Gubei. Gubei won this round. Everyone was convinced. Since Gubei passed it with all 30 votes, the remaining 3 families all received 0 votes. There is no way to allocate boats and jet skis. Therefore, the program team found 10 staff members on the spot and conducted another round of voting. Zhang Yunfang got 7 votes and was the second place, and his family was assigned a large ship. Ko Qiming got 2 votes and was third, and his family was assigned a small boat. Jiao Xinqi received 1 vote and was the last one, so his family was assigned to the sea scooter. One is already mentally prepared. It can be said that he had thought of this since his father took the stage. The sea scooter belongs to them. He also comforted his father. Dad, the two of us are most suitable for sea motorcycles. You are handsome and I am cool. Only this kind of accelerated motorcycle can match us. As expected of my son, you have a strong ability to comprehend things, just like the name I gave you, 1. No matter what time it is, we must be first. Just like these past 2 days, even if we can't get first place, we must be last. We must always take one of the two sides. Ha ha. As they talked, they burst into laughter again. The goodness of love is visible to the naked eye. Although the father and son lost the game, it did not affect their relationship at all. Gubei has already boarded the big yacht. The daughters also changed into beautiful clothes, took photos on the yacht, and smiled happily. Luo Yunxi is usually a busy person. Even though she is the richest person in Mucheng, she hardly has time to play. She also has several private yachts, but she has never enjoyed them properly. At this moment, she snuggled in Gubei's arms, sitting on the comfortable sofa, enjoying this happy moment. Gubei, you are so amazing, even better than I thought. I even feel like I am not worthy of you. Luo Yunxi smiled charmingly and looked at Gubei with deep admiration and shyness. Gubei smiled handsomely. My wife is more powerful. As for me, what's so great about me? All the credit for participating in this show is yours. You are the best dad and the dad who is best at doing housework. My wife has a great eye for choosing a husband. After hearing his words, Gubei blushed slightly. My husband looks handsome, capable, talented, and has a sense of humor. She was happy no matter how she looked at it. Gubei's birthday is coming soon. She had already made up her mind to give her husband a big surprise. Chapter 59 Chapter 61 Hai Jianbu Ping. It was the first time in Gubei's life that he rode on a large yacht. It feels pretty good. He discovered that since he and Luo Yunxi got their marriage certificate, everything is changing. I am also slowly becoming stronger. Life is slowly getting better. Everything is moving in a good direction. The girls had a lot of fun. The yacht continued to move forward on the sea. The daughters seemed frightened by something. They immediately came to Gubei and Luo Yunxi, and said with a somewhat unpleasant look, "It seems like someone is being beaten up ahead." Hit someone? Gubei couldn't help but frown and looked forward in the direction his daughters pointed. Sure enough, there was a yacht right in front. A tall, fat man like a pig and several bodyguards were beating several staff members dressed as waiters. When Gubei's follow-up camera saw this situation, he did not immediately aim at the bad man. There are two reasons. First, anyone who can own a private yacht must be either rich or noble, and the program crew doesn't want to cause trouble. Second, there have been too many turmoils in the domestic entertainment industry recently. The program crew dare not provoke behaviors like beating people and abusing waiters, for fear that the program will be affected and stopped from being broadcast. This will cause great losses to the program team. When the program crew discovered the violent incident, they immediately transferred the live broadcast from Gubei to Wan and his son. I saw the men on the boat beating the staff. At the same time, he kept saying all kinds of insulting words. You are all trash in my eyes. I spent money to tell you to do anything, so you did it. You dare to resist me. Bang! Another hard slap. Several waiters were beaten black and blue and kept begging for mercy. No, don't fight. At worst, we will return the money to you. All of it. Yes, at worst we won't make any money from you, we'll just return the money to you. Several staff members could not stand this insult. They would be willing to do it even if they didn't have to pay. The fat man saw the staff and begged for mercy. I was suddenly excited. Ha, you untouchables, a bunch of untouchables, look at how worthless you are. The man was sitting on the sofa and kicked a boy to the ground. The boy's head hit a sharp object and his head was bleeding instantly. Gubei Ben is a passionate young man. When encountering such a situation, I feel even more angry. Their yacht approached quickly. Stop! Gubei shouted angrily, and the fat man stopped his movements. The fat man saw Gubei and snorted coldly, "If you don't want to die, get out of here immediately." As he said this, he raised his arms and was about to beat up a few waiters. Gubei rushed forward with lightning speed. At the same time, his arms shot out like the wind, waving towards the fat man. Ah! Gubei's powerful punch knocked the fat man several meters away. His sudden move was beyond the expectations of everyone present. The fat man involved was terrified and retreated in panic. Boy, you dare to hit me, do you know who I am? The fat man got up from the ground in a mess, looked at Gubei viciously, and said angrily. Gubei looked at the fat man with disdain and said coldly, I don't care who you are. Why do I need to check the almanac before I beat you up? Who told you to bully others so easily? TSK, lowly people like them are just for the rich to trample on. You'd better get out of here, otherwise, my bodyguards won't let you go. The fat man glanced at Gubei coldly, his words full of threats. Gubei is very good at martial arts, so naturally he doesn't take these bodyguards seriously. He said coldly, I'm going to take care of this matter today. Either you let them go, or I'll beat you to a pulp. Seeing that Gubei was not easy to deal with, the fat man was angry in his heart, but in this situation, he had to bite the bullet and looked at the staff behind him who were beaten by him with contempt. I didn't expect that there are still people willing to fight for lowly people like you. You just wait for me. After I get rid of this guy, I will deal with you. No, Mr. Chen, don't be like this, it's all our fault, please be magnanimous and let us go, and let this little brother go, don't make things worse. The waiter couldn't save himself, but he pleaded for Gubei. At the same time, a thin waiter with a red and swollen face came up to him and whispered, Little brother, please leave quickly. His bodyguard is very powerful. Please leave quickly. You can't beat him. Please leave quickly. Gubei comforted him softly, Don't worry, they are no match for me, and you don't have to worry. People like them need people like me to treat them. After hearing this, the fat man was furious and shouted at the bodyguards, Don't just stand there, come at us together. The bodyguards had no choice but to go ahead after receiving the order. Gubei, be careful. Dad, be careful, stay safe. Dad, you have to be careful. Luo Yunqi and her daughters couldn't help but worry about Gubei. Although it is a good thing to be brave and righteous, they are really worried that Gubei will get hurt. Even the staff of the program were frightened and they had just called for sea rescue. I just hope nothing happens to Gubei. Facing 4 bodyguards, Gubei was not afraid at all. 4 bodyguards rushed towards him together. Gubei first kicked 2 people away, then used a left hook to knock a fat bodyguard to the ground, and then used another heavy punch to knock the last bodyguard several meters away. The whole process took only a few seconds, and Gubei knocked down all 4 bodyguards. The fat man was stunned when he saw this and his face changed drastically. I was just about to pick up the fruit knife on the table. Gubei sneered and directly bumped into him with his elbow. The fat man lay on the boat, howling in pain. After solving them, soon the sea rescue team arrived. Thank you, little brother. You are such a good man. Thank you. If you hadn't rescued us in time, we might have been thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. Gubei just smiled and waved goodbye. Whether in the previous life or this life, what he hated most were those who bullied others. He returned to the yacht. Luo Yunqi looked at Gubei worriedly, checking to see if he was injured. Tell me quickly, are you injured? Where does it hurt? It doesn't hurt anywhere. Dealing with these guys is well within my tolerance. I'm not injured. Gubei comforted his wife while speaking jokingly. Gubei, even though you did a good job just now, if you encounter a situation like this again, don't rush over alone. Do you know how worried I am about you? I'm so afraid that you'll get hurt. As Luo Yunqi spoke, her eyes turned red. Tears also flowed out. The daughters also looked at Gubei with concern. I have to say, Gubei was so handsome just now. Beat the bad guys, save the waiter, every action is cool. The daughters liked and admired Gubei. They are very satisfied with this young and handsome father. Chapter 62 Embarrassment Card. Gubei, if something happens to you, our program team can't afford it. Are you really going to work so hard for a few waiters? The photographer was relieved when he saw Gubei returning safely. But I still feel a little scared. The program has just started, and Gubei is the ratings guarantee of the program team. If he got injured or had an accident, the loss would be huge. After hearing this, Gubei was unhappy. He looked at the photographer with contempt and disdain, and said coldly, What's wrong with waiters? They are also human beings. In my eyes, no matter how noble a person is, they are the same as waiters. Only people with incorrect values will classify people into different levels. In my eyes, there is only a distinction between good people and bad people. That's not what I meant. I'm just worried that you'd get hurt. Let's start filming. Everyone, get ready. In response to Gubei's disdain, the staff could only smile awkwardly, with a faint smile from the corners of their lips, and continue working. Gubei did a good thing. Acting as if nothing had happened, he was coaxing his wife and spending time with his daughters. The whole family happily vacations together. It's another day full of money. Wait, Dad, look, what is that man doing? At this time, Luoyi pointed to the fat man on the yacht behind. Everyone looked over there. Oh my god, he might be seriously ill. He seems to be dancing. It seems like she is not only dancing, but also taking off her clothes. Ah, this person is really perverted. When the daughters saw this, they couldn't help but cover their faces and dared not look directly. Because it's too hot for the eyes. Gubei curled his lips, revealing a sly smile, and said half-jokingly, "Some people can't eat too much." I saw the fat man twisting his fat body and dancing an extremely exaggerated dance, taking off his clothes while dancing. From time to time, all kinds of strange noises that are unbearable to the ears occur. That's so funny. That's because Gubei Fankai took out an embarrassing card from his backpack. Stick it directly on the fat man. This card is valid for 2 hours. That is to say, within these 2 hours, the fat man will do all kinds of embarrassing things. To deal with such people, you don't have to use only fists. Wouldn't it be more fun to let him die in public? Looking at the fat man's disgusting behavior, Gubei almost laughed out loud. Cool. I felt secretly happy. What happened today? There are so few shots of Gubei? Yes, after Gubei boarded the yacht, his family seemed to see something. I was just curious, why did the camera immediately turn to one? One and his father are both very stupid. Their sea scooter has flipped over a dozen times. I don't want to watch it anymore. I will get seasick if I watch it again. Please, can you give Gubei a few more shots? I really want to know what his family just went through. No way, the sea trip is over just like that? The footage of Gubei's family only lasted a few minutes. What is the production team doing? The production team is asking for trouble. They clearly know that everyone wants to see Gubei, so why are there so few shots? What are they trying to do? Today's show is so weird. There are so few shots of Gubei's family. Is there some shady plot? The program crew gave one a lot of shots today. Could it be that one's father is an investor? Since the footage of Gubei beating people and saving them could not be played, the footage of their family only had a few minutes. This caused dissatisfaction among the audience. The barrage area is constantly refreshing the screen. Gubei is about to celebrate his 22nd birthday. From childhood to adulthood. His birthdays were always simple. In the morning, my mother made hand-rolled noodles and added 2 poached eggs. Dad ordered a cake from a nearby cake shop. In the evening, the family gets together, cooks 2 dishes and has a meal. That's how my birthday went. He had nothing to look forward to on his birthday this year. It's no exaggeration to say that he even forgot that today was his birthday. By the time Gubei took a shower, his wife and children were not at home. I've searched everywhere upstairs and downstairs. There was not even a shadow of a person. He just picked up his phone and received a message from Luo Yunqi. Honey, the kids and I are going to visit the family next door. We will be back soon. Please wait for us at home. Gubei replied okay. He didn't think much about it. Turn on the TV to kill time. I don't know how long I watched it. He actually fell asleep. When I woke up again, there are already several messages on the phone. Honey, I sprained my ankle. Can you pick me up here at the beach center? Honey, my feet hurt, can you come pick me up? Honey, are you still there? After his wife sent several messages in a row, Gubei immediately lost all desire to sleep. He quickly replied, I'll be there soon. He put on his shoes and coat without even having time to put on, and immediately ran out. The strange thing is, tonight, the entire beach is brightly lit. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw many small colored lights on both sides of the road. Little colored lights stretch from the doorway to the center of the beach. Although she was very beautiful, Gubei was only worried about his wife and had no time to appreciate her. Until you reach the center of the beach. He was completely stunned. In the middle of the beach, Luo Yunqi, wearing a white gauze dress and delicate makeup, was sitting in front of a glowing white piano and playing a song. The second daughter was playing the violin. The third daughter is a cellist. The fourth daughter is guitar. The fifth daughter plays the drums. The eldest daughter Luoi was singing. It is the happy birthday song that is sung by the whole world. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to dad. Simple and romantic. Gubei then remembered. Today is my birthday. Only then did he understand. My wife and daughters did not go to the next door to entertain guests, but were preparing these surprises for themselves. There is no one else here. There are only 7 of them in the family. This is more warm and romantic. After a song, Luo Yunqi stood up gracefully in front of the piano and walked in front of Gubei. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Gubei's thin lips gently. Happy birthday, husband. The daughters smiled adorably and said in unison, Happy birthday, Dad. Yes. Gubei nodded touchily, thank you. Do you think that's the end? Too small. Too small. The pattern is small. Who is Luo Yunqi? He is the richest man in Muchang. She was celebrating her husband's birthday, so how could it be small? She took Gubei's hand and walked forward, pointing to the big car nearby. Gubei, happy birthday, this is my gift to you. Gubei raised his eyes, his gaze full of excitement. My wife is older, will you give me a truck? You know what, this truck is quite big and can carry a lot of things. Puff. At that moment, Luo Yunqi was amused by his words. No, there is another one over there. Luo Yunqi pointed forward. I saw another truck behind the big truck. The white truck was decorated beautifully. There are blue and white lights on it. 2. My dear wife, are my birthday presents 2 trucks? Gubei felt excited. 2 large trucks. If you use these 2 trucks to open a moving company and hire a few workers, you can make a profit in minutes. Gubei felt inwardly that he was truly a little business genius.